And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session commences and your company is required. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, right there. Holy, holy. The Easterners, they continue with their defiance. Holy, 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 holy. As guys, I bring you this. Unknown gunmen kidnapped 10 Miyetti Allah members, 300 cows. So I doubt very much if there will be too much sympathy for anybody for the Miyetti Allah that have this is a little too late and a little too short, really. We should have been hearing a lot more of this right across the southern space. But it looks as though they are fed up in the east and they move. Unknown gunmen kidnap 10 Miyetti Allah members, 300 cows. So now let's now see how that plays out. So exactly what went down, we'll find out just shortly. Jonathan set to declare for 2023 presidency under APC. So the worst kept secret within the Nigerian political space, of course, is the entrance of Goodluck Jonathan into the presidential race. But whose interest is he serving? Certainly not the interest of the South, and certainly not the interest of Nigerians. He's serving essentially his own selfish interest and the pecuniary interests of his sponsors. So an act of selfishness in total. But does he care? Well, the answer is no. Jonathan set to declare for 2023 presidency under APC. So the worst kept secrets in Nigerian politics. So just declare, at least then we know where everybody stands. So don't be in and out, just do it and then we know it's done. Still with that space, 2023 APC reschedules sale of nomination forms. So they're still waiting, of course, for that Goodluck Jonathan landing, which is the preference of all of the cabal members within the APC, because he just satisfies everything they want. They don't want Tinubu, they don't want Oshibajo, and they don't want Goodluck Jonathan. They want an acceptable face, which is Goodluck. They don't want Tinubu, they don't want Oshibajo, and they don't want Yoruba people. So we know they don't want that. They want an acceptable face, which is somebody that, like Goodluck Jonathan, has already been situated and has won an election before. And he also has only one term left. And the agitation, of course, the storyline already prepared. So as soon as Goodluck Jonathan completes 4 years in office, then they will go through the trajectory to add Obasanjo's 8 years to Goodluck Jonathan's now 10 years, to then tell you that they've only had Buhari and tell you that power must immediately come back to the north. So all of that is wrapped up in that. And Goodluck Jonathan, of course, we already know by antecedents of history, is easily intimidatable. We saw how easily he was bullied, you know, when he was president. So he fits all of the criteria that the cabal have. So 2023, APC reschedules sale of nomination forms. So of course, that is to leave the space open for Goodluck Jonathan. Oyo chief reveals fate of late Alaafin'S young, beautiful wives who they must not marry. So who they must not marry, so then what is the fate of these now young and still very much vibrant girls that the Oni was gathering, the Alaafin rather was gathering just within his palace? Oyo chief reveals fate of late Alaafin'S young, beautiful wives who they must not marry. So exactly what is in play there, we find out just shortly. This we find out shortly as well. Northern PDP leaders cry foul, alleged breach of process. So this speaks essentially to that consensus that Saraki is trying to manipulate to favor himself. So it looks as though that deck of cards quickly crumbling. Northern PDP leaders cry foul, alleged breach of process. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. So this now a deviation somewhat from politics to human interest story. You are doing well. You are doing well. Momiwa. So you all know that those famous lines. Mr. Macaroni, of course. But curiously, the woman that plays the Momiwa part in his comedy skits, he apparently now set to marry that lady. Mr. Macaroni announces engagement to colleague Momiwa. So Momiwa and Mr. Macaroni together at last to part no more. So quite what we're making of that. I even have a little video clip of that which I may play you. We'll find out shortly. PDP crisis hit northern aspirants as IBB's brokered consensus collapses. So it's either or. We either read this one or we read the one that precedes it. It's essentially the same storyline. So what fight is in play there, we find out shortly. And then we land finally on this space. 2023, Wike reveals candidate PDP will give presidential ticket. So I'll be very surprised if that candidate is not the man in the mirror. So essentially himself, I'm expecting him to reveal. So all of that in place. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, and relax into it. The usual protocols, click on the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not already subscribed, do the right thing and do exactly that right now and immediately. So as you said about the clickings, let me provide a little bit of musical inducement. We're staying in the East and partaking in another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi go Onyedu Ibo. O Mary Wonelizu Biroya Abakare. Mamanda ora, Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi.
And there it is, the voices of defiance from the East. Nnamdi wins the war, they insist. So Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Unknown gunmen kidnapped 10 Miyetti Allah members, 300 cows. Following the April 27 date set aside by the outlawed Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB for the enforcement of the ban on open grazing and beef consumption in the Southeast, gunmen on Saturday abducted 10 members of the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria MACBAN in Anambra State with 300 cows. Correspondents learned that subsequently the armed men demanded 4 million naira ransom and a gun from the families of the abductees. According to Alhaji Gadido Sadiki, the Southeast chairman of MACBAN, the incident happened at Obone community in Oguru local government area around 1:30 a.m. today. Anambra police spokesman Ikenga Tochukwu confirmed the incident. Earlier this month, gunmen have invaded the Ogwoku cattle market in Aguata local government area of Anambra State and killed over 20 cows and goats. Violence has fled in the southeastern states since last year. Gunmen have killed at least 150 police and members of the security services, according to the police. About 30 police stations and election commission offices have been attacked. Local media have reported. The Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, an outlawed movement seeking independence for ethnic Igbos of the region, and its armed wing, Eastern Security Network, have been blamed for the violence, but IPOB has denied the charges. So say what you like and say what you don't like, but speak and do is essentially the term that comes to mind. Speak, none do. Speak and do. They told them not to come into their region. They told them they don't want their beef anymore. They gave them a deadline. They flouted it and actions were taken. So there it is right there. Speak, none do. Whatever the right and wrong of it is, deadlines were set, clear instructions were given, instructions flouted, speak, none do. So speak, none do to the Easterners. Jonathan set to declare for 2023 presidency under the APC. I'll be glad when this story is over, because every single day now, really wanting now is like some prostitute that doesn't want to give up. Just take it off or get out of the, what is he doing? All seems to be set for former President Goodluck Jonathan to officially declare his intention to contest the 2023 presidency under the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC. Correspondents gathered yesterday that Jonathan may have yielded to pressure from some big wigs of the governing party, close allies of the presidency, to join the APC and join the race to clinch the party's presidential ticket. Groups and individuals have also been mounting pressure on the former president to contest the 2023 presidential poll. Supporters of the former Nigerian president, made up of men, women, and youths, yesterday morning thronged his Abuja office, insisting that he must declare his intention to run for the 2023 presidency. Jonathan, who was holding a meeting with his committee of friends, who visited him at his foundation office at Taraba Crescent, Maitama, at the time the supporters stormed the place in protest, did not categorically tell them that he would declare for the presidency. Instead, he covertly asked the supporters to watch out, saying the political process was still in process. I cannot declare because some processes are still ongoing. Yes, you are calling me to come and declare for the next election. I cannot tell you I am declaring. The political process is ongoing. Just watch out. The key role you must play is that Nigeria must get somebody that will carry young people along, Jonathan stated, whilst addressing the supporters in front of the gate of his office. But reliable sources close to the former president told correspondents yesterday evening that arrangements has been concluded for the former president to defect to the APC and join other aspirants jostling for the presidential ticket ahead of the party's presidential primary, built to hold on May the 30th and 31st, 2022. Confirming the development, one of the sources who did not want his name in print said, "It is not all about former President Jonathan. The forces that be in APC are the ones asking him to run for the presidency under the party's platform. I think he's just waiting for the process to be finalized before declaring officially. We all know that the former president cannot take such a decision at this dying moment to throw his heart in the ring of a party he would be dealing with as a new entrant and expect to get the ticket of the highest office in the country." It was also alleged that the APC is planning to grant the former president waiver as a new entrant to participate in the party's presidential primary. The NWC of the APC, in exercising the power of the NEC in accordance with the party's constitution, may grant and approve the waiver as soon as it is requested by the ward executive for the former president to participate in all activities of the party, such as voting and being voted for in any of the intra-party elections ahead of the 2023 polls, a party told correspondents. Meanwhile, supporters holding placards with the inscriptions such as "Run, Jonathan, run," "Jonathan, you are a good man," "Jonathan, you are the only voice of the masses we know," and "Jonathan, you must run," "Run, Jonathan, run," "Declare now," "Jonathan, you must run," "You are wasting our time," "Declare now," amongst others, contended that the former president remains their only hope for a better future. The coalition of Northern youths, other youth and women groups from across the Federation were part of the visit. They took over the entire Taraba Street and other adjoining streets up to the farmers market in Maitama, chanting songs in praise of Jonathan. After about 2 hours, the former president, who came out of his office to address them, said he was still in the process of consulting and will soon make his decision to either contest or not. Jonathan urged his supporters to continue to pray for peace and unity of the country and that God should provide the right candidate to lead the country. He noted that the visit, especially by the youths, was an indication that they were really interested in the country's political affairs, just as he implored them to be key players in the country's politics to enthrone good governance. Jonathan said, as youths, we must get involved in the country's political process. And luckily, the law of not too young to run bill has made it clear that youth can contest almost every position in government. We will continue to encourage youth to get involved in the country's political process. And as long as many youths get involved in the political process, we will be able to get the government we want. He noted that even though some of the country's present challenges date back to past administration, they can be confronted frontally from a united front. But the key role you must play is to pray that Nigeria gets a president that will carry the young people along and work very hard to see that some of the country's problems raised are dealt with. I believe that collectively we can work together, he said. Earlier, leader of the Youth Compatriot of Nigeria, Mayor Samuel, told journalists that they were ready to support Jonathan to ensure that he returns to Aso Rock as the country's next president in 2023. Condemning the growing insecurity in the country and dwindling economy, Samuel said there is the need to address the situation. He stated that Nigeria's People Party was ready to join Jonathan Okay, so on and on it goes. So essentially, Jonathan still in play is what I'm just reading from there, because the rest of it just reads as endorsement for Jonathan. So Mr. Yakubu, who said in a recent, let's see. Okay, so let's take this part. Submit your membership register 30 days before primaries, INEC tell parties. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has directed all registered political parties to submit copies of their membership register to the commission in compliance with the new Electoral Act 2022 before their primary elections. The electoral body said the new Electoral Act made it mandatory for political parties to submit their registered members to the commission 30 days before their primaries. So what window so let's hold on to that as a fact, and then we'll discuss that in a moment. In his address at the second regular quarterly meeting of resident electoral commissioners in Abuja yesterday, the INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu said the directive is mandatory for political parties. Yakubu said only one political party has complied, adding that it is a mandatory requirement of the law and all political parties are required to comply. He stressed that the Electoral Act, together with the Constitution of Nigeria and our regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections, constitute the electoral legal framework for elections. He said, let me also seize this opportunity to remind political parties that by the provision of Section 77 of the Electoral Act 2022, each party is required to maintain a membership register in hard and soft copy and to make such register available to the Commission not later than 30 days before the date fixed for primaries, congresses, and conventions. Doing otherwise is like going into an election without the register of voters. There can be no credible primary or general election without a credible register of voters. The INEC chairman also advised the RECs to thoroughly study the new Electoral Act, saying a credible election is anchored on the law. As the electoral managers, it is incumbent upon us to familiarize ourselves with the legal framework, he said, on the ongoing continuous voter registration, particularly the creation of additional centers to devolve the exercise beyond INEC state and local government offices nationwide. Mr. Yakubu said a total of 2,673 centers had been activated nationwide. So that's a new proviso to add. So essentially, the list of names to be submitted to INEC 30 days before primaries. So the primaries of the PDP, they will hold on the 28th, and the primaries of the APC will hold on the 30th and 31st. So they have to submit 30 days before that. Otherwise, if they have a new insertion, they have to move that date. But then there's a time bar by which those primaries have to be conducted as well. So the time ticks, tick-tock, tick-tock. Anybody with ambition, say now or forever remain silent. 2023 APC reschedules sale of nomination forms. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has rescheduled the commencement of sale of expression of interest and nomination forms to its aspirants, earlier fixed for Saturday, April the 23rd, 2022. A new date is expected to be fixed by the party's leadership on Monday. Recall that the party's National Executive Committee meeting had on Wednesday approved the timelines for sale of nomination forms to aspirants to commence this Saturday. But a credible source said the APC's director of organization was yet to take delivery of the forms due to failure of the contractor handling the printing of the documents to deliver as scheduled. The source revealed that the National Secretariat was yet to conclude on the guidelines for the sale of the forms and the primaries to be conducted between the 18th of May and to culminate in the presidential primary elections between the 30th and the 30th of May and the 1st of June. The sale of forms earlier slated for tomorrow, Saturday, has been postponed. No date has been fixed for the commencement of the exercise. The NWC will determine the new date on Monday. The postponement became necessary following the inability of the contractor to deliver the forms. As we talk now, so that should be as we speak now, Friday evening, the printer is yet to deliver the forms. We hope the exercise will commence this week as the contractor is expected to deliver by the weekend, the source said. On the reorganization going on at the party's National Secretariat, it was gathered that the National Working Committee had ordered all the 6 directors to embark on compulsory leave based on the recommendation of the Transition Committee set up by the party. Also affected by the directive is the head of the legal department of the party. So there it is. Pardon me. A letter dated April the 21st, 2022, signed by the National Secretary of the APC, Otumba Iyiola Omishore, directed all directors to go on leave and hand over their department to the most senior person. So there it is right there. They moved the goalpost again within the APC. Oyo chief reveals fate of late Alaafin'S young beautiful wives who they must not marry. Following the demise of Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III on Friday, his young and older wives may now be available to suitors outside Oyo without undergoing cleansing ritual, a palace chief has claimed. Recall that the 45th Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Adeyemi, passed at 83 after receiving treatment at the Afe Babalola University, Ado Ekiti, and is expected to be buried according to Islamic rites. In Yoruba tradition, it is believed that the wives of the monarchs, either separate or still married, are not at liberty to lay with other men until atonement has been made. However, palace sources claim that the late Alaafin'S wives may now move on with their normal lives. They are not performing any cleansing. They are free to move on with their lives. However, the wives cannot marry an indigene of Oyo. Now that Alaafin is dead, they all would be asked to exit the palace with their belongings, although the properties of the late monarch will be shared amongst them, a palace source told correspondents. Although the number of wives remain unclear, the source claims that the late monarch had at least 18 wives. Some of late Adeyemi's young wives some of late Adeyemi's young queens are Abibat, the first wife, Ramat Adedayo, Mujidat, Rukiyat, Folashade, Bidarat, so a lot of rats and not too many rodents. So all the rats, and then of course we land on Chioma, the Igbo bride that he took, and others are now available for suitors. Other queens, Abibat and Ramat, were married to Oba Adeyemi at the time of his coronation on January the 14th, 1971. So there it is right there. So if you're looking for a wife, there are plenty food in the Alaafin'S palace, just so long as you are not an indigene of Oyo. That is the only proviso. Northern PDP leaders cry foul, allege breach of process. Stakeholders from the 19 northern states in the People's Democratic Party PDP have rejected the choice of Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi and immediate past president of the Senate, Dr. Bukola Saraki, as consensus presidential aspirants from the zone. Alleging foul play, the stakeholders noted that the purported position of the northern elders is not only injurious to the north, but equally injurious to the northern aspirants. In a statement Saturday signed by immediate past Jigawa State Governor Alhaji Sule Lamido, which was made available to correspondents, the northern PDP leaders stated the attention of key stakeholders of the PDP in the northern states has been drawn to reports in the media purporting that some northern elders have shortlisted two of our prominent and deserving aspirants as consensus PDP presidential candidates. The stakeholders explained that having widely consulted party leaders across the 19 northern states and the FCT, we hereby inform our teaming party members and the general public that what was reported in the media is only the private opinions of those who issued the statement and not the position of the PDP members in the north. The northern stakeholders explained that discussions are still ongoing with and amongst all the presidential aspirants in our party with a view to having a national consensus if possible, or at least working towards having a smooth, acrimony-free national convention, whilst accusing those who released the purported short list of consensus aspirants from the north of breaching the due process. The northern PDP stakeholders maintained that the so-called position of the northern elders was a calculated attempt to damage the fortunes of northern aspirants. Checks by correspondents revealed that whilst the broader northern PDP stakeholders were working towards streamlining the number of presidential aspirants from the north, the decision by the northern elders to exclude Governor Aminu Waziri Tambuwal from the short list sparked outrage within the northern caucus. Sources within the northern PDP stakeholders confided in correspondence that the general impression amongst the northern PDP stakeholders was that Governors Aminu Tambuwal and Bala Mohammed should be pushed forward in line with the plot amongst sources within the northern PDP stakeholders confided in correspondence that the general impression amongst the northern PDP stakeholders was that Governors Aminu Tambuwal and Bala Mohammed should be pushed forward in line with the plot amongst the governors that one of them should emerge the PDP standard bearer. We cannot understand why the name of Saraki should come in instead of Tambuwal, when it is obvious that a candidate from North Central would not produce the massive votes needed to defeat the other party. They so stated. Governor Tambuwal has already rejected the consensus list, insisting that he should be counted out of the charade, even as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also made it clear from the onset that he was not party to the consensus arrangement. Correspondents gathered that the urge to adopt consensus from amongst the northern presidential aspirants came up in view of the fact that whilst the southern PDP has 8 states, their northern counterparts control only 4 states, including Bauchi, Benue, Sokoto, and Taraba. So there it is right there. A gang up to have more potency in strength. So this one now, Mr. Macaroni announces engagement to colleague Momiwa. So you've all seen endless skits of him. So let me play you now a clip of it as I read this now. So let this play in the background as I read this out to you. So this is Mr. Macaroni and Momiwa. So now, together at last to part no more. How's that as a turn up for the book? So there it is right there. So to it then, Mr. Macaroni announces engagement to colleague Momiwa, Nigerian social media content creator and comedian Adebola Adebayo, aka Mr. Macaroni, on Saturday sent social media into a frenzy after he shared engagement photos with his colleague Kemisola Ikun Sedun, otherwise known as Momiwa. The pair also confirmed the development on their social media pages. They didn't just announce the engagement, but also shared jaw-dropping photos. Engagement today, wedding tomorrow. Macaroni captioned the video. So there it is right there. On her part, Momiwa shared a video from the photo shoot to the delight of her fans. Dadiwa finally paid Momiwa's bride price. She captioned the video. So there it is. You all know Mr. Macaroni, and there it is right there. It's just the strangest of the strangest things. So these people play a couple in the skit videos, and what would you know? They are now becoming a couple for real. So there it is right there. Daddy one and mommy one. So there it is right there. A little bit of a light-hearted what's it? So there it is right there. So there it is right there. And here this is right here. This might well be a rehash of what I've already read. So let me just see. PDP crisis hit northern aspirants as IBB's brokered consensus collapses. So let's see. I think this might well be just a repeat of what we've just already read. So we take some of it, and if it's too repetitive, we'll just abandon it. The move for a consensus candidate amongst northern presidential aspirants in the People's Democratic Party PDP has hit the rocks as Governor of Sokoto State Aminu Tambuwal and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar have both rejected the arrangement brokered under the supervision of former military President Ibrahim Babangida. Former President of the Senate Bukola Saraki and Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State had on Friday been announced as the consensus candidates of the North at this time. According to the chairman of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Ango Abdullahi, who made the announcement in Minna, Niger State capital, the choice of the two aspirants had been reached after the four aspirants began the process to reach a consensus by visiting former military president Babangida and giving him the mandate to lead the process for a consensus. The aspirants who had agreed to abide by the outcome of the decision were Tambuwal Mohammed Atiku and former banker Mohammed Hayutu Din. The former vice chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University had pointed out that ex-president Babangida had advised the aspirants to have a resolution within themselves and come up with a candidate, which they reported back to him after some days and asked him to go ahead and pick one out of the four. Professor Abdullahi said in a statement, whilst thanking the aspirants and President Ibrahim Babangida for entrusting us with the conduct of this exercise, and in the hope that all parties involved would continue with mutual consultations aimed at the overall success of the party, we hereby present the following conclusions as presented to and endorsed by General Babangida. Let's have a look. For the purpose of this exercise, it is hereby resolved that Governor Bala Mohammed from the Northeast and former Senate President Bukola Saraki from the North Central be presented as the Northern Consensus candidates for the moment. But in a swift reaction, Tambuwal faulted the arrangement, noting that the position was not correct. He said what the team agreed after a meeting in Abuja last Wednesday was that the consensus arrangement was not working. Tambuwal noted that Saraki was mandated to issue a statement to that effect. The Sokoto governor's position is contained in a statement issued by Nicholas Maliza, the Director of Operations and Mobilization for his campaign organization. It reads, the attention of the Tambuwal campaign organization has been drawn to a news item that former Senate President Bukola Saraki and Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State have emerged as consensus candidates from amongst the four of us announced at a meeting in Minna, Niger State. This is, to be candid and forthright, not correct. The correct situation is that the team met on Wednesday, the 20th of April 2022 at Bauchi Governor's Lodge in Abuja and had a review meeting and unanimously agreed that the consensus arrangement was not working. The team further agreed that Senator Saraki should come up with a draft statement on how to communicate this decision to the Nigerian public. This was the last time that members of the team sat and mutually agreed on anything. The proposed meeting to review and vet the statement, scheduled for 10 p.m. on the same day, was aborted unilaterally by Senator Saraki via a WhatsApp message. However, on Thursday, the 21st, 2022, same Senator Saraki circulated yet another WhatsApp message suggesting that members of the team should head to Minna for a meeting on Friday. Governor Tambuwal reached other members of the team and informed them that he stands by the decision of the team that the initiative was not working. This is the reason Governor Tambuwal was absent at today, Friday's meeting in Minna. As a result, therefore, the outcome of the Minna meeting has no consequence or any implication on the aspiration of Governor Tambuwal, who had earlier on informed his colleagues of maintaining their agreed position that the initiative has collapsed. Members of the public should be reminded that what was canvassed for was a consensus candidate and not consensus candidates. For the avoidance of doubt, Governor Tambuwal has submitted his presidential nomination forms, and now that the quest for a consensus candidate out of the four has clearly collapsed, will go ahead and face screening and indeed contest the PDP presidential primaries. This is in consonance with his acclaimed outlook as a pan-Nigerian candidate with the pedigree of national service as the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, life member of the Body of Benchers, and now in his second and final term as Governor of Sokoto State. In the same way, the former Vice President and the 2019 presidential candidate of the PDP maintained that he had never been party to the consensus arrangement, which he considered to be sectional. According to a statement issued by the Technical Committee for the Actualization of Atiku Abubakar presidency in 2023, headed by Dr. Raymond Dokwesi, the aspirant never subjected himself to the process. Therefore, he is not bound by any recommendations and conclusions of the purported report, he said. The statement added, Waziri Atiku Abubakar is a nationalist, strong. Waziri Abubakar, pardon me, I think I need a gulp of water. You have to ignore me drinking from, just the way it goes. The statement added, Waziri Atiku Abubakar is a nationalist one more time. The statement added, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, as a nationalist, strongly believes that Nigeria has never been so divided as it is today, and any regional, zonal, ethno-religious gang-up or consensus driven in this manner will further deepen and widen the wounds that urgently requires to be healed. He is anxious to implement plans, policies, and programs that will rescue and rebuild Nigeria. Finally, we urge our supporters to continue with consultations and town hall meetings with delegates across the country as the party prepares for the presidential primaries scheduled for Saturday/Sunday at the 28th and 29th of May 2022. Also, Hayatuddin, who is said to have participated in the discussion, affirmed that the move for consensus had indeed collapsed as the aspirants could not reach an agreement. He said in a statement that he and Tambuwal decided to pull out of the talks. The announcement we witnessed yesterday was not based on the principles of equity and transparency, which we believe should lead the country and the party into the future. The committee constituted by Professor Ango Abdullahi is completely faceless, and the evaluation criteria is totally subjective. It seems to us that this entire charade was designed to achieve a preconceived outcome, Hayatuddin said. Speaking for stakeholders of the PDP in the northern states, former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido said the reported shortlisting of two aspirants is only the personal opinion of those who did it. He said that discussions are continuing with all PDP aspirants towards coming up with a consensus candidate, Lamido stated. The attention, I think we may have read this already, so we may just skim through that. And there it is right there. It goes on then to repeat what Lamido said. So this now the final readout, and then we come into the room to see if there's anybody there to take it on. 2023, Wike reveals candidate PDP will give presidential ticket. So it looks as though now this is going to be quite a revelation. The presidential aspirant and governor of Rivers State, Yemson Wike, on Saturday revealed who the leadership of the People's Democratic Party will give the presidential ticket for the anticipated 2023 general elections. Wike, who spoke at a grand reception put together for him by the people of Kalabari ethnic nationality at the Abalama school field in Asiri Toru local government area, said that PDP will only give its sole presidential ticket to a candidate who has the interest of Nigerians at heart. According to him, the main opposition party would not be browbeaten into surrendering its presidential ticket to selfish politicians who would serve only the interest of the wealthy few in Nigeria. Governor Wike also said that Nigeria will shake when the South finally makes its decisions regarding the 2023 presidential election public. Wike, in a statement issued by his special assistant on media, Kelvin Ibiri, reiterated that political leaders in the South will soon come out with their decision concerning the country's #1 position. Wike said, "The day the South will speak, Nigeria will shake. We believe in the unity of this country, but nobody can threaten us. Nobody should threaten us. We believe in the unity of Nigeria, and unity of Nigeria must continue." He added, "No amount of gang up can make PDP give somebody who will want to run an election for the interest of some big men and not for all Nigerians. Anybody who wants to be the candidate of the PDP must be a candidate for the interest of Nigerians." So he didn't actually come up with a name. He came up with a criteria. So there it is right there. There he is right there. And here are the chaps right here. Ete, I see you. Baba Akure Ashenishere now, I see you. Thomas, I see you. And Charlie Boy, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So let me come to you first, then Thomas, and start you off with Wike's announcement that essentially somebody with the interest of Nigerians is who should get the presidential ticket. And that seems to be stating the obvious, but that's almost necessarily has to be stated within the Nigerian parlance.
Good day, one man. Can you go to someone else? We'll go next, please.
All right. So let me go to Ete then. Ete, are you ready? All right, let's try DOG. So DOG must be ready. He's just coming. DOG, are you ready? Okay, let's try Baba Akure. So is anybody ready?
I'm ready.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, all right. Let's go to Baba Akure then. So Baba Akure, let's come to you, and let me start you off then with this. Where we started off, unknown gunmen kidnapped 10 Miyetti Allah members and 300 cows. So to set the scene, they had set April the 20th for the ban on open grazing to take effect in their space, which is a legal position, by the way, and they are not law enforcers, but that is a legal position that has been adopted. So they've now taken it upon themselves to arrest this. They didn't arrest them, they kidnapped them. These 10 Miyetti Allah people seized all of their cows, and just in a complete turnaround, they are now demanding ransoms from the family of the Fulanis. So how is that then as a turn up for the books?
Well, thank you very much. Good evening, good night, everybody, wherever you are. Like Thomas, good morning. Anyway, to start with, they mentioned this morning that they are now being sponsored by somebody, if you recall. So now, and I said at that time that there must be somebody that is supporting them and giving them money to buy some ammunition and stuff like that. So now, arresting Miyetti Allah, 10 Miyetti Allah and 300 cows, and demanding for ransom. So it is telling you that somebody is behind the scene, because where do they keep those 300 cows?
Yes, kidnapping 10 Miyetti Allah is one thing, but where do you keep 300 cows?
Cows, exactly. Where do they keep it? So there is a place that they already earmarked for this operation, and like you said that they want to force ban open grazing.
which is is already adopted within the southern part of Nigeria. Well, so how are they going to enforce it? If there is nobody that's really behind them, that's really telling them that, okay, well, this is what we want you to do. So to enforce that, if nobody in the authority that is behind them, then it is going to be very difficult for them to enforce that open grazing ban.
There's no point in all of them, because virtually all the southern states have enacted an open grazing ban, but virtually all of them, none of them is enforcing it. So what's the purpose of the of creating the law if you're not able to,
Yeah, because they are playing politics on that, because maybe the way I read it, maybe because they want a presidency to come to the south, and they want another part of Nigeria to support them. That could have been the reason why it is not really being enforced the way it's supposed to be, or maybe they are powerless because maybe they are afraid of the money they are getting from Abuja. So if they take that seriously beyond control, then they may not get allocation. Maybe that could be the problem they are facing, that they don't want to tell us. But go back to this issue of unknown gunmen. I strongly believe that somebody is behind them, somebody that is very rich enough to at least to buy a lot of things for them, like ammunition and stuff like that. So that is my take on that.
All right, thank you, Baba.
Sorry, Baba. Who are the unknown gunmen? One man.
What do you mean, who are the unknown gunmen? You come here often enough, so who do you think you ask some funny questions sometimes. What do
we haven't still know.
I'm not their chairman.
Man, we haven't still know who are the unknown gunmen. Do you know them?
They are ESN now. We all know that they are ESN, but
I don't know that.
We know that, but we cannot say it for reasons of.
This is a very good move. What they did, because they make come to our land, killing our people, expect us to buy the cow. Not enough for them. This is a good move.
All right, but you cannot just not buy the cow without having to kidnap them. Now, if you don't buy the cow, that will be sufficient. But kidnapping them is actually against the law.
Against the law, yes.
Yes. You are not allowed to kidnap people at house.
For them to do that, somebody must be behind them that is really supporting them.
So, what I just thought was quite cute is that now they are now demanding ransoms from the. So I think this may well be the way of the future now. So they will start to kidnap the Fulanis, but they don't care about their own lives now. Who is going to? They say just kill him. They don't care about life now.
That is true anyway. That is true. That is true. That might, in fact, that country.
Sorry, I might sound kind of funny, but I think it's good the Miyetti are experiencing the same thing now.
No, yes, I think
because
so too.
Early, you know what they were saying when people were complaining everywhere about the thing, and now let them experience it and see how it is. Then let everybody feel it. About where you can carry on. Sorry.
Okay. Like I said, somebody must be behind them to support them. That is number one. And I do hope that it's not going to generate to what we are experiencing in the northern part of Nigeria. Because this is how Boko Haram started. But eventually now, or maybe I would say, let me say, Ends-men, they started gradually and got to something that is that's beyond imagination right now. So, and I hope it's not going to get up to that before.
But I don't think the mentality in the East, it lends itself to the extremism that we see in the North, because the Easterners, they are already civilized people, but in the North now, I'm not sure if you've seen some of the clips of some of the lives that they live, especially these nomads. It's almost they're at one with their animals, in all ways.
That is true. You are very right.
When you say that there is barbaric, that's more actually like a description rather than it's a barbaric life, you know. It's like a barbarian.
Anyway.
Baba Kure, don't forget that don't forget the reason why they've held those guys. It has nothing to do with kidnapping people or trying to give ransom or whatever. It has they told them that they shouldn't operate in the farms of people and in the forest, and they gave them a timeline and everything that if they find them, they are going to hold them. So that's what is happening. So it's
they demanded ransom, 4 million naira.
It's totally probably from the as long as it's the headers that they are going after, not ordinary people or normal people. So that it can't be the same.
It means that they are going to have their own bank account that they will be putting that money. They run their own government.
This is it.
Because remember when, those states, for instance, when Akeredolu arrested Miyetti Allah and their cow, then they have to pay some money to the government purse. So maybe that is what unknown gunmen turn to now. So they will be demanding the ransom. When they arrest them, they will demand money. Then eventually,
just talking about Akeredolu, what is all these rumors about this dead or alive that they are rushing him to London to go and resuscitate his life?
Well, but I made to understand that he's back to his business now. Politics is their business. That's their empire. So he's back to the business now.
Look at these people.
But the guy is so quiet. He's too quiet. For somebody like Akeredolu, he's outspoken and he's too quiet. Ireland, he has prostate cancer or something.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm not that good, but I'm hearing it for the first time. So
that guy talks a lot about the politics of Nigeria.
It's very unusual.
Quiet, you see.
Now you said it. I too noticed. And he's never shutting up, but he's been so quiet. You know.
Baba Kure, did you saw his video arriving at the airport?
Yes, I saw him. That's why I said he's back to business now. But I never aware of his. He having prostate cancer. I thought he just went for medical checkup, and the other day we were talking about it, and some people are making joke that he already took some money, Ondo State money to Ondo State. To London or to somewhere, not just that he traveled to go and receive medical attention anyway. So, but all the same.
You should never take people on face value, because when you look at Akeredolu, it doesn't strike you as anybody that is carrying any. It looks like he's full of life and energy, and the way he talks, booming.
That is true. That is true. And his wife had breast cancer before too. So I don't know. Maybe it is a family something. I don't know. So,
but I think the wife is contesting
for senator.
For the senator,
yeah.
Okay, that's okay. And where is he from? Where is she from? Self, Anambra or Imo State?
I don't know where she's from.
But I think she's contesting. Is it in her home state that she's contesting?
I learned that it's from her home state.
I think it's
one man is in her own state. It's than our own state. One eastern state like this.
Imagine that.
About peace and the Greens. That's why she likes to come there to chill and all that. But anyway,
imagine Mrs. Akeredolu, senator for Anambra Central. Look at that.
So you mean Akeredolu's wife is from is an Igbo woman?
Yes. And she's soon to be your senator in CB. Imagine if she ends up being in CB, the senator. And look at that. Look at that. Also, so back to you on
no way she will win. Forget that one, man.
Well, with the money.
Which money?
With the money.
Well, money, no, and maybe money, because I know some people like money anyway. But if it's that name, no way, man. No way they will allow that kind of name to be a senator in their land. The kind of people.
Why are you entering with fights, Mike? Why are you?
No be fight, man. I'm entering with facts.
But
That's somebody named Akeredolu.
why do
Will
you
be
say
allowed to be
that?
senator in the East. No way, man. They won't allow her to be a councillor or even a minister.
Mikey, why did you say that? Is an Igbo woman. Didn't she have rights?
With the Yoruba name?
I think he's talking about the Yoruba name, you know.
No. It's the lady is an Igbo lady.
Thomas, travel to the East now. Go and do your this thing now. Go and go there. Go and.
Unfortunately for her, fortunately for her, Igbos, to be honest with you, they don't do that petty tribal whatever.
All right.
Really?
It's too early in the session. All right, let's just we've just started. Let's get back to Baba Kore. So round off your thoughts on that space, the unknown gunmen kidnapping Miyetti Allah. Usually the other way around, but it's this way around this time around.
Yeah, I do hope it doesn't generate into another thing entirely. So that is my take on that, and that is how I'm going to write it up. I hope it doesn't generate to another thing, because that is how OYO'S started. So, and we'll see what is going on in Nigeria right now.
All right. So will he, won't he? Will he, won't he? And will he, won't he? So if he will, then he should. And if he's not, then he should just... So Goodluck Jonathan again, just almost yesterday, all of it we discussed, he's still back in situation, insisting still that he's going to seize that APC ticket. So all the permutations are in that Goodluck Jonathan is going to be the flag bearer that at least Buhari and the cabals are going to favor in this election. So what are you then making of this? Because he wants some assurances. You see where the difficulty for Goodluck Jonathan lies is he wants a consensus arrangement so that he is guaranteed the ticket, so that he doesn't go to any primaries and he gets embarrassed. But Tinubu is not going to have any consensus, and he wants primaries, and the primaries has already been agreed. So it's a matter of going now to fight amongst the delegates. So they're going to have primaries indirect, so that is already set. But then INEC has also now come in that under the new Electoral Act, all the registered members of a party has to be submitted to INEC within 30 days of their primaries. So the PDP primaries is on the 30th of May. Today is the 23rd of April. So that just leaves a 7-day window thereabout for Goodluck Jonathan to either ying or yang. So just his indecisiveness, is that even sufficient enough just for people to dismiss it out of hand? And is it also the worst act of selfishness that you've ever seen? Having only one term left, but still anchoring after that position, Baba Kore.
One man. You see, when we said all these people they are all criminals, right? Including the same Jonathan, right? He already have enough respect right now. All these people that they are, we want you to come, we want you to come and do this, we want you where your term is, when you are the president, you did better than the present administration. Goodluck Jonathan was the person who led us to this to start with. His administration may be better than this right now, but going back there, after everything is in upside down, he's going to receive the most shameful situation of his life if he go back, if he try that. You know, these people they don't really care. They only care about what they want to get. Because if truly you want to serve people, no, you don't even need to stress yourself right now. You don't need to say where if they give you if they agree, you want to cross from PDP to APC. I read it on Punch newspaper that he said, if they have to guarantee him so that until then he will be able to join the APC and then fighting for nomination. As you can see, for the past few months now, you never see him in any of this any of PDP whatever they call it, meeting and stuff like that. So it is, though we'll be discussing about this about him on this platform severally. So we can see now that that what we were talking about is coming to light now, right? But to me, if I were to be him, he has already commanded enough respect. He should just stay home.
Do you think all of that respect is on the line if he re-enters politics?
Of course.
And if he gets embarrassed, all that legacy is gone.
Of course. And even if he eventually win the election, you see the situation we find ourselves, he is going to do worse. Because even in his first term, he led us to this. And this administration even blind the whole country. Blind the whole country now. Then you want to go back there after everything is upside down. You want to go back there and redeem what? Redeem what? The best thing for him is to just stay home. Just forget about any position. If they give you maybe a peacemaker and to travel around, that is okay. But for you to come back now and say you want to straighten Nigeria, you want to turn a bag of rice now, you want to make it cheaper now to be 10,000 naira. Is that what he's trying to do? He will receive the most shameful time of his life. If he eventually go back there.
Is it indicative of a paucity of talents within the Nigerian space that we are continuing to look back? In our politics, all we ever do is look back. We looked back to Buhari. He has been a failure. But looking back to Goodluck Jonathan, he is just for selfish reasons only. We are looking back to Tinubu, whose moment in time has gone. And we are looking back to Atiku, who his own boss told us that is a gold standard thief. We always look back in Nigerian politics.
Exactly, you see? So none of them even supposed to make the list of those people that we should be talking about. None of these people that we're talking about.
But does that not speak to a lack of talent in politics in Nigeria? Does that not speak to a lack of talent?
No, I don't think so. To me, I just see that some people just hold the country in ransom. We have a lot of young people that are even talented more than all these people.
I don't think those people are the one holding the country in ransom. I think Nigerians themselves are the one holding themselves in ransom because they only want to vote for people they know. They believe they are so addicted to their oppressors. They believe you don't look like their oppressor, you are not qualified to be president. If
they
you
can
look
only
different,
vote for the people presented now. Who else is presenting outside of these people?
That's what I'm saying, because they don't dress like the oppressor we are used to. So we call them, they will say they are not presentable. If you wear suit and tie, they say you don't look presidential.
Obviously, you want to go to Showore Abi. Is that where
it's not only Showore, even anybody that doesn't dress like we are bad and do politicking like those.
Who is presenting? Who is in space?
Money politics.
The options are there, but if people are complaining that these old guards are not doing, they are looking. Okay, if these old guards are, what's more disqualifying than people that have proven to you that they are failures? They are more disqualified, but you would rather still pick them over people, the unknown factors.
Did you hear the question I put to Baba Kure? I asked if there's a paucity of talent within the Nigerian political high table.
There are so many of them now.
Yeah, okay, list them now.
You have Mogalu, you have Showore, you have Drotoye, you have.
You look at that. So that answers my question. There is a paucity of talent.
So things they express to you doesn't suggest that they are better qualified than these same old people.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mike, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mike is right for the first time in a long time.
For the first time.
It's not right. It's not really right. You know, because if we're looking at names like Duro something or the other, and
so it's name that determines whether you're qualified or is your presentation.
It's not the actual name. I'm talking about the person. What are you doing now?
It's not me. Someone else.
When you are trying to pick on minutiae, When I'm saying the name, I'm saying the person. So if we're looking at persons like Showore and Duro Toye or Omogalo or something, they speak a lot in academia, but they don't have the robustness that Nigerians they don't have the gravitas. They don't have the weight.
What you are saying when you're saying gravitas, weight, you are talking about the look of those old people that people keep looking back to.
Okay, if you want to
that's
do that,
what it is, man. What is gravitas?
Don't tell me what I am thinking now. I have the articulation to express myself.
One man, somebody come to apply for a job from you. If you're an employer, I have a question for you. If you're an employer, somebody comes to apply for a job.
Yes.
Is it not interview you do? It's based on what they tell you that you will go by, or it's not based on how they look, how they gravity.
It's based on a totality. They look at your personality, they look at your antecedents, they look at your credentials, and they look at your relatability. It's just not. You're just not what you call some nonsense that you're saying.
Mike, have these people climbed power in any place in Nigeria?
And you just make my point. You just made my point.
Have they done anything of any significance?
Exactly. You guys just make my point, because the only people that we always make this statement in Nigeria, we're recycling old people, right? We're recycling the same failures, right? And the reason why we're recycling them is because anybody else that come, you ask them, have you done before? And they'll tell you, we haven't given a chance to do anything before. Give us a chance to do something.
No. It's not that have they held political offices.
That's what they just asked me now.
Yeah, but hold on. The average age of these people that you are mentioning, their average age, they average around about 50, thereabouts. So that's sufficient enough of a time on this planet to have a body of experience. So is there sufficient within these people?
Are you saying experience in politics?
No, in life. What have they done in the totality of all of their experiences in life that makes them a presidential candidate?
So these people, these people that have started companies. Someone that's working in central bank, people that have gone to Ivy League school, people that have worked.
Ivy League schools.
What else do you need? What we are lacking in Nigeria is lack of the fundamental thing we are lacking in governance is lack of brain. Period. People that have been ruling us have no brain, and we are telling you that some people they have proven that they have some sense, at least basic brain, just on their things they've achieved alone, like the schooling, the education, the working in some sophisticated sectors and things like that. And you're telling me because they haven't had they haven't done counseling. Mogalo, someone like Mogalo has been in central bank. On the top level, he has done that. He has level of degree of intelligence. Someone like Showore went to Ivy League school. He has done. He wasn't a professor in university in the United States.
A professor.
He was teaching. He was a professor.
He wasn't a professor. He was a teacher in a community college.
A teacher in college, university. Yeah, community college.
He was a community college.
You have to be a professor to community college in the United States.
Do you know what it means? Do you know you have to have a PhD, and then after a PhD, you have to serve a period, or you have to be published.
No, you don't have
to be a professor.
In the United States, no. You have PhD. You go to the particular topic you're teaching. You get the certificate for it. He was qualified to be a professor.
He wasn't a professor. That professor is a colloquialism. That was colloquialism. He's a professor. The guy has a master's in mass comm. What makes it?
He doesn't have PhD.
This guy that boasts about everything, he will have a PhD, he won't be boasting about it.
Who have a PhD before you become a when did he boast about his masters?
He was always boasting. I went to Ivy League, because those are the only things that he has, because he doesn't have anything else. I have at Ivy League, I went to Ivy League.
Who is that?
Who else but Rode?
All right.
Let's get back to Babakure. No, thank you, Charles. Let's get back about Babakure. Do you mind? Don't say it. If it's not important, then
the people from the 1999 the problem Nigeria, they want Nigeria change. You're the problem.
All right. You did say it was important, but it's not. But back to Babakure.
All right. Yeah. To me, I am not going to agree with one man.
All right.
We still have a lot of people that are well articulated that can really man the ship of Nigeria. It is just that most of them are not really interested in the politics of Nigeria. because they don't have that kind of money that people are throwing around here and there. But if it's some playing field like the way it used to be, not where you have to pay 100 million to just get ordinary form. So then you will see a lot of people that will come out and say, okay, well, we want to do this. Yeah.
Sorry, but why can't they support the ones that are already on their own party's tickets for that seat? For someone like Showore, Morgan, those people don't need to go through primaries and spend. If everybody starts campaigning for these guys, people like this online, and they make it like a movement, if they make it like a movement, don't you think that things will change? Will they force people to vote for PDP? They can't force people to vote for PDP or APC now. So I don't think it's just about money, because not everybody is in PDP and.
Well, why is what you are suggesting not happening in CBD?
That's because the people now.
Hold on, in CBD,
That's the Stockholm syndrome that Mike is talking about. That's
Stockholm syndrome.
Yes,
addicted to their oppressors, and our brain has been conditioned. The brain of many of those people there have been conditioned that this is how politicians must be, and they must be looking like the way these other people are looking. So we can't blame anybody for that. We have to take responsibility for our own future.
Exactly.
All right.
Stockholm syndrome. Okay. They have this mentality. Even they will know that these big baba people with money, they will know, but then they will tell you that I don't want to waste my vote with these good guys. Let me pick one of the big baba, which one the less of the two evils. That's what Nigerians will tell you.
That's not ridiculous. I find okay. I don't want to sound offensive, but I find that sort of narrative somewhat pedestrian, just puerile and jejune. That's easy to go. It's very easy to go to. Oh, they like to vote for Alaye. Forget all this. That's just lazy.
That's what people say. That's lazy. When you ask the Nigerian, why don't you vote for another option? They will say, I don't want to waste my vote on the other option because it doesn't have money. He doesn't have money. Is that that's your excuse? They will say doesn't have money.
But within that narrative, even there's a complexity in that. So it's not just that they are like you know what that narrative is asking, that okay, we always vote for the allies because this is how they are, but then you are presenting an alternative to the allies. So you are not going to ask the mainstay to come and search for you because the mainstay is already surrendered to the status quo. No. So you have to present to the mainstay so that they identify that alternative that you are presenting. So it's very easy to just say.
But when he presents to them, the mainstay, what they are telling him is that you don't have money. You don't have money. They give him an excuse why they won't vote for him.
Hold on. Did you hear what I said? The mainstay, which is the body of electorates, they are already of that mindset that, oh yes, we vote for Alayo, he gives us money. So that is the status quo of Nigerian politics. This is what they do. So hold on. So you know where I'm going. Yeah. So that is what they do. So you, as an alternative presenting a better life, you're not going to expect them that on your articulation, they will just to jump to you to say, this guy offers us a better life. We won't take money from Alaye anymore. No, you have to present to them where they are to snatch them from what they know. So you have to go searching for them rather than them come searching for you, even though you are the better option for them. So it's a more complex thing than just to say,
let me correct a few things. You say he has gone to search for them, they found him, and obviously some members of those mainstay you mentioned come on here also, right? They will tell you that we found he came to us, but we don't see him as a guy because he doesn't have this, he doesn't have money, he doesn't look this, doesn't look that. They give you that excuse. So what I'm telling you is those mainstay that you mentioned, those voters, they are the one with the problem. It's not the person that's presenting himself for them.
But the people that you are saying they are the problems, those are the people that will move either one way or the other. So they are already off that mindset.
So they are if they have that mindset, it's their problem. Huh? It's not so you can't blame the alternative for their problem.
So things then subsist. If you are presenting an alternative and you cannot enforce it, then you are just some fanciful
No, it is not the fancy. It's the people that kind of buy it that are the problem. They are the one with the fanciful and foolish. Because you can't say it's the man that's presenting. You can't say it's Showore that's presenting himself and Moghalu presenting themselves to save them, and they can't see with their eyes. They are so blind. I don't know whether it's blindness or mental condition. So you can't blame Showore, Moghalu, all these people for not doing what they need to do. They've done their part. It's the people that need to change their mental slavery.
Do you think that Showore, Moghalu, they are a better alternative to the status quo?
Absolutely. The status quo has been failing you.
And I agree. So don't go too deep into that. So I agree. So what then is holding? So don't go to the easy. Oh, they are used to the Stockholm syndrome and all of that. Don't go to the easy go-tos. What do you think is preventing the Moghalus, the Showores, etc., from penetrating into the mainstay of Nigerian politics, from penetrating the electorate? What is preventing them from penetrating?
Because the people themselves are not opening themselves up.
All right.
They're not open-minded. They're not opening themselves up for change. Change. If you study psychology, change is something very difficult to accept. Right. You understand? Change is always good, but it's always something. When you're so used to something, to change it is hard. So the people are so used to their oppressors that they're finding it difficult to just accept something different. They're finding it so difficult, and that's where the healing needs to start.
That's where you.
And that's what people like you need to start doing. Start helping people to heal themselves. You know?
No, it's not my place to help anybody. I'm not a politician.
It's your job, woman, man.
No, I'm not.
No, you don't need to be a politician. You the media.
It's left to Showore and Moghalu.
No, it's not left to Showore. It's not just
it's left to the alternative to present an articulation that
they've done it.
It doesn't rhyme with the people.
That's what I'm saying, because people, the media, people like you and all the people, you are the one that's been talking to the people about their mental problem.
What am I a psychologist?
You have followers. You are the people come to listen to. So you should be one that should be helping them understand their mental problem. Allow someone like me to come here and let them know that they have mental problem in Nigeria.
All right.
Once we constantly let them know, eventually we think in their mind that maybe I have a mental problem, and one day they will get it that they have mental problem.
It's up to the people seeking elective positions to articulate in a way that will penetrate the electorate. So you can accuse them of Stockholm syndrome and mental health and whatnot.
One man, can I ask you? Sorry, like if other countries like where is that? Liberia and some of these countries where we've seen ordinary citizens just coming out and becoming president. If they had followed this method that we are following of we must go through the Agbada people of APC and PDP, do you think that those people will have any chance to, to be in power in those countries?
Change is easier to effect in a smaller space. What's the population of Liberia? 3 million. What's the voting population? 500,000.
But for Ukraine is bigger than
what is
Nigeria.
Ukraine?
We have
Ukraine is a joke.
There. Ukraine is bigger than Nigeria, and
but Ukraine, Zelensky is orchestrated. Now it was rigged in. Why do you think Russia is bombing him out?
I'm not there.
Now you are there now. You brought it in. Look at this guy. You are fearing Buhari. You are fearing Putin. When are you going to man up? You are fearing everybody. Baba Kure back to you, Jari. Baba Kure fear snowman. Baba Kure back to you.
Baba Kure is a Shani.
Anyway, we have those that I strongly believe that are competent to run Nigeria. It's just that they are still away from dirty politics that we are having in Nigeria. And I think if the constitution can be amended in some, like if you have like constitution that really work for everybody, I think a lot of people will come out. Those people that in their closet, they will come out and then maybe fighting for presidency. But the way things are going right now, people will not come out. We still have genuine people who can really work hard for Nigeria. You may not know them, right? We may not know all of them, but I strongly believe that we have a lot. Nigeria is a very talented country. So
yes, okay, I'll leave that space, but I think you can already pick up from my donation that I am not convinced, because when we're talking about alternatives and we're going to names like Moghalu and Durotoye and Showore, just this
No, to me, I'm not referring to them. I'm not referring to them, but to me, I may not be able to mention any names, but I know for sure we have a lot of people in the closet that don't really want to mingle with Nigeria politics because they don't like the way things are going. They don't like this the way we politicize things, the way we do our own politics. They don't like it, so they just stay away from it. So. That is it.
All right. Let me take you completely away from politics. This was a story we discussed extensively in the earlier session, but further developments, or your chief reveals faith of Alaafin'S young, beautiful wives. So when an Oba dies, in Yoruba land, we just make the assumption that the wife, they have to either surrender that, that's the end of their being with a man, or they have to go through some ritual to re-cleanse them back into society. But what the Oyo chief is telling us, who I'm assuming is a priest of some sort, what he is telling us is that there's no cleansing. By the way, 18 wives. So what this guy, from Chioma to Rebecca, all of them in between, he has one criteria, just yellow purple. He likes all this light skin sort of. So all of these women now, he's saying that they don't have to go through a cleansing ritual for them to go out and from relationships. He says they are free. The only criteria is not to marry an Ibadan and Oyo indigene, not even Ibadan and Oyo indigene. So I'm not, so I'm excluded, but you can go on. And which of the queens then takes your fancy?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I am okay. I'm very much okay. I'm contented with what I have. So that's okay. That's okay. But well, like we discussed about it this morning, and
yes,
and it is good that they can go anywhere they want to go and then have fun. So that's okay. So
is it not unusual though that they don't have to go through some sort of ritual or some cleansing?
Well,
the wife of, and what sort of man will want to go and be, the wife of Alaafin?
Well, that you are very right. Some people will be very cautious, and some people will not really care. Do you know do you even know? Because anyway, do you even know? Maybe they are doing something.
Almost certainly now we're married to an 83-year-old man.
Exactly. So some people must have been helping them do it, helping them brush the place before. So they will continue in that manner. So they just, like I said, the only thing I see out of 30 years old married 83 years is just to get some
there was a rumor. This one that they used to call K1, Wasiu Collins.
Yes, I heard about that too.
Yes, one of the. That it actually turned into a fight between this musician and the Alaafin.
I heard about that. I think it was last year or year before the last. Yeah, I think it was last year, early last year. I heard about it. Where they might be doing it undergroundly, but not unless if Wasiu and they want to leave his new wedded wife. If you want to leave that, then that could be possible for him to just marry off or just hold on to the one that he used to do before. Used to brush the place for. Anyway.
A certain type of man might consider it like a badge of honor to say, maybe that's how they get their own. That is
it is possible. Some people might be, if I do that, I'm going to. If somebody is trying to do something bad to me, it's not going to affect me. Or if somebody want to go somewhere about me, maybe go to Abalis or Babalawo to do something against me, it's not going to catch me. But some people might do that just because of that. I heard before that if you have sex with two sisters and their mother, you are not going to. If anybody is doing go to Babalawo against you, it's not going to catch you. I heard that.
That's a near impossible task now. Two sisters and their mother.
People do that. People do that.
you have funny ways in Akure anyway. You are close to the Igbos.
It's not issue of funny. It's not issue of funny ways. We are all human beings. People, if that has never happened, they wouldn't be saying that. So it's not issue of maybe.
Why wouldn't they be saying that? All this superstition. Man. Come on. Nigeria, we live on superstition too much.
Everything is superstition to you. Everything.
I thought you were an Ifa priest, Mike.
Everything is superstition.
I didn't tell you that, but I know that one is a lie, sir. Say sleep with this one, that one. Most of the things Nigerians are a bunch of balonies, man.
But to cap it up, it is good that they can now go out and have fun, because it will be very, very barbaric and very hard.
One man, you know there's a difference between one man. You know there's a difference between Babalawo and Onishegun, right?
Well, you tell me.
You don't know. There's a difference. The people that do all these charms that you guys complain about, saying this charm, that charm, rituals, all those money rituals, those now those are the Onisheguns, you know.
Babalawo is a medicine man, and Onishegun is a shaman.
No, Onishegun is the medicine man. They are the medicine people.
Babalawo is the oracle that one that to work with.
They are the Babalawo deal with the oracle. So when people start sustaining, mix everything together and start blaming Babalawo for everything, but Babalawo ritual, all those crazy things.
Babalawo can also be.
Babalawo Babalawo knows.
Can also be
Onishegun. Babalawos are more powerful than Onisheguns, because Babalawos know the secret of the Onisheguns, right? So Babalawos actually that can counter the antidote for those charms that people do. You understand? Babalawos know the Onishegun, know when they're doing bad charms. Babalawo know the antidotes. You understand? Let's say the Onishegun are the master of, let's say, poisons. Let's say use poison for example. Let's say they are the master of poisoning people and things like that. Babalawos are the one that know the secret of the antidotes to kill that bad charms. So Babalawos are the good people, but the people we associate them with the bad things that the Onisheguns do. They will say, Babalawo is the one that is doing money ritual. They know they are not the one into that nonsense. You know? Babalawos are the spiritual men. The spiritual men. The Onisheguns can also know good charms.
Babalawo are largely just herbalists.
No, Babalawos are not herbalists. Onishegun are the herbalists. See, that's the thing.
It's not herbalists, they call them native doctors. They take herbs to
native
cure
doctor. You just mentioned the herb. You know what they call ogun. You know what they call ogun. Medicine. That's what.
Babalawo is different from maybe a cult, somebody that is into a cult, or somebody that is a.
Look at this guy.
They will start saying things they don't know. Your knowledge is based on what?
You I'm talking about, Mike. You're always talking. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. What you speaking about one man. So what is the herbalist? Herbalist is someone that does herb, right?
Everybody's
medicine,
talking
right?
about the wife.
Herb is medicine.
No, I think that tradition has ended though. The Talumba Bakunse.
Anybody want to die with king for where?
That one is not even true. Said that one said another superstition. People just Nigeria Africans, man. Our head is full of superstition.
Mikey.
It cannot not be true now.
It can be true.
It's almost certainly true now.
We don't know what happened in the 1500, 1800. This is history.
What were they doing? Explain to me.
Mike, have you done your investigation to know whether?
Have you done your own investigation?
Have you done your investigation to know whether it's superstition?
Have you done your own investigation?
All right, Mike.
You are saying no. The thing you guys believe is that there's this where whenever king died, you just can't pick anybody, grab him and kill him with the king.
No, they don't pick just anybody. You know, the Abobaku narrative is he's designated either along a family lineage or something like that. But he's designated to that Oba, and then he will live a life of absolute opulence and total freedom. But as soon as that king dies, he goes with him.
Exactly. No, that's not true. Let me tell you what it is.
All right, Mike. Don't
you can't put misinformation. You can't put wrong information out there now. People that you gotta just put information out there.
All right.
The Abobaku, you know what their job is? Their job is to be around the king, right? To protect him in a way where, if, for example, when the president of America is walking, you see those people that surround him, where they have to take bullet for him. No, listen. I'm telling you what their role is.
That's not the Ababaku.
No, that's what it is. That's what it is. People just twist things.
Don't turn this session into. Okay, go on.
People twist things.
All right.
The Ababaku, what they mean is like those people where, like, for example, when foreign presidents are going, those people that stand around him to take the bullet in case bullet will hit him. You understand? That's the same job. Or if people want to poison him, they will make sure, if they're not sure if that food is poisoned or not, they will hit it first before they investigate whether it's poisoned. They're not sure. They will hit the food before the king. So in case if there's a poison, instead of the king to die, they will die. So it's kind of like a job, and it's a global phenomenon. Every president, every head of state, every king all over the world, they do the same thing. But people took it as in Nigeria, we lie. We say it means that when the king died, that's the people that bury the king. It's a lie.
What you said is completely untrue. But I'm not going to open up that space because you are just going to hammer down.
It's not true. You can't say I'm lying. When you have to investigate, you got to prove that I'm lying.
We know what an Obabeku is, and it's nothing.
You know, based on conventional wisdom, the rumors that's been spread for years.
What you describe is an Oba's guard. But let's go back to Baba Akure and just abandon all
British
that.
Put misinformation out there. Nigerians bought it. They just brainwash us in our country.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Mike, let's leave that. But it is good for me. It is good that those women, they can now go out and have fun, have their own marry to another person, or if they don't want to marry, have boyfriend, like we used to call it here. But the enough money, the enough fame they have is good for them for life, because at least before the king died, almost all of them will have their own private, they have their own vehicle, and most likely must have already established. So they are in a safe hand.
Because earlier we were just saying that I was saying that their life will be ruined. Yeah, but it looks as though they still get to live another life.
Yes,
with a generous.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. I was trying to ask you that if you were, I know now you're married. Let's say maybe Mike, if he was young, and maybe can he go and meet any of those women without the fear that one day they'll just call him his spirit somewhere and he will just disappear? Me, I don't think I will take that risk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Likewise, me too. Likewise, me too. I don't think I want to come near. I want to go near that.
When there are countless fine babes,
I'm not going to go near that. So that's it.
Yes.
Well, are you scared of masquerades? Are you scared of masquerades?
No, I'm not scared of masquerades, but I'm scared of Ogun. I'm scared of that one.
I know you'd be scared of the masquerade, the one having any but that was a big one. You'd be scared of that.
No, that one is just silly boys dressing up.
There's a big one. Big one. You'd be scared of that one. CBD know what I'm talking about.
And CBD doesn't know anything about Enugu. It's an Imo man.
Jake, do you know the masquerade called Ijeli? So you don't know anything about Igbo masquerade. You come here to do Igbo supremacy. You don't even know anything.
I know how to masquerade. What are you saying?
You don't know?
I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian. You don't. Well, let's get back to Baba Akure.
You know the masquerade.
No, just leave Jake alone. I want to try and just So let's stay with all matters romantic still. Baba Akure, I'm sure you know him. You are doing well, Mr. Macaroni. But you've seen this clip, obviously. You have, haven't you?
Yes.
But that lady that plays the cameo role of Momiwa, this is them now in this romantic montage. So that lady now that plays Momiwa, would you believe now that they are engaged to be married? And this is it right here.
Well, that is.
I'm not being bored all day. I don't care. You can go and bore yourself.
Yes. Yeah. So that's
anyway,
yeah.
Good luck to both of them. As a matter of fact, I am so surprised when you brought it up because I thought Macaroni already married anyway.
I thought so too.
But when you brought it up, I was saying, what is going on here? Has he been divorced or he's just married? So. Well, that's okay. It is good. It's good for them, and most of these celebrities now they start marrying one another. We see Adedimeji the last few months married. What's the name of this young girl that they always act together? So in some movie itself, those two guys they act like husband and wife, but eventually the dream came to pass. Like this one also, I congratulate them. And
you know the funny thing, just the few of these elements that I've met in person, they've been disappointing. You know, they don't look anything at all like they present. They look somewhat like people you would ignore if you do not know who they were in terms of their physical presentation. Because I met one just in Dartford the other day, and you know, it just looks like some, you know, just skin and bones, some whippity little something, you know.
You mean one of the actors?
Yes, one of these Nollywood elements, you know. They don't in physical form. They are not as impressive as you would imagine.
Do you think they have money because they polish them up to show you on TV? In fact, did you see when some of them sick, they start begging money, put them up and begging money, and they will be crying that they don't even have where to live? There are many of them. They don't have money. You're just looking at like them like if they have money, they don't have money.
There's no mistaking that young man is your son. Spitting image, exact same face.
Oh, okay.
It just came behind you now.
Yeah, that's my son.
Yes.
So they are not that rich, except those who have other things that they have underground, that they are doing undergroundly that we don't know, or those that are made to be the ambassador of Glo or MTN and stuff like that. That is where they make money, not this 1,000 naira.
The video came out I think a week or so ago, and said a good 95% of these women, they are actually prostitutes.
Of course,
and he would know, you know.
Of course. Most of them, there was sometimes they mention how Luomo were dating some of them, and
two at a time in some instances.
How they are dating them and giving them some money, or even built house for there was a particular lady that the story came up, and they said Luomo built house for her and stuff like that. So not that they are not rich. You just see them on TV like that, and they polish them with pancake. Because I usually call all this makeup pancake. They make them look nice, presentable in the video, but they are not like that when you see them physically. So, but for Mr. Macaroni, I congratulate him, and I hope their own thing they take it away from social media. Marriage is one of the top tasks that man can experience. So if you take it cool.
How was your first experiences within the first few months of being married? How was it for you?
Well, you always learn. It is not that easy that you take responsibility of providing.
How quickly did your wife take to train you up? Because they have to train you up,
How?
How? They have to teach you how to behave now. Yeah. You have to follow. You have to follow the rules now.
She is still teaching me how to behave up to now. But if you really love your wife and your kids, you will try as much as possible. There is no time. If there is no how much you can love one another, there will be time that you will have misunderstanding. If you your wife is angry and you are angry at the same time, just no. Your wife might be hungry. You will just substitute and just behave as if nothing's happening. Let that cool down. Then you can go back and then talk to her.
You know what I have learned. What I have learned is just how to say yes. So if she goes, will you? And then I'll say yes, I will. So that ends it right there. So if I do or don't, that's a different matter. So I've kicked it down the road. So if I haven't, and it says you haven't, I say, I will, and then you kick it down the road again.
You are very right.
But don't say no. If you say no, you will get the beating of your life.
Nigerian ladies could be scary sometimes. Nigerian ladies, you don't mess with them when they get angry.
Nigerian ladies. Are you speaking from experience, Charles? What are you talking about? Yeah, are you speaking from experience?
The point is that two of you cannot get angry at the same time.
No.
So if you have to be a man, just cool down, man. You just cool down. So when everything settled, you will be fine. You enjoy life again. But when your wife get angry and you get angry, the house is going to be on fire. So, but when your wife angry, you just cool down. Don't say anything. Just watching and try to see how you can manipulate. But if you continue making noise and no.
Just buy her flowers.
Buy her flowers. We don't buy flowers in Africa. What are you talking about? Buy a flower. Is it for cooking? What are you talking about? Buy her flowers.
It is very funny. and Jake want to speak the truth, right?
Yes, speaking it. And that's the truth.
He was saying that, African lady, they are very this, they are very that. Well, we have a very good woman in Africa anyway. It is just that sometimes women, like I said, when women when they are angry and stuff like that, and you also raise your voice and that is when the problem starts. So
the African women are really built for African men. It's really the thing.
There is no doubt about that.
Yes,
there is no doubt about that, because when you really meet good African women, you will enjoy life. You will eat good food. You will eat good nice dishes. But if you meet the wrong one, that is when you are eating burger and eat pizza.
Baba Kure, I was reading the narrative of some woman that she dated this guy, this European guy, and then I think she went to his house, or they were staying together for a period, or so when she went to stay with him, when the guy went out maybe to work, etc. This girl then proceeded to clean the house, clean his clothes, cook a meal, and all of this. When the guy got back, he was somewhat upset and he broke up with her, and he said he was calling her untidy and lazy. He said that was what he understood what she did to mean. So this woman, of course, African, he European. So she was doing it in the traditional way that they do it. But he interpreted that to mean that she was calling him lazy and dirty.
Seriously, that is not where it is not that good for that man, because he doesn't know what he means. Anyway, the way they brought everybody up is different.
What part of Europe is that? What part of Europe is the guy from?
I think it's like Scandinavian Europe, like Turkey, Cyprus.
Those ones are weird in Ireland.
Yeah. And they're closer to a black-like culture than Western Europeans, who are more white, than
they are more conservative.
Yeah.
They are more sensitive there. The closer you are to the cold, the more sensitive you are. They are very sensitive people.
All right.
Which tribe Nigeria have the prettiest girls?
I would probably say it's a for me personally, I'll say it's between the Igbos and the Fulanis, just from personal preferences, but I would say between the Igbos and the Fulanis.
I'll agree with that statement.
Right, you see, because I said the Igbos, Abi. That's why, yes. We're saying we'll keep.
Why don't you think Yoruba are pretty? Why do you think your tribe are pretty?
No, I think they are. You said, who do I think have the prettiest? Is that not what you said?
Yeah, but you didn't name the Yorubas. Why is that?
No, I think the Yorubas are pretty. But you asked me who I thought were the prettiest.
Okay.
That's what I answered.
So who are the prettiest?
The Igbos, Abi. Look at this guy.
I never said that.
No, it's Charles now.
I never said that. Woman said that.
Yeah. So I'm asking you. Who do you think?
Your guy should tag woman for saying that.
Why? All right. So, Baba Kure, let me take you back to the politics of it, and let me take you to the PDP. anytime that Bukola Saraki is in play, there's always dark movements in the shadow. So Saraki, of course, he came out to tell us that they had agreed a consensus candidate, and we were even quibbling that how can you have two as a consensus? Because consensus means you concede to one space. But the people that they are actually saying were party to that democratic process, they were saying that that whole process is alien to them, that they were never party to it. And Saraki just came up with a statement to try and blindside them. Tambuwal has come out, Hayatuddin has come out, and this is typical Saraki politics, isn't it? Underhand, sly, and dirty. So what are you then making? They even brought Babangida in to use his name to add weight to this fraud that he's trying to perpetrate yet again. So this is the signal to the sort of president he intends to be, Baba Akure.
So now, if I may understand you correctly, he and somebody make consensus.
Yes, you remember they are pursuing a northern consensus for the
and the southern. I think southern consensus as well, right?
Yes, so, and they are trying. So he and the person that was leading that consensus is Bukola Saraki.
Okay.
So he had then gathered all of these people: Tambuwal, some guy called Hayatuddin, Bala Mohammed, and himself. And they tried to include Atiku as well. So after the first meeting, Atiku immediately abandoned it because he knew that they were just plotting to do something shady. So he pulled out. So the four carried on. And then they had a further series of meetings. And then at the 11th meeting, that is the 11th hour, not number 11, so they agreed that this consensus idea was not working. And they said, we just leave it there. But then about a week later, Saraki then called them to another meeting in Minna, where Babangida was. So because they had already abandoned the consensus agreement, Tambuwal didn't turn up, but it just created this convoluted arrangement to then present himself as the northern candidate alongside Bala Mohammed. So it's just it's a very convoluted thing, but it speaks to the sort of politics that Bukola Saraki is known for, just all that dirty, underhand sort of politics.
Well, like you said, it already showed the type of president is going to be. We don't really trust him before anyway. So coming out and behaving like this is not something that is so new to us. Though some people might be supporting him that, when he was the Senate president, he was good, he was that. But in his home state, Kwara State, majority of those people there, they don't like him. Though he still have some people anyway, but majority of them don't like him because the way he behaves. So it is showing you now that all these people that parading themselves to be the president of Nigeria, none of them qualify. Because right now, if you are with this little thing and you are lying again, you are lying. So it is showing you that they are not ready. However, PDP, if they are not careful, because it seems to me that they don't even know what they are doing right now. That is what I see. It seems they are not ready. APC as well, they are not ready. So if we have the third force, Showore. If you have third force, Showore, right? That might be better. So that is my take. Let's Showore, Mogalu, and this what's the name of this third guy combine together and become a third force and see maybe they will be able to pull through. You never can tell.
You know, I'm expecting a better showing from Showore in this election. Only because Nigerians have been beaten down so hard, you expect them to protest in some form. And that protestation, you expect it to reflect in Showore's numbers. I'm expecting some improvement in his votes.
One man, are you changing your voice now? Are you changing your idea now? Are you changing your belief now? Remember last week, I think it was last week, we discussed about this matter, and I said I strongly believe that Showore he's not good. I don't believe that he's going to win, but I bet you that he's going to get at least 1 million votes. And you said no, maybe we get like 35,000.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's the improvement now, not 1 million. Now they are not going to.
No. The issue, like we say, we already see what we are going to get. Either APC or PDP, there is no better out of them.
So let me ask you guys a question. One man about You see, time flies by fast, man. 10 years ago was like not so long ago. Now, in the next 10 years, 10, 15 years, all these politicians, these main names that we all know, like Tinubu, Babangida, Buhari, all these men, they will all be either dead or in a bed dead or just done. Who do you guys picture will take over this space, this political space from there?
Well, if Nigeria still exists at that time, and God spare this guy Showore's life, I think it's going to be relevant at that time. So he will be somebody that people can talk about, and a lot of people will have to follow him.
You think there can be anyone that can challenge him, like as far as political weight?
No, a lot of people are still there, man. That we can challenge, that we challenge him, even beat him blue black.
Ooh, give me names now.
Okay.
In fact, that's the only name you mentioned.
I agree with Baba Kure as well. That
what are you talking about?
But the only name Baba Kure mentioned was Showore.
Because he's the one putting in the work. And
that's what I'm saying. So all this work is putting in. By then, the guy will be a superpower.
Yeah, but you have to understand that Showore and somebody like Saraki, they are in the same generational loop.
There's no doubt about that.
Yes, Showore is about 52, 53. Saraki is 59. So they are not going to be far off each other in how they are going to permutate within the. So there'll still be that tension there between the old guard, which will still be vested in Saraki, who's young enough to still be around in 10 years' time, and Showore. So, so it's not.
So Saraki be the only one you can put in that rank. I mean,
no, there are plenty of them now. Tambuwal is in his 50s, but they're all in their 50s. Yaya Bello is in his 40s.
There's a lot of people still in Nigeria that will battle.
I don't know why I laugh anytime I see Yaya Bello.
Yaya Bello, just take him out of his equation, man.
But it's a laughing figure now. But like Showore was a laughing figure last year. We are not laughing so much now. So in the next round, he will come again. He will just keep going because
I think so.
I think you mean Yaya Bello, right?
Yes.
He is not going to do anything. Who is going to vote for that one?
In 10 years' time, it will only be about 55. In 10
years'
time.
What we are saying is, Babakure is looking at them based on the way they look now. What we are saying is, you see, if you look at Tinubu based on when he began, all those kind of people, like 20 years ago, they were not relevant now. But they continued. Their persistence is what built them. Their name became big, because they were around. So what we are telling you is, in the next 20 years, those Showore, the Yabi, all those people you are mentioning that look small now, they would have been known for so long that by then they would look so big. Trust me, they would be in a caliber of the Tinubus and the Buharis you see today, because people. Generation would have been hearing about them, for
Yaya Bello, you take him out of the equation, because I hope it. You know how they stay. They always mash up spoil their own name before they even get to anywhere. So Yaya Bello may not even relevant at that time. The name will be there, but it might not relevant at all. At all.
One guy I think that will be very relevant from the East is this guy. That guy from Anambra. You see the name? No. Osita, I think Osita something. I forgot his last name.
Osadebe.
No. The guy, he's a young guy. I don't forget Osita. I don't forget him. You see, people go know the guy now. He's not here. The young guy now, that young guy from Anambra, the guy, he ran for governorship. The guy's been staying relevant. In the next 10 years, like 15 years.
It's so relevant you don't know his name.
No, I just always forget that name. That ain't last name. But the guy, him now. If I show you a picture, you go know him. The guy's always been relevant in politics. So, and he's not like those old Igbo politicians who just did local. They are still thinking old. He's more like relevant nationally. He get involved. He's always involved in PDP. So that guy will be very big in the next 15 years, man. They'll be a power weight. Chidoka, Chidoka, I think, right?
I think it was the deputy house deputy.
I think also aviation minister at one point, something like that.
No, it
During
was
Jonathan time.
It was deputy.
How old is he? How old is he?
Yes, around your age now. He's young, you know.
He was aviation minister.
Yeah, aviation minister at one point. Yeah.
Okay, I think I know the guy now. Yeah.
Also Chidoka. Yeah. That the guy, and he's very nationalistic with his political views. He's not like all these barbaric we just they so tribal. So that guy will be very powerful during that generation. I will take over. You know, if anybody is smart now, you need to. All these people are laughing now. All these people, Chidoka, Jayabilu. The next 15 years, and they go take over from the old guy when after all of them die, man. I'm telling you.
Well, just
yes. So that would not be a joke figure in 10 years' time.
If
he maintains his momentum now.
Yeah, if he maintains that momentum, unless he gives up. If he got continue with his activist politics, and in the next 10, 15 years, man, all he has to do is maybe if you just jump in the APC, will win that election.
But you know, people like Abubakar Malami will be in play as well because they're in the same age bracket.
Yeah, the Abubakar Malami he's also going to be there. Will be in play.
That is if Nigeria still exists at that time.
Well, that's what they said 20 years ago, you know.
And 30 years ago. 40 years ago.
All right. Just wait and see.
Look at that. All right. Round off your thoughts on that space, Baba Akure, and then I want to go on to let's go on to Mike to say So
I'm done. Just go to Mike.
All right, brilliant. So good to hear from you, Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, Mike, rather, we started Baba Akure off from the east. So let's take you to the east and start you off there as well. Unknown gunmen kidnap 10 Miyetti Allah members and 300 cows. So this is a narrative that's been verified by the police spokesperson as well as the chairman of the Southeast, McBan. So this is a story that's actually something that happened. It says, let me just give you just a little feel of it. It says, following the April 27th date set aside by the outlawed Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, for the enforcement of the ban on open grazing and beef consumption in the Southeast, gunmen on Saturday abducted 10 members of the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association in Anambra State with 300 cows. Our correspondents learned that subsequently, the armed men demanded 4 million naira ransom and a gun from the families of the abductees. According to Alhaji Gidado Siddiqui, the Southeast chairman of McBan, the incident happened at Obene community in Ogura local government area around 1:30 a.m. today. So an Anambra State police spokesman, Ikenga Tochukwu, confirmed the incident. So it's just a turn up for the books, isn't it? Countless times we have discussed this narrative, but always in the reverse order. The Fulani man brandishing weapon sweeps up people and holds them hostage. So what are you then making of this reversal that we're seeing from the east? Asking for ransom. I think the Igbos, they think the Fulani value the lives of their people in any way. They say kill him and use him to make suya. They don't care.
So Fulani is not the only one kidnapping anyone as well. It's not funny. Well, you said they are demanding for money and gun. You say, I don't know if I heard you correct. You said they want gun for the ransom or something like that. You said they want $4 million and a gun.
4 million naira and a gun.
And a gun.
Yes.
That one, I don't get that one. They need a gun. Well,
you know, in some ransom things, we've discussed ransom here before when they asked for Indomie noodles and money, you know, and cooked rice, you know. So this is poverty kidnapping that we're seeing in Nigeria.
They want Fulani gun. They want Fulani. So Fulani, they manufacture gun now.
No, then they control guns for Nigeria.
See, I didn't even think Fulani, those guys still be taking their cow to the east, knowing that there's unknown gunmen all over the place. I mean, I didn't think it was those guys who still be taking their cow there. I guess they are stubborn. But to me, these unknown gunmen, all these guys, yes, they are really hurting their own people, because if those Fulanis can't take their cow to that east, most of us don't understand something. The people that will suffer the most will be the restaurant business people in the East. Because
do you think they will?
The restaurants?
Yes.
They will now. Which restaurant do you go without ordering meat?
No. Cow is not the only. They have goats in abundance. They have chicken. They have fish.
The cow. Listen, the cow meat is the cheapest because you get more from one cow than you get from a goat. You understand? So beef is always cheaper than goat meat. You understand? And beef is not. Goats and chicken you're mentioning, they are not sustainable. It's just you can't rely on those alone for that industry, that restaurant industry. And the most number one employer of labor is those restaurant industry, the food industry in Nigeria. Because most women employed, their number one job is selling food. You understand? And what these guys, all these things they are doing now is they're just suffering their people. That's what they end up doing. They think they are hurting Buhari by all these rubbish they are doing in your land. At the end of the day, you are just hurting your own people. You are destroying your economy. Because most of the business women now, the price of meat will go up. That means the price of food will not go up. Everybody, people that go to restaurant to eat now, they say, if you order meat now, they go say meat now, 2,000. If you want small meat like this, say 2,000 because there's scarcity of meat. So many of us are not thinking about these things. So when you say you don't want these people to bring their cow to the East, why do you think they are bringing a cow? They are bringing it to sell to the market people. It's business. So this thing, you have to calculate your. Don't let tribalism blind you, because you think you are just.
It's not just the Eastern economy. You know that virtually all. You know, this is one of the things that puzzles me the most, because they don't really eat that much of those beef in the north. Their market essentially is Yoruba land and Igbo land, where they have all these wild parties of
exactly the south. The south is where we throw parties.
That's where their economy is, and
that's why they are coming now.
And yes, they come and ravage and savage the place.
That's why I keep telling people the cost of all these chaos that's going on with these farmers and headmen is because of our demand for meat. We threw a lot of party in the south. We do have a lot of restaurant business. Lagos alone, imagine how much meat we consume there. I mean, so this demand for meat is what's making all these people rush to Nigeria, to the southern Nigeria, from all over, because these people are business people. They raise their cow to sell it. They are not raising it to.
Yeah, but they're trying to tackle that demand in the East now, and you are against it.
You say?
They're trying to tackle. They want to slow down the demand in the East, and you're against it. They are saying they don't want it anymore, and you're saying no.
If you don't want it, then you kill the business people now. You're killing the business. Either way, okay, that's the two way. If it's demand, you want to kill the supply. So that's to kill the demand. You're killing business. What are we talking about here? Because you don't want Fulani man to make money. You think, it's only Fulani man that won't make money. It's your own people too. That's not the way business works. It's not only one side that makes money. It's a two-way street. So if people are throwing party, meat sellers will make a lot of money. And who's the wholesale? Who's bringing the meat to the meat sellers? It's the Fulanis. They raise the cow, they bring it, slaughter it. The meat sellers are ready for the market. They split it, sell it to the meat seller. The meat seller the meat seller buy it in wholesale from the Fulanis, and the meat seller go to the market, sell it in retail price. They sell it to the party doers. They sell it to restaurant owners. So that it's a business.
How come they've never developed their own cows in the East?
That's what I'm saying. That's what everybody should be talking about. Instead, that's the first thing they're supposed to discuss. Those of us in the South complaining about Fulani. Open this ranch you are talking about. When I listen to the conversation of the governors and all the people, I say, you guys are morons. Why do you want to open ranch in your land for Fulani man to come there to bring his cow? How about you open ranch and put your own cow there and do the ranching yourself? If you don't want Fulani to come to your land, start the business yourself. Start the cow business, because you're going to need cow anyway. If you burn Fulani, then there's no more cow for you. There's no more meat. No more protein, no more party. You're enjoying meat in parties anymore. Fulani are not coming to the South because they come to like us or come to hug us or because they just ate us. They are coming to sell their cow. That's what they are. This business. The same reason we go to the north. We are not going there because we are going there to love them. You are going there to go and sell your product. Igbos don't go to the north because they just love the north. They love that eat in the north, or because they just want to disturb northerners. You guys see a market there. You are taking your goods. You import goods from Malaysia or whatever, Sri Lanka and all these places, and then you come through Lagos for you take it. You're looking for market, and you look north. You say, these northerners don't have access to the sea to import anything. So let me go and sell it to them. So you go to the north to go and sell your goods. The same reason they're growing, they have cows in the north. they need to sell it. They see market in the south. These Southerners like party a lot. They consume it a lot, and they have money. So that's a big market there. Let's bring my cow to the south to sell. Man, you say you don't want their cow. They don't bring their cow. The meat people that the demand for meat to be so high that some people will have to smuggle the cow to the south. Now, guess what? It will cost more to bring it to the south. Now the price will go up. Now we the Southerners have to pay more for meat in the south. So we all suffer. The Fulanis will suffer. The people who consume it, we also suffer because we have to pay more for the meat. So people are not looking at this economic aspect of it. We're also looking at ethnicity, tribalism. We're looking at the tribal aspect. So this unknown government, you kidnapping the Fulani trying to sell cows to your market women, you killing their cow. At the end of the day, your market women will suffer.
All right. Well, I suspect that there are alternatives. There are boundless amounts of different
Goods
types of protein.
and chicken.
Yeah, protein. Yes.
Yeah, you bush meat now. Python plenty for meat for east. They can eat python, you know.
Yes, even the pythons in the east they dance, don't they? You know, so there it is. So let me take it from there to Goodluck Jonathan now, who seems to be the belle of the ball in terms of the APC. So his name has been the recurring decimal within politics over the last 2-3 days or so. Almost certain that he's going to declare for APC. So that itself an act of treachery. And if you add to the mix, INEX have told us now, they were reminded, because this is already law that was signed by Malam Buhari himself, you know, so they have to submit their registered members within 30 days of their primaries. And of course, whoever is going to be the flag bearer has to be a registered member. So the PDP, the APC are having their primaries on the 30th of May. So, and today is the 23rd of April. So that just leaves a 1-week window for all of the razzmatazz of Jonathan to birth in one place or the other. He has still been, you know, I know you've been following for long enough. You know, this is not the first time we've discussed Goodluck Jonathan, but he has now come out frontally and in front of cameras to speak to his ambition. And he's saying that a lot of people are asking me to declare, but I cannot say anything now. There are still processes in motion. So that is an indication that he will declare. And it is only APC that is left because PDP have stopped the sale of their forms. So he declares for APC. But then what happens next, Mike?
No, I don't think Jonathan wants to come back or even have any interest in coming back at all. What that man went through in that presidency, what he went through. Hey, literally, even that 2015 election, people keep saying the main reason he lost was because people went to vote. The guy didn't campaign. The guy was tired of that job, man. The kind of pressure the guy was getting, not only from the old Boko Haram bombing everything. The guy was receiving insult from left and right, not only in Nigeria, even the international community. The Americans were after him because of the allowing the Chinese to come in. Everybody was after this guy, man. Like literally, some people even say his life was at danger, because you know the kind of deal he was making with China, all those things against the Western interest. The guy was literally under pressure. The stress was too much for him, man. Like he was glad to just hand over to Buhari, like take over, continue from here. I don't think this guy wants to come back to that same pressure again. What does he want? He already has money now. What is he coming here to steal? That work is not easy. And you guys even said the guy did a lot of things. He did a lot of work. So the guy, I don't think he's interested in coming back to that presidency.
You don't think so?
What does he want to come there for?
Yeah,
that job. Look at the first of all, the guy understand this insecurity situation. He was there. He tried to tackle it. The guy, he couldn't do it. Now he knows that when he comes there, people will still be expecting. That's one thing people are expecting. That security situation. And the guy was there. He knew how tough that thing was. And he knows that if he comes back, if he couldn't do it the first time, he knows there's a high chance he won't be able to do it the second time. So he's not going to come in and just, unless if he's coming to steal money. He knows that job is not easy, man. Like, he's not coming there to, if he was there for money, he already took the money he needed and he already bounced. So I don't think the guy will be interested unless he's so foolish. You guys just been doing his life.
All right. Listen to this, Mike. Listen to this.
Jonathan said the youths should keep getting involved in the political process for a better Nigeria.
For you to come this morning in this manner shows clearly that the youth are interested in politics. We have always been urging that the youth must get involved in the political process. And luckily, the law not too young to run bill has made it very clear that the young people can contest almost every position in the government. So we continue to encourage you to get involved in the political process. And as long as many youths get involved in the political process, we'll be able to get the government that we want.
Speaking earlier, leader of the group Jonathan Azunobi lamented about the hardship being faced by Nigerians, adding that the country needs him back to restore the fortunes of the nation. The supporters also stressed that the former president has a template to restore Nigeria's pride of place and give all Nigerians a sense of belonging.
We have come as the Nigerian youth from all parts of Nigeria to tell you to run come 2023. We will support you, we will vote, we will make sure we bring you back because we need Nigeria to move forward.
Is that we want the former President GOODLUCK Jonathan to come and lead Nigeria again.
So what we are looking at, what you just saw there, Mike, was a crowd paid for certainly by GOODLUCK Jonathan and his support team to come to the front of his office in Abuja to put on a demonstration. He then went into the middle of the crowd to tell them to hold on, that and await what is happening next. So he did not say he wasn't interested. He said, "Hold on, I'm coming."
I'll tell you what he said. First of all, I don't think he's the one that paid them to come there. So
They came out of free will. That was
they came out of free will. They came there.
They were boasting. They were boasting.
And what his response to them? Let me interpret.
Look at this guy. He
didn't pay them to come there. Why would he waste his money to pay them? The guy's response to them alone. He tells his response to them. I will interpret it for you. He say, "Okay, you youth, meaning you lazy youth, you want me to go and run? You guys should go and run. Take your asses and be the one to go and run. You guys are lazy." He told them to go and run themselves. That's his response to them. He said, "You guys are so lazy. Instead of you to start running, taking over the political space, you are not coming to the same old guard to keep recycling ourselves to come and be ruling you again. The same thing you went to Buhari." After he ruled you in 83, you came back to you telling you to come back and rule you again. Now you want to come to me to tell me to come back. No, take your lazy asses and get involved in politics and take over from the old guard. That's the message Jonathan was giving them.
All right, hold on. Let me just present you this. It's the highlighted piece in this bit. So I'm only reading out the highlighted part. So there it is. It's highlighted in yellow. So hopefully you are able to see it as I'm reading it. So you can see that it's in quotation marks. But I'll start just from the sentence above. It said, instead, he covertly asked his supporters to watch out, saying the political process was still in process. I cannot declare because some processes are still ongoing. Yes, you are calling on me to come and declare for the next election. I cannot tell you I am declaring. The political process is ongoing. Just watch out. The key role you must play is that Nigeria must get somebody that will carry young people along, Jonathan stated whilst addressing the supporters in front of the gate of his office. Hopefully you can see that. That's the highlighted bit in yellow. So there it is right there. So he has every intention of running, of course.
The only thing that one tells me is that he doesn't want to disappoint them. I just said, no, he doesn't want to do that. So he just kind of giving them hopes, like, okay, maybe, but he's not running. Jonathan is not going to run. The guy is not interested.
All right.
He's not interested in coming back to that tough job, man. That presidency. Even me myself, I won't be interested in being. If you offer me presidency of Nigeria today, I won't take it. I'd rather take a minister job or something like that. But that presidency, the whole country will swear give you over everybody, even everybody, even problem say, concern, the president cost, concern president. Now you don't will swear give. Nigeria will be swearing for you every day. I don't know how people. I don't know what people show wants to be president. That job, I never see a single Nigerian president where I never hear anybody swear give. That's what they give president of Nigeria.
Do you know any president in the world that they know they swear give? Is
Well,
there any president anywhere in the world that is loved?
In the rest of the world, they insult the president. In Nigeria, they swear for the president. There's difference between they give somebody a pay, they swear, and insulting somebody. In Nigeria, they swear give president. They swear giving generation, all those things. That place where I don't think it's a job anybody should be aspiring to be. If you want to change Nigeria, I keep telling people, if you have the ability to do something, you don't need to be president to do it. If you just go and start something in your local government or something, do whatever you can. You don't need to be president, because even if you become president, the changes that have to happen is the people you have to use to make the changes. And if these Nigerian people themselves, they are not ready to start making the changes in their own society, there's nothing you can do as a president.
Can I ask you a question, Mike?
Yeah.
Looking at the constitution of that country, the way it's structured, or the way the country is currently structured, do you think any governor or any local government chairman or councillor can make any impact?
Any governor?
Any governor?
Why not?
So why are they not making impact in their states? What impact are the governor?
Who said they are not?
Well, that's what I'm about to say.
They're not.
The ones that are
the constitution is messed up. That any governance embarked upon on that constitution is also a mess.
What about all these credentials? What about all these credentials that everybody comes here to vaunt about Peter Obi? Is that all made up?
But that's what I'm saying to you. I mean, I don't see what Peter Obi has really done in.
That's what I'm mind. Beside the law enforcement, there's nothing else. Only the government.
And Wike, they call him the builder. Why are they calling him the builder?
What does he build?
But why are they calling him the builder?
You see,
the question, rational mind. The question is, how is the constitution stopping?
Supposed to be doing.
What they are doing it is. Your question is on the
false.
Okay. The question is rational mind. The question is the simple question is wait.
No, Mark is right. Outside of security, there's nothing else they don't have control.
There's something they don't have power to do. Now, rational mind, tell us what our constitution is stopping them from doing anything besides the security, besides the control.
Do you know how many things are supposed to be on the other list that is under the exclusive list?
Explain it now. Give us.
Now we're talking about fiscal federalism, whereby each state has to control their own revenue, but the government gets everything. Each state has to control their own resources, but the federal government has control over everything. Until recently, that they started giving licenses to states to operate airports. Airport is under the exclusive list. So many things that were supposed to be under the state, they put it under the exclusive list.
So airport and
wait. How can a state move forward when you have everything? I mean, virtually everything that's supposed to be under the states, you put it under the exclusive list. So how do you expect them to make impact on their states?
Okay, let me answer that. Okay, you mentioned airport and you mentioned the revenue, the state resources, right? Now, how many states actually has international airport? And two, how many states are actually viable that they are actually producing enough that the government is just taking from them? Besides Lagos, Anambra, and where maybe Kano or maybe a couple of the other 36 and Rivers.
There you go.
So we are saying it's the constitution that's stopping the whole Nigeria from progressing. All the governors.
Mikey, hold on before you start speeding things the way you want to speed them. You see, the thing is this: you need to understand something. The way governance work, you need to encourage competitions. Let every state look. We're talking about Zamfara State. The stupid governor bought a cow worth about 200 million or how many $1 million.
Now you are contradicting yourself. So you are saying the governor is not doing the job. No. Your argument is that the constitution is what's stopping the governors, right? Now you are telling me that this governor is stealing money or something like that.
Will you listen?
Okay, go ahead.
My point is this: if he had sweat, that money did not just that money was just given to him by the federal. It is the state's resources.
Yeah, but you are contradicting yourself, though, even with your own example. Okay, you came to Mike that that the Constitution prevents the states from being able to develop, and then you are citing the example of the governor of Zamfara buying 260 Cadillacs for warlords. So that is hundreds of millions of dollars in spend. So he wasted that money, but that money with the mass land and arable land that he has, he could have created an agrarian economy that would have served that purpose, that would have served that state as a boundless income earner, because it's a fertile space. They have farming expertise, they have vast land, and they have a mass population that are agrarian and unemployed. So he could have used that money to develop, but he used it to buy limousines for warlords.
Do you know why he did that? Do you know why you guys do why he did that?
Because they operate a gun system. They operate a gun system, don't they?
Because he knows at the end of the month you get another allocation from the federal government.
Yes, but that's not the Constitution now.
It's not the Constitution that's telling him to steal the money.
That's the Constitution that made it that way, that every month he has to go to Abuja and get federal allocation.
Is it the Constitution that is asking him to waste the money?
No. It's encouraging clueless leadership.
Yeah, but that's bad governance now. That's nothing to do with the Constitution. That's bad governance.
No, listen, anybody that is fighting to get into governance, he knows that he's coming there with idea. He knows that he has to run a state that has no resources, and he has to think out of the box to think how to generate funds for the state. And so when he has that kind of money, he's going to judiciously use it for the state and not squander it, because he knows that if he squander it, then the state has to start looking for money again. But then he knows at the end of the month, he has to go to Abuja, just sit down there and then he just, wire money to his account. So what I'm trying to say to you is that Constitution is promoting laziness.
No. The argument does not. Your argument does not enhance what you're saying.
It's up to you if you look at it that way.
No. It's what we are only going. Well, I am going off the back of what you have just said and the examples you have cited. That somebody that could have used the monies for the state for a greater purpose instead used it for his self-protection and to keep in line with the warlords in the state. So that was a value cost, isn't it? So that spend of that $200 million that could have satiated and insulated the economy of the state, he wasted it. So that's nothing to do with the Constitution. Whether he goes to Abuja to get another round of money or not, he wasted that money, and that's nothing to do with it.
If you understand how money politics works, you don't understand what man.
The problem is incompetence.
I know that is why I'm telling you. The Constitution encourages laziness among our political elites.
They are not competent. That's why they are lazy. If you guys were elected hardworking governors, elect hardworking governors. So you have to compare. You won't tell me it's the Constitution that makes somebody lazy. If someone is lazy, is lazy. It's not. If the guy can't do the job, whether he get allocation,
the example they always cite is Peter Obi, who was not greedy and used those resources that Zamfara used to buy Cadillacs to develop his own state. And they are still talking about him till today. So that's the difference now. And that's under the same Constitution.
Competency on one hand, but at the same time, that the lazy kind of fiscal policy employed, which they give everything.
Was Peter Obi functioning? Was Peter Obi functioning under a different Constitution?
One man. You see, the issue of competency, it has to come with the person who is coming in. But when you know that this is what you get, your resources.
If the Constitution was calibrated in the manner that you are suggesting, but the Zamfara state governor is still as he is, will he not still squander the state?
Thank you very much. And then they will vote it out. Because when he cannot pay,
is that not option still there?
Well, they will not.
Nigeria excuses, man.
That's what I'm saying to you. The way that Constitution is made.
No, it's nothing to. No, listen to what you are saying, because you just want to go and say that. You have just said if the Constitution was calibrated in the manner that you would like it to be calibrated. But hold on. But the Zamfara state governor is still as he is. He will still squander these funds because it's a spendthrift. So
thank you very much.
So
you brought a very
So hold on. So we're operating now under the Constitution as you would have it, not as it is, but as you would have it. But nothing would change because
so your argument
because the governor is
hold
incompetent.
on, I get you. I get you. But in further analysis now, you are saying that there's nothing wrong with that constitution, right? That's what you're saying.
No one is saying there's nothing wrong. What we are saying is that it's not the reason why. It's not
saying the Constitution is the problem.
There's everything wrong. Listen. There's everything wrong with the governance system of that country, which is brought about by that constitution. Either you take it or not.
But the lack of development in the states is not necessarily about the Constitution.
No, that's not your main argument was that with that constitution, Nigeria can never function. I'm sorry, you said the governor
is the reason for the bad governance.
Yeah, he said it with that constitution. He said your question asked was that how can governors ever? He said they can never perform with that constitution.
And then you cited the example. You said how can they achieve anything? No, forget what we do a lot. We can't just surrender.
We do one thing here very well.
No,
you like to
do this. No, you always use that argument. When you can't have this,
let me say
no, because you said it yesterday and the day before. No, I won't let you land. Hold on, don't land it. Hold on, because I want to address something that you do regularly. If you don't get your way, you want to attack the space that they're not yielding to you. That we do one thing a lot in this space. No, we don't do it a lot. We don't have. Nobody has to yield to your argument if it doesn't.
Nobody has to do.
Forget the space now. So. You don't present your because it doesn't hang together.
My point is this: whenever somebody brings up something, we like to scrutinize it to the very, very letter, which I'm not saying is bad in some sense. Like sometimes if we agree on certain things, we also, at least here on this platform, a lot of us believe that there's something wrong with that constitution. Now, if I say the constitution, I'm not solely putting it on the constitution. The leadership also, the kind of people that comes into governance, they also share part of the blame. But what I'm saying is that the constitution that we operate right now, it encourages all this crap that we're saying. If we can redo that constitution, we can put this thing on the other list, not on the exclusive list. Let state be accountable. Let them function properly. Let the local government function properly. Let the governance goes down to the people.
Your original argument wasn't that.
Hold on, that I said the constitution solely is responsible for the problem of that country. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No. Well, I think you're like moving the goalposts and just moving around.
Yes,
we are responding to your original point, which simply was that the governors, the local government, can never do anything, ever perform if we have that constitution. And that's what we are arguing against.
And then you cited the example of somebody that
exactly. And we are not arguing whether the constitution didn't encourage bad things or the constitution is not bad. We are not arguing against that. You understand? We are just arguing the main point that you made in the beginning when you caught me and said, "Man, let me ask you a question." And the question you asked me was, how can the governors ever perform with that kind of constitution that they can't do anything without? They can never advance or govern or develop their society with that constitution.
And we are responding that we have.
That's what we are responding to. We are not arguing. We are not responding to whether the constitution is good, the best, or anything, or whether it's not encouraging bad things. That's not what we're arguing against. You understand? We're just arguing against your main point that they cannot do anything good with that constitution, and we are telling you that you can do things if you choose to. So that's the main.
Again, I did not say they cannot do anything.
Come on, man, go back and watch it, man. I mean, come on. There's no way I would be arguing with you if you would have said, "Hey, that constitution is not." If all you said was.
Everybody agrees that the constitution is not fit for purpose.
Hold
on, Charles. Can you hold on? When I say hold, okay. When I say hold on, all right. Thank you, Charles. When I say hold on, Charles, then please hold on. Yeah, let National Mind line this point. Yeah.
All I'm saying is that with the kind of constitution we operate right now, the people that are supposed to be the beneficiaries of the governance system cannot really reap the benefits, because in some ways the governors are handicapped. We're talking about security, we're talking about fiscal federalism, we're talking about resource control. That is all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's solely responsible, but at least more than 60% of the problem.
Each of the states in Nigeria, through federal allocation and internally generatable funds, they are sufficient enough to run a somewhat decent space. But let's hear from Ola, then you come back on that. So Ola, you wanted to come in?
Rational mind. I actually supported your point, but why will you shift the goalpost? You've let Mike bully you into submission of another thing. You see, that constitution, whether we like it or not, is creating some kind of handicap situation. For example, now, the governor we are talking about now, most of them are busy with the politics of laziness just because many governors, they are thinking of how to take more resources away from the South, because after all, it's oil money. Nobody wants to build anything again. At most, what they want to do is to keep enough money to keep themselves in the office and battle themselves politically. See, even right from the point of allowing the governors of state to run the election of the local government, that alone is anti-progress. Progressive, anything you want to progress, that one alone is bringing you back because the governor want to control all the resources. If the federal election, if the constitution allows the city himself or the local government themselves to conduct the election or directly from the federal and allocate their resources to them, we can know that we are dealing with the local government. That's the point. Now, the constitution we are talking about now, the security vote they are giving to all these governors today, the way they are allocating our resources, that fraudulent situation is derived. That power is derived from that constitution. The National Assembly that are sharing our resources.
Ola, just sorry to interrupt you, but I don't think the contention was that the constitution is bad. I think we all agree on that. So, is that the point you are making?
Yeah, I support
because the contention, because what rational mind came in was that the constitution prevents the state governors from being able to develop their state. And what Mike was saying, and I somewhat agreeing, is that it doesn't wholly do that. It limits them somewhat, but there's sufficient within the states to see development. As we have cited the example of Peter Obi, Wike, etc. And then he cited the example of Zamfara, who is looting hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's to tell you that there was hundreds of millions of dollars available for the development of the state, which he misappropriated. So that's not the constitution. That's just the criminal government.
Then it's the constitution, like I said. Let me make the point here. Ola, I will let you continue. That money is not solely for the state.
Right.
It's for both the state and local government.
Yeah, but not for the state government, but for the state as an entity.
But the money, the way that constitution is structured right now, the money goes directly to the states.
Right.
And the state has to share it. But no, that's not supposed to be. The money has to go directly to the local government. Because now, if like Zamfara state government,
so if it goes to the local government, it'll be judiciously used, Abby.
Well, let it be that way. Let try that way. Let's see.
Well, National Man, again, see, you're doing it to yourself, man. You're contradicting yourself because you said wait. You said the reason why they are not performing is because they are giving them money. They are allocating money to them instead of them working for their money, right?
Yes, that was the original thing.
Now, exactly. Now you're telling us that they should be giving that money straight.
Go on.
You see, one thing is that I support the rational mind. Look at it this way.
No, now, in what though? What are you supporting him? Oh, sorry, hold on. What are you supporting him on?
That constitution is not allowing the state government to perform. I agree with him completely.
Okay.
Look at what the like of Donald Duke would have done during the time. Donald Duke actually wanted to expand beyond all those Obutukatu Ranch and all those. So he has so many programs that he could not complete. Now look at the state, for example, in that when we return to democracy, any allocation given to the state that time would just be for payment of salary and nothing more. So now these states, they are being stifled of the normal resources they're supposed to use for something like development, because there are a lot of things to do in those states. For example,
what resources in Ekiti State is on the national exclusive list? Data.
Well, if you want to go to wait now, Farabale,
carry on. Yeah.
You see, they have a lot of resources, but we call it solid minerals, like gold, for example. It has gold. Now we have, I think we have, is it Vespa or something like a Crowlite also? So many. I don't know them often, but there are many mineral resources, solid minerals in Ekiti State that are directly under the exclusive list. So now, if you allow all these states, for example, like
there are other resources that are not on the exclusive list that is available. You have a dense and rich rainforest, just a mass water asset. There's a lot of assets that the land is under the purview. It's usually what is under the land that is the exclusive preserve of the especially minerals. So
yeah,
there's still a lot within the state that you can use to generate income.
But I told you about the Greek settlement that Fayemi embarked upon, where they have like cluster where they invite people to plant cassava and they give license for some people to even process. It's not as if they are not doing at all. They are doing. But the question is this: what's the magnitude? What impact? To what depth? Because, for example, Fayemi, we are talking about that broad.
To what depth is cassava in Nigeria? Do you know the consumption of that product alone?
I know, but how much? You see,
even as a single product, it will satisfy Ekiti's needs till eternity. Just on Nigeria's consumption alone.
It will satisfy Ekiti needs, but don't forget that Ekiti State we are talking about. It has university. It has teaching hospital. Yes. It has its own civil servants. They have a lot of recurrent expenditure too.
Do you know what the cassava economy is? Put a figure on the cassava economy in Nigeria. We're talking about Gari. We are talking about Gari.
I don't want to say
the spin-off products from it.
I don't want to say what I don't know.
I would suggest that the Gari economy in Nigeria would be between a $30 to $50 billion economy, Gari.
Now, if I may ask a question, for example, now, how much do you think a state university will normally need, even to compete with Covenant University, not to talk of maybe the world standard?
How much would they need? Yes.
Ekiti State University will comfortably go up that 50 billion without even reaching
$50 billion.
I'm telling you, sir. I'm telling you.
Ekiti State, how much does Harvard? What's the budget of Harvard that Ekiti?
We are talking of
Naira. What are you talking about?
We are talking of Naira. We are talking of Harvard that has
Ekiti is the Ivy League school. You don't know.
Ekiti State University will go up $50 billion.
Naira.
No, I'm talking about dollars. I'm talking about dollars.
No, I'm not. I'm talking of Naira because we
are. No, $50 billion. Yes, of course. I mean, they can use. Of course, the university that should be roundabout.
So there is no cassava economy worth $50 billion in Ekiti State.
No, but in Nigeria, it's the totality of their market, Ekiti State.
Yeah, don't forget that even when we are talking of this cassava we are talking about, we have to look at the cost of production.
Do you know that Lagos State has rice plantations in Jigawa?
I think Kebbi.
Rice plantation,
but Kebbi.
Okay, what percentage?
What are you talking about? The excuses just so readily.
What percentage of national revenue is that rice plantation? Because we have to look at the percentage.
No, it's a mixed economy now. It's a mixed economy.
See, one man.
So you think it's the gold under the ground that is preventing you, but the lack of creative thinking.
When Awolowo,
Can I say something?
They were keeping 50% of their revenue. But what the state government are even sharing now among themselves, whereby someone will go and create some kind of.
I will want you to go and look into, when you have the time to spare, the economy, the Gari economy, the
don't use Gari economy something. We know. We
use it by economy.
It is not
what are you talking about?
What percentage is that Gari economy in Ekiti State? What percentage is it in Ekiti State?
What percentage can it be ratcheted up to?
No, is that the reason? Is that the reason why the federal government should be gobbling about 60% of the revenue?
Let me address that. You take Gari economy.
Yeah.
Can I say something, Ola? Let me address one.
And that's just one economy. We can name 10 more.
Good. But must we always
that is available to Ekiti without federal whatever?
Not just only Ekiti, they do Gari.
Yes, we're using Ekiti as a test case. Yes, yeah.
Hold on. They do Gari in virtually every southern state. So nobody has monopoly over anything when it comes to that. You can say some state does produce more Gari than some other states, but every state does produce Gari. Now, let me give you one thing. You don't have to stay on one thing. Like we've been staying on one petroleum for so many years. the variety. I'll give you 2 examples. In Ondo State, my father's land, there is bitumen there. See, this very day, Akeredolu is being prevented from I mean, how do I say?
Is Akeredolu being prevented from farming cocoa?
My goodness, what are we talking about? Hold on, one man. You don't have to limit yourself to one resources.
So we got to so far Gary and cocoa.
Hold on, one man. Do you know how much Nigeria spend on bringing bitumen from outside Nigeria?
I don't know.
When we have massive bitumen in Ondo State, my father's land, there's still a litigation on that land until now. Now that land alone, that bitumen alone, it's $1 billion industry in Nigeria. If only the federal government will allow Ondo State government to unleash the wealth there. That is one. Now, in a true federal system, each state should have control over certain things that should not be regulated by the federal. I give an example. Showore was talking about this weed thing. In a true federal system, each state has control to either legalize it or not to legalize it. But in the Nigerian constitution system, the federal government has to give you go ahead to do that. This man went to Malaysia to study how this is Malaysia, that is even an Islamic country, for the most part, they're Islamic country. He went there just to learn how they produce this medical marijuana. That is a
sorry, rational mind. We are not arguing that. We are not denying that. Everybody always agree on that. Because the point you are making here, nobody has ever.
No, I don't think anybody is disputing that.
Nobody ever dispute that.
The Constitution does not prevent you to grow as a.
Yes. They cannot grow with
the governor can still perform if they want to. They can still perform what they are being given. That is to a minimum.
Our parents cannot go. Listen, that is why our parents cannot have health system. They tell you they don't have money to store.
I think he just wants to,
Hold on. Let's not go this route. I don't want to go this route of having to attack.
But that's what you're doing. But you all right, go on. Let's do it.
Each local government needs to be able to. Their healthcare system need to be funded by the local government or the state, perhaps, depending on how they structure it. But they cannot even fund clinics within local government because they tell you don't have the resources. All the resources is spread thin.
Because of the exclusive list, Abby.
Because they are not allowed to harvest the resources within their territory. I tell you, Zamfara State, besides their gold, if they can allow each state to supply electricity, Zamfara State can unleash the wealth of their son over there to supply electricity to the national grid. Which
we agree. They can do better with a better constitution. We agree on that. We are not disagreeing with that. So we know your point.
Limited. That's what I'm saying. They're being limited.
But still, though, they can still do something with the little they are getting right now. So they can still perform.
And they can do a lot. In fact, if we go off the back of if we go off the back of the examples that you've just cited, the guy that was buying Cadillacs, and then we go off the back of this security votes, and then we go off the back of internally generated revenue, and then we go off the back of resources that are not on the exclusive list, which are the rainforests, the forest reserves, all the indigenous.
They can do a lot.
There's a lot that they can do, but then we can't access Butemeno, and that is why we can.
At the end of the day, whether with this constitution or a better constitution, if you have incompetent people, they're still not going to perform. That's just the fact.
What the federal government? What the federal government doing with 63% of the federal allocation, and you are giving 48% and 47% to the state? Look, for example,
because arguing against what no one is, we know that, we know all this, but because I just taking us off topic. This is not the main topic of the we are talking about. Because I'm taking us endless.
Bola Tinubu wanted to electrify Lagos the same way. This guy from the former Cross River State, this thing wanted to electrify Cross River State. Now, you can only generate electricity, right? You send to the federal. Do you know that if you give state this or this thing, they can invite private investor to invest in the state and generate electricity and make their money back? Now, but when the federal government will be telling you that, okay, go and borrow your $1 billion from somewhere and come and invest, but you now send it into the national grid, I'll be supplying you. No, it doesn't work. But if you have about 20 states, now going to the different electric service provider, and you have like 20 concurrent programs going directly to generate electricity to liberate the economy. That's what we are talking about. It's not when government use the allocation alone to develop, but you can, a state can give license, okay, generate this electricity, bring your money in, but the federal government will say, come to the central.
Ola, nobody is arguing against that, though. Do you get? So I mean, I am not, and I suspect that Mike might not be. You know, so that wasn't even where they are. We all agree that the Constitution, especially the exclusive list, it limits heavily the states. But the sources and resources available to the states is being so poorly utilized that they could have done 100%, 1,000% more for those states, all of the states in Nigeria, just based on the resources available to them, if they are used this judiciously for the people, you know. So, you know, that's the point. And but what Rational Mind was saying was that the Constitution is preventing the states from developing, but then the funds that the states are getting is sufficient for. We don't see the impact in development to suggest that it is the Constitution that is preventing them. When somebody is spending $200 million on Cadillacs, then it's not the Constitution that is preventing him.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask one more?
Go deep into that again.
I don't know.
Yeah. Can I ask both of you a question? You and Mike.
It's something you've already said.
Have you heard, Mike, let me say this. Let me ask you one. Have you heard governor said, okay, we went to Abuja, our own federal allocation they give us every year, every month, we collected it too, and we pay salary, and we're still owing 3 months salary.
Exactly. That money goes on salary. That's what I was about to say about taking.
So what happened?
Salary of what?
Government worker. You know that the state has their own civil service too. They have to pay.
Okay, what are the functions of the civil service of the state? What are they doing? What are they producing? If you are working,
they are producing
something.
They are working now.
What are they producing?
2.7 billion on salary. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter what they are producing.
If you are working for me and you're not producing anything, then you are not doing anything. You are not worth employment. You are not worth being employed.
Government teachers, government lecturers, government doctors and nurses. They are not civil servants. See,
are people paying for their medical bills?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mike? See, this thing, if you want to know, just go online. I've always said this thing. Just go online, just Google each state and what they allocate to salary payment alone, and now look at what accrued to them from the federal government. You know that this state that we're talking about, that they are not getting enough. That is why we say people are saying only about 6 to 7 states in Nigeria can actually stand alone, because when you look at that, the allocation, and you match that allocation with the government with the pay what we call with the payroll, it's almost nothing. So see, that is why that most of those borrowed money you see that they channel on infrastructure, that is where they steal some of those things. Even without borrowing money, the allocation, whatever they are getting from that center, is a peanut. So you ask yourself question, what is the federal government doing with about 53%? That is why you will see someone will go to Kano, and you see somewhere, you see people asking for more state and local government, because all those things are just
the billions are getting every month. The peanuts.
Let every state get their own resources like they used to be before. What's stop every state from keeping 50% of their revenue as
do you know that when we were practicing regional government, the amount Awolowo was getting from the cocoa and all this thing it's not a fraction of what these governors are receiving today, right? Where they are collecting on the month.
You forget inflation. If you compare the pounds they used to get that those days, if you are the current rate, you'll be shocked.
So you're saying what Awolowo was making back then?
Industrial estate Ikeja, all those things, industry in this thing, who control those things, all those fashion farm, all those things you see.
You can't compare the world of
investment, all those things.
The investment. So why the government not investing in their state today? Why are they not investing? Whatever they are getting.
How will you invest when you cannot even pay your workers? How will you invest when you cannot even pay your workers?
Come on, man. There's a lot of money going into these things, man.
Wait now. When Aregbesola started remodeling schools in Osun State, what happened?
Okay, how do you explain the one they given in the Naya, all those oil producing state, the 13%?
Forget
those,
about
but what about the
producing
NDD, what they call it, the NDDC, whatever they call that shit, man, for the oil producing area?
I think you are
Why are you not doing anything? It's incompetency, man. The one problem is incompetency, no constitution.
Mike, we don't want to face this thing. Look at this thing. You collect 52% and you start paying all this federal anybody that go to the National Assembly will come back after 4 years like almost $1 billion richer, for example, and you are paying all those people. They are wasting money. What are you saying? You are sending wrong signal. That is what those things you need to look at. You are sending wrong signal to others to loot, because you see if they are looting, they are not doing anything. How will you expect the state governor, for example, that want to sustain himself in power, not to spend too? Because that's just the way it is. But if you remove the source, if you level everybody, you let everybody start from the same thing, you don't let anybody else advantage of stealing over another person, then let's talk. Give the state their money.
So the problem is the corruption, then?
Give South their money if they like. If they like, let them steal that thing, let them kill themselves, let them do whatever they want to do with themselves. Just but contribute your 50% to the federal. Then we can address that. Give it their own resources, give on those their own resources, give everybody. So you will see all because money is at the center. That is why you see all those kangaroo states coming up, and everybody is now designing some kind of evil creativity to steal more money from the federal government. So when we are saying is the constitution is the escalation. Is the escalation we are seeing, that we are saying, oh, governments, even the one they give to them, they are not doing anything. Because the foundation itself is strong. People has already developed the mentality of stealing. That is why the thieves are those people that want to come to the government. You don't find like people of like Ambrose and Liga.
So it's the people that are the problem,
then like normal civil servant to come to power. So see, whether we like it or not.
Let me tell Mike something. Mike,
if you get the right people in those places, trust me, things will turn around.
You can't get the right people in those places when the basis of doing that thing is strong. Why will
so is the constitution has prevented us from getting the right people there? Is it the constitution that's preventing us from getting the right people?
Why will you be giving state government security vote? Those are the things when we call IBB the father of corruption in Nigeria. That's one of those things. To sustain himself in power, he started giving something like a security vote instead of funding our military and all those police, for example.
Let me say this to Mike. Mike, you see, we need to understand something. There is security vote and there's the normal allocation they give to them. So maybe you were confusing security vote. Security vote, you cannot question them for that. That's another shenanigans in that constitution. You talk about security vote that you give to. I mean, what does that even mean? Security vote.
Mind, just a minute, please. Just a second. Why do you think all these governors have thousands of aides? All those money they used to maintain them to go and vote, just because the federal government is allowing that. But if you remove all those rubbish, they cannot do all those things. They will be you won't
allow federalism. Let them account for the money in their states. People will question them.
Let us face the.
You give them security vote.
Sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean? Let them account? Account to whom?
Good. When they have control in their state of their resources and they collect their revenue in their resources, and they will publish it annually or whatever, and everybody will see it. They tell them this is how we use it, this is how we use it. Now, in a system like the one we have now,
talk about this. Talk about the system you are envisaging. Yeah.
I just give it to you. I can't go into details as to that. You want me to go into details?
So they'll publish their
monthly spend and everything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what prevents that now?
They should be able to do that. But another thing you should understand is that the security vote, they won't publish that. They can publish the other one they give to you. I mean, they used to pay their salaries for all their
No, because what I'm wanting to know is how the system that you are proposing is a cleaner system and will lead to better governance for the people. So describe that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a panacea. Don't get me wrong. But it's better than what we have.
So describe how it's better. Describe how it's better
than what we have right now.
Describe it now. Describe it.
Let them control their resources, and if people within the space in that state, they will be able to question their governors, their government, or their local government chairman. Ask them, how did they spend the money?
Oh, okay. Why are they not able to do that now?
I don't know.
So what you are suggesting changes nothing?
Well, the thing is this: you have to spell this out in the Constitution. The new Constitution has to be drafted. There's a way they can frame the Constitution that will make them to be accountable to the people who elect them in. But the current constitution does not allow that.
So, is it accountability that you are talking about, or resource?
All of them. Resource. I mean,
can you describe what you are proposing? Because you are quite passionate about it, so you should understand it. So describe then how what you are proposing solves the problem for Nigeria or for the states.
Well, man, right? Well, I'm shaving right now. I don't know if you can hear echo or whatever. I'm in my restroom. I'm shaving. I wish I was on my laptop. I'll be able to some of the.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Describe it in broad strokes. You don't have to be give us in broad strokes.
I have a constitution where state control their resources.
Right.
They control their inland waterways, even their sea, the sea that links that joins to their borders, whatever.
Right.
They control it. They pay at the end of the month, they pay certain percentage to the federal.
Mm-hmm.
And now within the states, because I tell you, people will not even consider want to go into federal governance.
No, carry on. Describe.
Hold on.
Go on.
The focus, people will be fixated on the local government and the state.
Right.
Which will require people questioning more of the state and local government governance, because that is where the whole thing comes from. That is where the welfare of the people comes from. The federal is only responsible for foreign.
No matter where it comes from, why can't they question it now?
Why can't they question it now? Is the question? Yeah.
Because we have a messed up. We have. I don't want to use the word FD. We have a. Let me use the
because it's coming from the center. That's why they can't question it.
Encouraged by a constitution that is messed up. That does not.
So the constitution is the reason they can't question it.
You are talking about accountability. And there's nothing that prevents people, the locals, the indigents, demanding accountability of their governors, their whatever now, based on whatever resources is available to them. And there is nothing preventing those in charge of those resources publishing it in the manner that you are describing. So there's nothing in the constitution that prevents what you are describing.
Okay, there's nothing.
So it's bad governance that you are talking about.
Let me say this in one man. Right. Now, you see, the reason why Nigerians are so they are so disconnected from the current constitution is because they've come to understand that constitution was not from them.
Right.
And so they don't see any attachment to that constitution.
Right.
The only idiots that are there right now that are benefiting from them, that are the people that feel has this attachment to it, because it only propagates or promotes their shenanigans to continue milking that country dry. An average Nigerian does not know what even the constitution says. Perhaps I'm not saying every Nigerian should know, but a people's constitution that everybody is involved, like we saw a few months ago, where they all were rallying around everywhere in every part of Nigeria. People were going there. Everybody was
so if they change the constitution, everybody will now know. People don't know the constitution now. So until they change it, they will start to know.
Listen, people will get involved. People will get involved. People will feel
wait. The reason people are not getting involved right now is because of the constitution. So once they change the constitution, people will begin to get involved. Is that what you're saying?
People are disconnected. The mood in that country is that people does not have any attachment to that present constitution, because they believe that they were not consulted. Nobody even know when they even did it. They just brought it up. Even the person that inaugurated it, which was Absalom and Obasanjo, he never even saw it. Obasanjo never even saw it until after the inauguration.
But now that we've all seen it, so what's the deal?
You see, what's your mind? I cannot get what man is saying. I go because the Delta, that's an example. How can the Delta region, how can the North control all the oil in the Delta region? That's not fair. So what man making a good point, 100%. I get what he's saying.
People need to be connected to the governance. They need to feel that feeling that yes, we are part of the system. We are part of the decision.
Yeah, so it's a relationship between the governors and the people, or the government and the people. That's bad. There's no connection between them. So whether you change constitution or not,
let me support rational mind.
Well, what rational mind is talking about is a governance matter, not a constitutional matter. But
it is intertwined. For example, when I was growing up, I understood the importance of tax collector going to the road to the farm, collecting taxes from us for government, local government administration. I understood the fact that whenever they needed to grade all the road, you go to the local government and they being graded, they do everything. I understand the fact that local government used to provide the water channel. Now, what is happening is this. What is happening now is this.
So, sorry, what prevents what you knew when you grow up from being still the case now? What prevents it?
Just because the current constitution, they find a way to take all those things away from the local government. Because
you can generate internally. There's nothing you can tax internally for
local government cannot generate internally without the approval of the governors. That's the problem, because the governor will be the one to look at it this way. If the local government stay on its own, for example, and it's not reporting to the state governors. So if the local government want to buy tractor to help the cooperative people to develop their farming scheme, all those kind of things, if they want to raise money to do their covert and all those things, all those water channel, everything, they can do all those things, because local government used to have the tax they used to collect. But even if they go ahead and collect it today, the federal government the state government will come and get that thing away from them. Those are the kind of...
So now is the state government is the problem now. It's the state government.
Everyone, from the federal to the state, that's just the problem. When you want to bring government closer to the people, you allow the local government to function properly, and the same duty they use.
So who's stopping? What is stopping the local government from functioning properly right now?
Because the governors we have now, they are too powerful. Because
so it's the governors now, it's not the constitution.
It is the constitution that gives the governor power to be conducting local government elections. What are we talking about? Take that power away from them, for example. Let the local government face the election themselves. It's going to be what I realize every time we have these conversations is that but maybe I won't speak on behalf of anyone else. I can't say I know sufficient enough of this constitution to have like a detailed conversation. But just off the back of this conversation, there's not a lot that goes to the constitution, both in terms of state being able to develop and create an economy within their own state, because what you need is essentially money, which they get a lot of.
And the will and the competence.
And the capacity and the creativity. So
that's what Nigeria is lacking.
I'll give you an example. Wait.
That's what Nigeria is lacking, period. Whether I think condition or not, if we are still lacking those things, you're going to have the same problem.
Make Farabale. Now, if it say we get 3 billion, for example, 3 billion, and they will use 2.7 billion to pay salary.
No, forget all of that.
I'm just giving an example. Now, what other things, how do they generate, right? They encourage people to come and farm, to bring their money to do those things, they tax them. Even after taxing them, how much would they realize from this? Now, you have an opportunity, for example, whereby you can take some initiative, use some mineral resources, because they bring more value, they bring more revenue to cause. It's just like when Nigeria was making money from cocoa, for example, it was a different kettle of fish when oil came into it, for example, because oil brought more money. Because, for example, just because of the size of oil revenue, for example, they could develop Dubai. Just imagine if the like of Awolowo, for example, during his own time, if he had access to the light to oil money, maybe Western region would be far developed more than we are talking about. But we now have the federal government now that, okay, that your resources, I will take it away from you and I will waste it on your behalf. And that is that implication, the implication of what the constitution did, is the manifestation of it over the long period of time, is what we are seeing now. But we have to go back to where the local government will be the one to control its.
Okay. So you are talking about Ekiti State. Hold on, forget all of that. Those are just, I labor with those narratives because they're just easy go-tos, they're kumbayas. But let me bring you this. This is 2021. This is Oshibanjo. Ekiti, and you are talking about Ekiti State, so we're going there. So Ekiti State has a higher GDP than Gambia, Cape Verde, and the Seychelles. So this is the size of Ekiti's economy. Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo says Ekiti State has a higher gross domestic product than Gambia and several other African nations. Oshibanjo advised that states in Nigeria must think like sovereign nation to improve the livelihood of their residents. The Vice President spoke at the Fountain Summit held in Ekiti on Thursday. He said the revenue from the federal allocation can provide infrastructure and services to communities, but added that the size of sum and quantum of opportunities available for the populace depends on how well the states can attract investment. So you're talking about Ekiti State. According to Oshibanjo, who I suspect may have better and more accurate figures than you, Ekiti, and this is when was this? This is 2021. So this is just last year that was saying this. So October the 14th.
Online rational mind just wants to excuse the governor.
They have a higher GDP than Gambia, Cape Verde, and Seychelles. But then, of course, it's about the betterment. So don't take us down some. Don't take us down a heavy road.
They want to excuse the governor.
Mike, wait.
And that's why those governors keep stealing. Because you guys don't go after them.
Better data more than myself. But when we talk of GDP, sometimes with how what is part of that? What part of that GDP is responsible for consumption? We are talking of GDP.
It's a $3 to $5 billion economy, Ekiti State.
$3 to $5 billion economy.
Yes.
Potential. We are talking of GDP potential. That 3/4 of that GDP is consumption.
Oh man, let's get back to the topic.
Let's get back to the topic.
We just want to argue for the sake of argument.
We are talking of GDP that about 3/4 of it is for consumption, which includes social infrastructure, social welfare, and some other things. Now, I've told you here how Fayemi has attracted investment into Ekiti. In all those cassava plants around the Kole, the one of Dangote, and the one of this largest thing that they are going to do in Ekiti, the rice mill. I've said all those things. The money they borrow to revamp Ekiti bomb brick, the money is spent on Ikogosi resource center. It's not as if it's not doing all those stuff. It's doing all those things, but at the end of the day, what is this thing? We are talking of long-term projects that is not going to have immediate impact. We know that a Kunderi farm that the guy has revived. We are talking of all these things.
All right.
But at the same time, he's going to use money to fund education. He's going to use money to fund the general hospital and health centers. He's going to use the same money to do roads. So when you balance all these things out, these guys, they are always in deficit. And they are still owing a lot. You know the bond equity rate, you know the debt of equity that we are talking about today. So the thing is this. Federal government, what is the federal government doing with having 70, about 70 items?
No, I think you said that it's the constitution.
Release electricity to the state, maybe it's Manitoba they want to call. Okay, go and let them do electricity and charge people.
All right, thank you. But you know the thing is, I'm not sure that I am far away from you in what you are saying, because the constitution is stifling the states. There's no question about that. But I just find it I find it a lazy argument, not on your part, but on the part of the states, who we see them living this life of, look at how Wike is going round, handing over 50 million everywhere, million, 100 million everywhere. You know, where is he getting the money from? Where is he getting the money from? We saw Zamfara buying 260 Cadillacs. So where is he getting the money from? And then they say the constitution prevents them from development. It's bad governance, but thank you. No, sorry, Ola, please. When I say, I just want to round off that place because I gave you sufficient enough. I want to move away from it because it's maddening somewhat. And move away. Let me go to let's go to your state, Mike, and speak to what the passing of the Alaafin. You've not spoken on that. But Oyo chief reveals fate of late Alaafin'S young, beautiful wives, who must not marry, or who they must not marry. So apparently, we expect in Yoruba land often that when the king passes, it's either the women, they surrender their femininity alongside his death, or they go through some ritual to reabsorb them back into society. But what this Oyo chief is telling us is that there's no ritual to be performed, that these women, they can just go immediately and free into the world. The only proviso is not to marry an Oyo indigene. So what are you making of that then, the 18 wives of the Alaafin?
The one thing I didn't like about all these traditional rulers these days, man, you spend time doing all these instead of you to be focusing on your empire, your society, how we can move it forward, drive it forward, the future. I think they just go there to enjoy life, man. Most of them, you know. That's one thing it's very disappointing. And many of them, they don't follow the tradition anymore before they become king, and even the role they're supposed to be doing. They pick and choose what they want to do. And even many of them, they call themselves Muslims or Christians, and they mix it with the tradition. I mean, I think that's why things has collapsed. That's why the Yoruba Empire can never be what it was in the ancient time, you know, because everything has been so corrupted and mixed up, you know. I mean, they don't even most of the process, the things they're supposed to do before they become king these days, they don't even do it. That's why when they become king, they can violate the tradition and no consequence because they didn't go through the process of becoming king. They don't go through it. And even when they die, nowadays they bury them as in a Muslim tradition or Christian tradition. They don't they don't go through the proper rituals after they die. You know, all these things are, you know, that's why this Yoruba land is dying off, man. You know, they've broken the ways. They mix Arabism and English Europeanism with Africanism.
You know, there was a little. I wonder if I still have the video up here somewhere. There's a little. I want you to listen to this. There's an element within this. These are commemorative spaces. Sorry, these are commemorative spaces for their laughing. But I could swear that I heard people saying that they are not allowing the Ogun worshippers in. But listen to this carefully. Sorry, did you hear that? Did you hear him say, "I'm going to Ogun one or did I mishear him? Amonishango.
Can you imagine?
They are burying him according to Islamic rites.
Islamic rites. Can you imagine?
The Alaafin'S of Oyo.
Imagine,
but they are not taking Shango enter.
Even Shango was the third Alaafin's for you. When Shango was dying, did they bury him in Islamic tradition? We've lost. That's why Oyo is no longer a powerful empire, man. You know, when your king that isn't supposed to be buried in Ilefe, he was supposed to do. Yeah, that's where they got it wrong. When they start mixing traditions, mixing foreign Islam religion into the mix, and look, everybody there say all the white relatives, they are Muslim now. It's mosques all over the place, and they still do Shango festival every year. Where people from, when they do Shango festival in Oyo every year, people from Brazil, they all come there. People from all over the world come there. They come. Even I talk to some, I have conversation with a lot of Cubans and Brazilians. They say they need to do World Shango Festival a place. There's a place. And where they all suggested was supposed to be Oyo. Now, where they are doing World Shango Festival is in Brazil. It's in Bahia, in Salvador, in Brazil. That's where all the Shango priests all over the world, they go to do Shango Festival on a yearly basis. The official one, when it's supposed to be in Oyo. Because they say in Oyo, they don't take it seriously. Say, even Alaafin'S, they don't, you know, so we've lost the one Brazilian woman was telling me one time. She said, do you know that Ogun has left Nigeria? Ogun is in Brazil now because it's now Shango is in Cuba now. Say now they wasn't joking.
Is it Boeing 747 that it took?
She said like that the Alaafin'S for you is sending some people from Oyo to come to Cuba to come and learn the Bata drum now. You know the Bata drum, the Shango drum.
She must be on drugs. She must be on drugs, whoever that woman is.
I say, you know, some Nigerians believe it. You know, some people have lost. We have lost it, man. Like, I mean, we have lost it. Even
but it is rather upsetting that they are not letting Shango in and burying the Alaafin'S via some Middle Eastern faith system. It's not a Middle Easterner now. It's an African. It's a Yoruba monarch.
Now, let me tell you something. See, when you talk to, say our tradition, people that practice, majority of the people that practice our Yoruba tradition, spirituality, they are.
Are you
Mike,
there?
I want to ask you a question. Do you know that most of the deities from Yoruba land are now in Brazil and in Cuba? You know, they moved them. Are you aware of that?
How move in what way?
All right, some of the statues.
Yes.
Of those deities, of those representation of those deities, like Shangu and the rest of them, they are now in Cuba and in Brazil. Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that, but
well,
I think we've lost Mike. Maybe his landlord has come to knock on his door.
What rational mind is saying is that most of those African deities, they stood there. Some find their way to Europe, to Brazil, and to so many countries. But that said, I think the traditional people, maybe the way they gather themselves together.
I think it's the artifacts that you're talking about rather than the deity itself.
Well,
because the deities they exist in spiritual realms.
Of course, but then even though
but they have medium of communication too, right? They have their representation, what represent them in the physical realm. So because that's why it's just like someone that is chanting the incantation, they will still get some ado or maybe some kind of something they will put powder they put in their mouth to do all those stuff, So those things they just serve as a means to an end. So the way I say is only when the traditional people can gather themselves together, because if things like this are happening, and the best way to uphold the culture is that they must make sure that there are always consequences for when you violate that thing. But when you cannot establish consequences, then the culture will be lost totally. So to me, when you are putting Oba there, for example, those are the people that go Nishango, all those Ogun worshippers, those are the people that will do the ritual rites that will place the Oba there. Now, the Oba is there now, for example, there are some kind of traditional steps for them to, for them to even install another Oba. So you can't just kill this, our tradition the way it is, to me, I don't know where we get idea that the religion that came from foreign, that those people believe in God more than us. Honestly, maybe one day I'll be helped to understand. But as it is now, I don't know where we got the point that even God from certain area are superior to ours. I don't know. So it's like I keep saying, before this religion came to our place, it simply means that all those our forefathers then just perish because they didn't know
they
the
are
right
going to hell. That's what it means.
So
I mean,
it's to me, it's ridiculous. So we are trading our culture. And what you find out in Nigeria today is this: we are so religious to the point that we've lost spirituality because we are not really spiritual. It's all about religion that we don't even understand. We are even more confused than we used to be before. So to me, I don't know. I think it's on the traditional practitioners. It is on them to hold their ground and do the right thing. So one thing I know
have they not already lost that ground permanently though? Because these alien religions, they recoil from tradition, and they tell you that that is fetishism, is barbarism, and is all of these isms. And they because essentially what because all the religions that we are practicing that are foreign to our climes, they are Middle Eastern religions. They are the Abrahamic faiths, apart from Judaism, which doesn't really seek to expand beyond the Jews essentially. But all these religions, they are Middle Eastern religions, and just through the force of their incursion into our space, they have forced into our minds the concept that our belief system is barbaric and backward, and crucially and more damningly fetish, and evil. Do you see? So this is the thing now. So they've captured our minds, which is almost like a permanent capture now. Well, I mean, how many people? The Constitution does not even facilitate for you swearing by a native belief system.
You know, religion is a powerful tool that when people want to shoot you, they will use that religion to suppress you, just to keep you quiet. You know, like when they were taking our forefathers, our foreparents, for example, they are selling them into slavery, for example. And they will use that religion to just keep quiet, to be awful. When the person those people that are bringing religion to you, they are doing bad things to you, but they are using that religion to say, oh, be awful because you are powerless. So to me, and unfortunately over time, we bought into this idea that anything that is African is bad. But what is happening in Oyo now, I can tell you something. I don't know if the thing has changed though, but I want to believe it hasn't changed. There are some places you don't try this in the Ekiti, you will suffer the consequences. Honestly, even I can tell you that even as they want to bury that Oba, they will try to put that Oba in his grave. It will never enter that grave. If any Ekiti person is here, let the person bear me witness. I can tell you that. I can tell you that one for that. As they are trying to bury that Oba, they will try to lower that Oba into grave. That grave, it will never. That corpse will never enter. So it's now on those traditionalists to stand there. This thing, you know, one thing is for some traditionalists to just be modern day traditionalists, and another thing is for people to inherit this thing, to learn it properly from their ancestors. It's different from because you come from a Idile, for example, where or your family, and if they didn't give you all those rights, they didn't transfer the power to you properly and the knowledge to you properly, honestly, they can mess that kind of person up when this thing. But for those areas whereby they properly transfer all this thing, they see. I still remember vividly, whether it's a coincidence or maybe it just happened. I could remember sometimes in 1992 or 93, if I still remember, when I went to my village. So they were displaying all those bravery, art, all those things that happened from their forefather. Even one of our forefathers that even fought in the Kitiparapo War, all those stuff. You know, the jacket, the sham jacket they brought out. Honestly, you say this is a live witness. I'm telling you, I was there. I was feeling, my head was feeling heavy. Even touching some of those things, I felt sick for about 4 or 5 days, if I still remember properly. I think that should be 93 or 92 or thereabout, if I still remember properly. So now, is it that did I go? Would I call it psychological? Because if that headache was just a 1 day, I will understand. But into the extent of even feeling fever for almost 3 to 5 days, yeah. So there's no way you will call that one like a coincidence for me, right? So I would say maybe all those things still exist just because maybe I went.
So you had not felt fever before that, Abi?
I used to feel fever, right?
That's so what I'm saying. You went to a rural community to eat whatever funky food.
I didn't eat. So I just even moving closer to that. Even as I was moving closer to it, I was feeling my head was becoming heavy. Honestly,
this guy.
No, that was I was saying that I find it difficult to call it coincidence, right? So when they went to bring all those ancient things out, you know. So the thing is this. You know, a person like me that grew up from Ekiti now, when we run after masquerade, all those kind of things, there's one masquerade. If someone is from Ado Ekiti now, let the person be me witness. When that masquerade comes out, it will be shouting, "Yepa," people will be running after the masquerade. Meanwhile, the masquerade normally is walking. It's not running, but everybody that will be running after, it will be after that, will be running after that masquerade. And there was an event, although this one was narrated to me anyway, but I don't have any reason to doubt the person that narrated that because he didn't have any reason to tell me lies. So there was a masquerade. You understand that I chased a guy. The guy now ran to an elderly person. So the masquerade now beat that boy when he ran to that elderly person. That baba, this thing happened at Odo Ekiti. They say Odo in Ado Ekiti. And I said, okay. That baba now told that masquerade, say, so you pursue a kid to me. Up to me, and this kid he came to me and you still beat him. And I say, okay, he commanded that masquerade to start crying. You understand? So later, when I started asking some questions, someone just told me that haven't I heard that they say a lie worry. for example. So now look at that situation. Is an abomination for masquerade, for example, to raise his skin to beat any babalawo in a Yoruba land. There must be consequence for that. So someone tell me what happened. Is it Ekun Ekiti or Gogo Ekiti too? That one baba there too. That one masquerade beat that baba. That that baba commanded masquerade say Kiara go bino. That the masquerade started crying. So the thing is this: all those things happened. All those things happen. There was this festival of art and culture under Babangida in 1988 when Ije Ekiti and where's the other? Because there are two places, Ijon and Owo. I think those people are the one that there's one the masquerade called there. You see, what that masquerade, whenever they are doing the festival of that masquerade, there's one song they sing that that say it's like that masquerade. You see the masquerade, his leg is not touching the ground. Let Baba Kure bear me witness if I'm lying. Now, if the masquerade see you, if you are wearing the mask, the masquerade can turn to exactly what you are wearing. If you are wearing suit, the masquerade can turn to that thing again. Now, they went for this performance. You know where people started getting afraid of Ekiti people is that they went for this. And so, and there's this abomination that whenever masquerade will go out, it's an abomination that there must be downpour on masquerade. So these two masquerade, the one from Owo and Ijon, they went to perform. And some powerful people there, you know, the Gunoko people, they demonstrated their own, everybody demonstrated their own. So when this masquerade came out, you know, the head was turning 360 degree. The cloth was changing. The cloth they wear was changing. All those stuff they were not touching ground. So they wanted to cause some downpour on them. Do you know what this masquerade did? They started, you know, those people that follow the masquerade, they rounded the masquerade and they started singing Ofe Oyibe. That Ofe Oyibe, that this will say they should be came here. That's so they disappeared from that place. So and they brought their award to them in Ondo State. You know, that time when people they say, hey, you don't know me, I'm from Ondo, those are the one of the history why people believe that Ondo people they get jazz. So where am I saying all this story is this? Some people, just because they fail to follow the tradition. So
all that very interesting, but it sounds like Tales by Moonlight.
It's not Tales by
Fagunye.
I mentioned it too. I said when Abidi was there.
Who wrote that Ogojo? Is this what you are reciting? You've read Ogojo?
It's not Ogojo. I'm telling you.
Igbo Irumole.
Yes.
Look. Okay. For example, now
this is what is reciting to us. You think we didn't read it? Yes.
I don't want you to be scared of me, one man. Let me tell you one thing. If some people still want to, you know, there's one jazz called Mandaricon. When people want to do that Mandaricon, you know, when they finish the powder, one of the things to test for the certificate is that they put powder in your mouth and will put blade, and they will ask you to eat that blade. You will eat that blade, and that blade will never cut your mouth. You understand? I'm not a babalawo, but see this thing that because I school in Ekiti now, and I know all this bad thing that all these boys used to do, and some kind of bad jazz. So this thing is not that I'm not an like regular Omeko, someone that grew up in Lagos that you say this thing. No, Ekiti, and this thing because it is easier for me to believe that this thing exists because of where I grew up. It's not that they were not narrating the thing. Some of these things we experience it. So if anyone make it here, for example, let the person bear me with this. I'm not making up this. I'm telling you of what happened that I can see. So, for example, in the Ekiti that time, you understand, you say there's one Egungun from Are, for example, you know, we have those ones that we are far up there. So, see, you know, I'm attaching, if you see me, I'm attaching location to this thing. So I'm not just talking and making it up. So when I'm telling you this thing, when I intentionally attach location, it's just for you to do.
How come all this fetishism? How come they've never created wealth or anything quantifiable? It's always just mythologies and mystique and parables and fables, you know.
So I just say, for example,
Tales by Moonlight.
Let me ask you something. For example, if they ask you now, for example, you will say there's no money ritual, right? And you believe there's no money ritual?
I do believe there's no money ritual. Yes.
Well, man, the thing is this. It's good as
can you ask me why I don't believe that there's
why you don't believe in it?
Well, because if there is money ritual, then why can't the person doing the ritual do it to make himself rich? And why is it not richer than Dangote? Or is it Torokobo? What is it? It's just
unfortunately.
It's not for the
let me answer one man.
Let me just land so that you answer him. Unfortunately, the money ritual doesn't.
It's only in the East. It's only Eastern people that believe in things like that.
In Yoruba land. It doesn't work the way Nollywood portray this thing. You see one thing, Yoruba will make one proverb and they find a way to put that proverb in one of the incantation. You know, there's Ayajo, there's Ogede, two different things. For example, now Yoruba find this thing for this thing that they in Kantoba wa nu eyan lo tin pa yan mo. Iṣẹ́ tó bá wà lọ́wọ́ èèyàn lèèyàn ṣoògùn mọ́. See, look, if you are not a doctor and you want to make money ritual to become a good doctor, it's not going to work for you. So before any babalawo we want to do this thing for you, any of those money ritual for you, they will make sure that you have something you are doing. And it is that something you are doing that they will do whatever ritual they want to do. But all these people that are saying they will carry human being and put in cupboard and those kind of things, all those things, as far as I'm concerned, as far as concerned, all those people that are this in our life.
So why can't the babalawos do the money rituals for themselves to be wealthy?
Because they have their own job too. And this is what do you mean they have their own job like Yoruba will say fitina.
You don't answer the question.
Yoruba will say fitina ki. And this thing we are talking about too, there are some repercussions too to some of these things. That's why the people will say we will learn a woman who. Even if Babalawo want to do some kind of bad jazz for you to make this thing, they will never tell you the implications. Sometimes they will never tell you the implication. That is why when Mike was separating between Onishegun and Babalawo the other time, that's where the difference is. For example, now like Babalawo now they are diviners, for example, they are like that oracle priest. But Onishegun, they are the one that they know both bad jazz and good one. You know, they don't care. They don't even care about the repercussion. All they know is that whatever they discover, they want someone to test the efficacy. They don't want to test that thing on themselves, but they want to see the implication. So because those people, they have their job and the life they live, they are contented with that life. Maybe it is you that you want to do just, you came to them and they have something to test. So you want to, the person
so
who
the Babalawo does not want to be wealthy, Abi?
Well, there are some Babalawo that are Onishegun that are wealthy. For example, Yemkem, for example, is more or less Onishegun Babalawo. But look at what he's doing. He's using his own to do like a harp. You know, he modernized his own to do all those things. So some Babalawo are rich. There are some even medical doctors. There are some medical doctors that meet both orthodox and traditional because they have their own this thing. But they won't go for money ritual just to have money overnight the way people want to have money overnight. That's where the problem is. So that is why you see
that is different now. I think what you're talking about is Ajay charm. Which every respectable Balogun lace trader has in our bag, which is some Undi or some it's an Ajay charm.
That's what you are saying. Oshole is what we are talking about.
Oh yes, but it's an Ajay charm, which most Yoruba traders, especially the women of a certain
exactly.
So that's different from that's not money ritual now.
No, that's why I say they want Nollywood. The one Nollywood is that Nollywood has bastardized everything. You know, Nollywood can.
So you are essentially agreeing that there is no money ritual, which was where we came in.
That is what they call money ritual, not the one that Nollywood are calling. It's still money ritual, but the one Nollywood are talking about is not money ritual. Those are devilish. In fact, they are totally devilish something. You see, when this Baba that used to be one of the elders in this thing, this Baba in Oshogbo, I'm trying to remember his name now. This Baba in Oshogbo, he said when people were saying that they use people for ritual, he said no, that in Yoruba culture it's not like that. That is when Yoruba mix with Tapa. That is when the idea of coming with adding human parts and all those human part. Now, someone was now narrating that human part that when you see someone that is doing a fairy, that it disappear, or you see someone that is doing all those that maybe most of those ingredients of those things they've used human parts. That is when those people mix with our culture. That the idea of people with this thing. And you know one thing that someone that kidnap human being for money ritual, by the time he kill human being to make money ritual and the thing doesn't work, will it come out that he's a murderer? He won't be able to come out. So that is why this story is still festing. It's still spreading all these lies, still spreading across the country. That
there is no money ritual, Lola. This is exactly what you have just described. What you are talking is Ajay Charm. So
Ajay Charm is money ritual. That is exactly what I'm saying. That
no,
they call it
all of that. You are playing on words now.
But this using Roma part is not money charm. That is criminal.
There's no money charm, except maybe in Igbo land. Maybe the Igbo
okay, what will you call Ajay Charm? What will you call Ajay Charm?
No, that is a share now. That is not a charm. That is a share.
You know when I say Yoruba said ohun tó bá wà nínú èèyàn ló ti ń pààyàn mọ́. Iṣẹ́ tó bá wà lọ́wọ́ èèyàn lèèyàn ń ṣoògùn mọ́ tó ń jẹ́. So you see, it's what you have. If your competence, it's your competence that Babalawo will say, okay, let me just help you with this your competence so that you will be getting a lot of customers, a lot of businesses. That is why you say some people will be doing aworo and some people will be doing a lot of things. If you don't have those skills, even if they do all those jobs for you from now to tomorrow, the person will remain poor. Those are the things that we've been able to learn from all these elders. So sometimes one good thing is you don't even need to go to Babalawo to even make any money this thing. You understand? If you're a doctor, if you're a mechanic, all you just need to do, your money ritual now will be good advertisement. Good publicity, word of mouth for people to patronize you. But sometimes
I think you are conflated between Kajewa, whatever it is, the technical term, but Kajewa, which is usually some little, no more than the size of a coin that they wrap in whatever, and then these women, they have it permanently in their bags. These women traders in Balogun, etc.
Money ritual. I said those that are using money.
Let me address one man.
Yeah, that's stretching to call that money ritual.
Let me talk to one man. You see, one man. What you need to understand is there are two types of this type of basically two types of money ritual. By money ritual, we mean you make money, you sell money, you sell goods. So, and then the other one is the kind of one is spiritistic way of just open something and just money comes from you. It's what they call Oshole. That Oshole. That one, I don't want to go into details, but that one is kind of like, I've been seeing people just come to give you money from nowhere. Have you seen that? I've heard about that.
I've not heard of that, but this is the urban myth. This is the urban
myth.
No. I heard one. They narrated to me. Someone closer to me said when that person got it, the person dropped that money and he ran. It was like the person could not get himself for like days because he was shocked. It happened in Malaysia.
Just give you money. Yeah.
Yes, because he did that thing and someone brought that money. And when the guy just did, the guy was scared and ran. And let that money run because he was afraid. And for about 3 days, he was just shaking everywhere because he could not believe what he
said. There are different types. There are some whereby where you put it in your house, that you have a private room, just a private room, and you can just find money every corner of your house. You just receive money every corner of your house. You receive
but not
money,
a million, so 100 naira here, 20 kobo there.
Like when I saw done back then, like 20 naira, which was the highest then back then.
You must be drinking kulim. Are you drinking kulim? What is going on here?
We're talking about in the 80s when money was still has value. You see, by the time you pack everything together, you can I have like 5,000 naira back then, and that's money back then. So you can just see 20 naira here, 20 naira there, 20 naira here, 20 naira there. There's a name they call that one. There's a woman from Nigeria that did that, somebody that I know. And whenever you just wake up, that room, that private room, you just see money everywhere. You can just corners everywhere, you just see money around. So there are different types.
Even people that
knows these things, a lot of them they are no more. Because a lot of these people were not passed away. Was it what somebody was saying here?
I see that one you mentioned, honestly.
The old thing is a lie now.
This one I saw it. I saw it.
Yoruba fables.
Okay, if you saw it, then I can't argue with you. Then
he didn't see it. Rational mind is making it up.
I saw it.
You say so. I don't have any reason to not believe him.
I saw this one. I saw this one. Not as if there's a name they call that one. It's as if they said some people say they drag people's money to your house. It drags other people's money to your house. There's a kind of spirit that does that. I don't know.
This is all of these sort of things that makes people go and be rubbing up against people in the buses and touching people in funny ways. because some chancer 419 Babalawo has told them that rub this on your hand and go and rub it at people in the streets.
People that knows
oh man, again, you guys keep doing this, man. You keep saying it's Babalawo, it's Babalawo. It's not Babalawo that do
yeah,
this.
no,
I
mean,
whatever. Babalawos are spiritual people. They are righteous. They don't involve in.
They are all con men. They are all con men. Are they not all con men?
No, Babalawo is
only Shegun that do all these things.
Only somebody that takes care of the unhealthy people with problems.
They are problems. They are the one that specialize in charms and all these special.
No.
If you are talking about people are doing all these bad charms, like bad magic, all those things, is the only people that one that study especially. They know all about the herbs or the earths. So when you guys keep saying that someone wants to do money ritual, it goes to a Babalawo, that's not factual. You guys should stop saying that. That's not Babalawos are not. They are forbidden from doing those kind of things.
Hold on.
The Babalawo is forbidden from doing those kind of evil things.
Of course. Listen, there's some Babalawo that are exclusively they do Babalawo stuff. That's what they do.
If you are a Babalawo, you know what Babalawo is.
Hold on. You go and consult them, and there are some people they do both Onishegun and Babalawo together.
A Babalawo can learn he cannot participate in these evil things that you guys are talking about.
All right, let's hear from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, have you been listening to Ola's tale, D.O. Fagunwa, Ogbojo Denile, Ninu Igbo Olodumare, Abi Runmole, some D.O. Fagunwa fable that's been telling us, Fabula about. It's giving us Fabu. Are you believing in all this? He says he went to some place. He said he went to Ekiti and he saw some clothes and that gave him a headache. And then
Nigerians are superstition.
Because I never had a headache before. He saw a shirt.
I'm not expressing these things. I'm not saying they already happened. But okay, but Wama, let me ask you a question.
Nigerians, they give you
Is that? But hold on, no. But what Ola said, he said he went to Ekiti, he saw a shirt, and he had a headache. Come on, man.
I was
a shirt.
Nigerians do sometimes. Nigerians hear stories somewhere, and they were going to give you that story.
They had already whipped up his mind. This is what they call placebo. Do you know what they call placebo?
Yes, I take run after masquerade, and I was giving you name of areas. I didn't just talk without even making names. So if you want to do your own, make names and let people say when I mention names.
Ola, do you know the role of a masquerade? You know what a masquerade is? What masquerades do? You know what their role is?
You are telling me about masquerade. You are my
No. Do you know what the masquerade is?
About masquerade. I was telling you that we used to have masquerade in Array.
Okay, what is masquerade in Yoruba? Let me see if you know. What do you call masquerade?
Google now. What are you talking about?
Okay. What is?
I was even telling you.
Don't come here and tell me.
That's why I'm asking you that. What is the role? What is the role of?
I'm not Babalawo, Mike. I'm not Babalawo, but I was even telling you that Eli Wori, Egungun Ogodo, not Babalawo. You never read your own day there. I told you they say my surname is Fajuyi. What are you talking about? We can't.
No, I'm not.
To you.
I'm not denying what you know or what you don't. I'm just asking.
Even though I don't know about Ifa divination, but my name is Fajuyi. You should know the type of family I came from. So don't see when I tell you something. I live in Ekiti, and I can tell you all the festival they do from Ekiti to Ilawe Ekiti to Igogo to all those things. You understand? Okay, now if you go to Ilawe Ekiti in August, now there's what they call Esuta, or you call it Urolofi. They have masquerade. They have masquerade there. They have Imole there. So two things there. You know, there's this popular musician they call Ariyo, Femi Ariyo. They will say Ashemole, Ashegun Shemole, Okua Idalebora. You know, when you say all those kind of things, you know, when you are doing two things together and yet you are able to do those things without even violating the tradition of another one. So look, I'm not.
I was getting.
I'm not a Lagosian like you. So when I
it's fine, man. There's no point, man. There's no argument.
People here. That's why I'm saying.
This guy doesn't know anything. I come back with my form. My form.
My form gone. If you just, I will call new music. You know, I will call new music.
Mike likes to be
what am I forming here? What are you talking about?
Who's forming?
Mikey, do you know that if I originated from Ekiti?
Let him argue with me now.
Do you know that?
If I originated from Ekiti.
Yes, do you know that?
Okay, who brought the fire to the world? I'm asking.
Forget about that.
Don't tell me to forget about that, man. I'm asking, you can't say for me.
No, that question. I mean, that question. I don't know. I don't know why should that question come into play.
It
I'm
relates to what
telling
you
you
said now.
where it originated from and where it's spread to other parts of Yoruba land. And you are asking me that
who brought Ifa to the world?
If Agidi was a sport, Mike would be a world champion. Agidi everything.
Do you see any other people in Yoruba land that bear Ifaleke, Ifagbe, all those names originated from Ekiti and spread to other parts of Yoruba land?
Okay, so who is Ifa? What is Ifa? Tell me who is Ifa? Who's the father of Ifa? Yeah.
I don't need to tell you that. I'm just telling you the origin.
But you can't tell me
okay, you tell us who is the father of Ifa, Mike, according to you.
Orumila is the father of Ifa, by Ifa.
All right.
So if Babalawo is an Orumila, it's an Orumila priest. That's why I keep telling you. If you know what Orumila is, you know that you can't engage in evil practicing and negativity, all those things. Because Orumila is a spirit. It's a very righteous spirit, you understand? And he's who refer to Igbake Olodumare. It's like the deity that knows the past, present, and the future. You understand? So he's so if you study very well, you know, Orumila is very related to.
I know Mike is
very related to Jesus. In a way, you think you're talking about Jesus Christ.
Why they say Ejogbe ni Baba Ifa? What's the reason behind saying Ejogbe ni Baba Ifa?
You tell me and I'll break it and I will tell you.
And I say I want to learn. I say I'm from my family name is Fajuyi. And I'm not Babalawo. Did you hear that? But that is my family name, right? And I still hear those stories, but I'm not learned in the art.
Do you know who Ejogbe is? You know what Ejogbe is?
Oh my goodness. I said, why do they say Ejogbe ni Baba Ifa?
And that's why I'm asking, so I can give you the answer now.
Tell me the Ayajo and the story that got to that place now. At least you have stanza. You have where they got to that place. Like I told you, I'm declaring to the world now, I'm not Babalawo. I don't know anything about Ifa.
Okay, fine.
My family name is Fajuyi. So that nobody will come and try me say this guy is this. No, I don't have any power. The thing is this, my family name is Fajuyi. But the question is this, I'm not learned in Ifa, but you say you are learned in Ifa. And I ask you, why is it that they say Ejogbe ni Baba Ifa?
So you don't know, have you?
Yes, I don't know. I want to know.
Okay, you tell us, because clearly you are trying to nail him.
Ajane Gogo, do you know?
You tell us. No,
one man, you know what these people do here? You know what they do here, one man? They will ask me a question, they don't know the answer.
You call yourself Ifa priest. Tell us.
They will come back and tell you that they knew it.
No, tell us you have boasted several times here.
No, I didn't boast. I never boasted. Yeah, I never boasted. Yeah, I just.
Okay. Let me ask you another question.
No. Wait. You don't know. You don't know where Ejogbe is.
Wait now.
No, you don't need to be asking me questions. I'm not going to lecture you, but I will give you answer to why they say Ejogbe is Baba Ifa. Ejogbe is the head of is the first of the 16 Odus. Ejogbe is the first Odu. The 16 Odu is Ofumeji. Ejogbe is the first, followed by Yakumeji, and then Worimeji, Udimeji, and Worimeji. Udimeji, and then Irosumeji, Oromeji, all the way to Ofumeji. You understand? So the last Odu, which is the 356th, is all the way to Ofun. No, Oturameji is not the last. Come on, Oturameji is like the 14th. No, sorry, not the 14th, the 12th, I think. So it's so that's what I'm telling you. So Ejogbe is the first. That's why they call him Baba Ifa. That's why he's the head. Actually, he's supposed to be the youngest, but he's the most. He became the head. But the story is deep, you know. So that's why they call him Baba Ifa, you know. So anybody born when they give birth to you and they divine for you, and they all do that give birth to you is Ejogbe, you're likely going to be a king or a very significant person in society or in life, and you're going to have a lot of enemies and you conquer a lot of enemies. So when you are giving birth to, they do something they call Ikosejai, they do divination. It tells you every human being has one of those Odu that give birth to them, that came with them to this world. So that if you know your Odu, they can tell you about your life path, your destiny, and things like that, you know. So, you know, just to give you a heads up, you know. So that's the answer to your question. You know?
Look at that. Mike the Ifa priest. So
I'm not a Ifa priest. I just have knowledge. That's all.
No, I'm not really ready to challenge him because I'm not deep in it. So that's why I say I don't know, because you say something that I will have challenged you, but it is dangerous to do that, right? And you and I know that. So and I will not do that in
Mike is just a yam head. Now, why
so
are we giving Mike
please, what you don't have the deeper knowledge of it, I beg of you, don't do it. You know, I was even
that's why you guys should stop coming here talking all these things. Oh, yeah, you go to it's not good. You guys to stop bastardizing your tradition if you don't know anything about it.
Who is bastardizing?
But that's what you guys do. You start giving all these theories about what happened to you and what this and that and that. You know, it's not good. Somebody went to you can't be doing that, man.
Are you saying we're lying?
That's what I'm like. You're lying because you don't know anything about these things.
I don't know what don't I know?
You don't know. You're not into tradition. You don't know. You have no knowledge of it. You just speak out of movies.
Look at this guy. I mean, you're talking about
what do you know? Tell me, what do you know?
Hold on.
You know nothing.
Thank you.
There's an aspect. Hold on. I want to put my thought together. I don't want to be.
So you know if I
don't want to give any offense because you're inciting me like I'm getting angry, kind of. But then I just don't want to get. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you need to understand that this whole thing with spiritistic things, there are different areas of it. Ifa is one of them. Ifa, divination. Ifa is one of them.
It's one of what?
It's one of the spiritistic thing we're talking about.
Spiritistic things. And what are the spiritistic things? You don't know what you're talking about. Just speaking grammar. That's the thing with this British colonial education system. People, you guys are just give blah blah blah.
This
you know,
is unbelievable.
How can you say Ifa is one of them? The meaning of Ifa itself is a complete knowledge of the universe. So there's nothing like it's one of them. It's a totality.
Ifa is divination, isn't it? Isn't it divination? Look at this guy.
Okay, continue. I continue to educate me. Go ahead.
What is Ifa to you? What is Ifa to you?
Continue to educate me. I don't
want you to give me all this Yoruba thing.
The point I'm trying to make here is these colonial educated Yorubas. They are the one destroying our tradition because they will come and start speaking like experts and start telling children all kinds of things. Oh, this one is bad. This is this, and you guys don't know anything.
Who said this? Who said anything?
If you want someone to educate people about our tradition, get the experts, people that are actually in the tradition.
To make your point, hold on. Instead of you to make your point, you will be attacking people.
Well, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, like what people do is not good. It's not just you. I'm just saying what many Yorubas do, especially the westernized Yorubas. They want to use mouth to destroy their tradition the most by giving superstitions and things like that.
Mike, that's okay, but I'm only wondering how you learn you even try, even though you misdive in some area, but you are okay. You know that's why I'm not competing with you, right? Because
one man.
Yes.
Sorry, I haven't seen you for some days now. Hope everything's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm well. I had a bit of a bug, which I had to shake off. But thank you. I think you're the first person to ask. So I know who cares about me. But I had
one man. Which day will you speak pidgin? Every day you speak. Which day you speak pidgin? I'll ask you one simple question. Use big grammar to answer. You have some bugs. What is bug again?
No, be with the talk. So what do they make up waiting Mike the yarn? Say he thinks him be the babalawo.
Okay.
YouTube babalawo.
Thanks.
Pick on everything.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Do you have Ifa?
I don't do Ifa. No.
Okay, good. Mike, you have, right?
What do you mean?
You have Ifa?
He go ask you a question. This is how to answer the question. He goes, what do you mean?
Do I have Ifa? Yeah, I do have Ifa, yes.
Okay. Have you attend to all the stages? Are you a babalawo now?
Yeah, I'm too young to have finished. The Ifa is not something you learn in one lifetime.
No, and I'm saying you should. learn. See that. Yeah, when you have Ifa, you upgrade to you get to the highest stage, which is babalawo. Have you upgraded to your own?
But the thing is, let's not get into me.
He hasn't learned even the whole of 16.
But let's just say, I'm in the tradition. That's what that matters.
Okay, it's okay. I know we doing our own. Me, I don't hide my. I don't go to try people here. I have the highest grade babalawo.
Oh, thank you.
You?
Full. Yeah.
Thank you. What piece?
You?
I don't believe. I don't believe it.
I don't either.
Why?
We prove it to you now.
I've had
Don't
my
worry
fast
now.
for more than before I went to. I came back from
Is
Japan to
it-
finish.
it-
Listen.
You
I came
studied
back
that.
to
You
Japan.
did it at Uniben, Abi.
No.
Look at
Listen.
this guy.
My
Look at this guy.
mother. Everybody know my mother in Benin. My mother is a full. He came. My mother is a full priestess, but he don't do for people. He's a full priestess. My father is a pastor. My mother is a priestess. Full house. My mother stuff. All this juju stuff. Full house. Not be joke. My mother put leg on the pond. You go to the river before you know fish is everywhere. But she doesn't do for people. She is her calling. It came with her. Oloko, Sago, full. I've done my Sago to Kabi. It's a full level. It took me years to complete it.
Wow.
Yeah, to upgrade. It took me years to complete mine. But I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What is your
hold on, let me just
wait? You know, you can't before you go further.
Before you ask me something I don't know. Wait,
no. If you say you have a father, you have to have your Odu. What is your Odu?
What
can I tell you my Odu, Mike? Why can I tell you my Odu on the stage, on the air? No.
Okay.
Odu.
Do you know what Odu is, though?
Yeah. I can't tell you my. I'll tell you my Odu on the show. My fan name, everything I have. Don't worry.
Okay. Do this.
I'm not specialized in knowing all the. My mother know more than me, but all the stages I said do this now is this stage. I came back to Japan. Not I came back to Japan to finish the stages. You know, so
what stages are you talking about? What stages are you talking about?
I don't know. As I said, I don't know how you people do yours, but
it's the same. It's the same. It's the same. Trust me, I know Benin system.
What piece am Mike? What piece am Mike?
You are still talking in abstract. Nobody understands what you're saying. Yeah.
Can you discuss Oturukpo, for example? Can you two explain Oturukpo? So, okay, what's the purpose of Oturukpo?
Okay, listen, Like I said, I don't know how you people call yours in Yoruba land, and me, I have mine because I say it came with me. My dad is doing it stage by stage. I'm not really conversant with the theory or the practical, but I have all the stages. And I have upgraded mine to the highest stage. Can you everybody understand me now?
You don't know the theory. Hold on. You don't know the theory or the practical, but you are the highest
I don't know the
stage.
practical. I don't know the practical.
No, that's what you said. You don't know the theory or the practical, but you are the highest stage.
Yeah, that's what threw me off. When you say you are the highest stage, that's what threw me off.
I upgraded to the highest stage because they always tell you. They'll always tell you if you're infra. Listen, if you're infra, if you have infra, they'll always tell you time to time, upgrade from this stage to this stage. Not like you do it one day. If you get to it, okay, you have to upgrade from this stage to this stage. Then when you get to the highest stage,
what's the upgrading process?
Okay, now when you first of all do it, when you first of all have infra, you just normal. You just just do it normal. They'll call your desk and just normal. Then from there, you have to bring it. You just get to the stage that if I will eat cow. So if I cannot, if I cannot eat cow. It's not gotten to the highest stage. You understand? It's stage by stage.
So when you say highest stage, you're trying to understand what you mean by highest stage. Highest knowledge or
no. As I said, I don't know.
Do you mean like the stage where you cannot divine? Is that what you're saying?
No. Now, the way I am now, if I priest and if I higher priest are around now doing things about Ifa, so people cannot go into that circle. Well, me, I can go into that circle.
You're initiated. That's what you're saying.
I'm the highest Babalago.
You can't be. There's no way because no one can learn. No, listen,
don't worry. If I come your village, maybe if I present then they have been there. I was in Kwara. That when I
first of all, you are too young. You are too young to even get to one stage. There are no because there's a stage.
Mike, how much you think I am? How you think I am?
No.
Sorry,
Listen. Any human being alive.
You think I'm 45 or what?
Hold on.
It's not by age.
It's not by age.
Hold on. Mike said something. Let him back it up. So what do you mean by he's too young? So yeah. What do you mean by that?
To get to if in our is a continuing education to even get to certain stage that I understand, it takes at least 30 years. And now to get to the highest that a man can learn in this life, it would take you at least 50 years. That's why the people that have the highest level that he can attain while alive is usually a old man, very old man in Yoruba land, you understand? Now, there's no human being alive that can completely study Ifa. The only human being that ever walked this earth that has the knowledge of complete Ifa is Orunmila. He's a spirit. He's a god of his Baba Ifa, you understand? He's a god of the Ifa himself. So when he come here and say he's learning Ifa to the highest level, that's a ridiculous statement to make.
Okay.
You know what Ifa is? It's the knowledge of the universe.
See where we are getting it.
The knowledge is so vast.
Mike, listen.
Maybe the highest level in Benin. I don't know.
Mike, the way we are having mistake is this, or getting confused. This in Benin we have Oromila. I thought is that Oromila and Ifa is the same, right?
You ask me that kind of question.
No,
they are not the same. Oromila is the Ifa.
Oromila Baba Agbomiregu.
He's the one that he's the one. Let me explain it to you.
Sorry, Mike. I think what they have in Benin is a different system. This is
it came from Ife. It's the same. It's the same, but it's just.
So why is it then? Why is there then the confusion that he says he's reached the highest level?
It doesn't. You know how people talk now. You know. But anyway, guys. I mean, I don't be like.
Do you know that even in Igbo land they have something like that? Do you know that?
See. I said I said there might be confusion. In Benin, our one is Oromila, which you upgrade when you get to the.
You are fading now. Can't hear you.
You're not Babalawo. Now you can sit with the sect of Ifa priest. In Benin, if you're not upgrade to that level, doesn't mean you can see or read. People that does that their area of expertise. You know, there are two types: the priest and the normal person that upgraded to the highest level. Like the priest level, you can sit down with the priest, and it doesn't mean you see or you can read Ifa. You understand? Our is Oromila, but your Ifa you are talking about Yoruba. I know Yoruba are very vast in Ifa, but sometimes we bring Yoruba people from Lagos to Benin or in the east, west to Benin to do Ifa. They will even go more than the one the Benin people priests have. That's what I'm saying, asking you. Maybe probably Yoruba own are kind of different from the Benin. Benin is Oromila, but we know it's Ifa.
Yeah. Oromila is the priest of Ifa. Yeah, he's on the Ifa priest.
So
it's the owner of Ifa.
That Oromila, you start from the lowest grade to the highest grade. Some people own are in the low grade. Some people are on the high grade. Just like Sango too. In Sango, they say Sango, you start from this low level thing. It gets to the highest level that you're the top of rock. Top of they put on the pool rock, you're top of like Benin own. So that's mine. My Ogun to serve the highest level. I have very hot Ogun that you don't use drink, use water. So I'm asking you. I grew with my mother doing it. What I had, everybody know, all my friends, my group, everybody know. Everybody comes to my that time when I was school, leave hostel, come home, they'll eat padayan with me and everything. So
I don't doubt that you have.
So
you have
the
only thing you threw me off when you said the highest level.
Go to the highest
level. I don't believe.
It's the highest level part that threw me off. So I don't doubt that you have.
You don't believe what? One man, you don't believe what?
Because somebody asked you what is your Odu or something. Now,
I cannot say my. I said listen. I said I cannot say my Odu on air. I cannot say my Odu. I cannot say my Odu.
You can't say it online.
I won't say mine on air either.
What is your Odu? What? Okay, say some.
No. It's a secret. You can't say
it's a secret. I only know my own Odu. I can't say other person's Odu. I can't even say I can't. I can't even say my name of ER. You have those are your private. You know what's ER? If you take one kernel of ER from somebody's ER, you cause that person misfortune. If you have ER, you keep it. That's your destiny. It's not a deity. The divinity is you. It's you. It's your destiny. It's not everybody that touches ER. My ER, not everybody touches my ER. No other. I don't know how people do yours. Yeah, is something is personal.
The whole thing is just bobo anyway.
So it's very personal. It's very personal. Yeah.
No, it's not bobo. I don't know. People don't believe it's okay. For me, I believe on it. It's not.
How has it impacted?
One man is doubting Thomas.
Hold on. How has it impacted on your life for you to?
One man, am I begging anybody? Do you know any of my Christian friends that's begging money from me to borrow? Is that not impact on my life?
Oh my! If I impact people's life, I'm telling you, man.
Impact my life very well.
It's from your hard work that you don't have to beg now, not from.
Same thing with Christianity. You have to work with your hand. They will tell you if you have to work with your hand. Work.
All this abracadabra stuff.
You have to work with your hand.
No, one man is not abracadabra.
You have to work with your hand.
I can tell you.
One man, I think the mistake is this. Like we believe that in life, the success is measured by how much money you have in your pocket. Things like that.
No, nobody measures success. Well, not
because I see you asking questions earlier. People are not super rich. I call not super rich and things like that. They are when you see wealth. has to do with your destiny. If you bring head of wealth to this world, you are bound to be, if you bring head of destiny of wealth to be rich in this world, if you're an Ifa priest, you're guaranteed to be rich. The spirituality is to guide you to your destiny. Now, if you come to this world with the head of destiny, do you know that there are forces that can reverse it where you won't even get, you won't become, you won't attain that destiny in this life? Do you know that? So I'm telling you, the importance of spirituality is that.
Do you know what they call Babi Magbabe?
Woman, you are Omeku. You are Lagos.
This is what you are doing. This is Babi Magbabe.
If you don't believe in,
The reason why Africa is so jacked up is that reason.
Felele, woman who play. Don't talk about Magbabe.
You know what these Super Eagles players if you win anything.
You know that's where my house is in Ibadan. Felele layout.
If you don't believe in all those things, it's okay. It's not a big deal. Like my mom will tell you.
I'm asking how it has impacted on you, and you cannot even say. And you are saying
I don't understand what you mean. How it affect my life. I'm here talking with you, the big boys. It's not a good thing in my life.
Yeah, but that is by virtue of your hard work. Same with
Christianity. I'm not. It doesn't put money in my bank, as in just put like Pastor Suleiman will say, raise your phone, money will be in your account, the money will be in your bank. But is your destiny, spirituality is personal.
It's from your side, isn't it, Pastor Suleiman or Prophet?
Yeah, Charlie was my youth classmate. Do you know we are all youth? We are youth.
Everybody in Auchi, they are all guy men. I don't know an Auchi person that's not a guy man.
That is a blaster statement. No.
Name one Auchi person that's not a guy man.
So many. Stop that now.
Apart from you and Dan that come here, the rest of them, they are all guy men.
No.
Let me say something to you. Let me corroborate what Ola said. When he said somebody wore a shirt and he started having a headache. Well, that's not what I'm about to say. But I just want to make you understand that there are powerful forces that even they can take possession of certain things, even your shirt or whatever. And you can walk. I personally have experienced that, but I just want to give you the example. Now, I have a cousin who has been trying to I don't want to name the country because it's easy for them to trace me and all of that to link me with a person. I have a cousin who traveled to one of this Western country. He has been trying to get into the country for many years, and
sorry, how would naming the country impact you? I don't understand.
No. Don't worry. I don't want to go into that. One of these countries,
because you're always caging someone. So if he travel to Germany, are they then going to search the whole of Germany?
Hold on. You don't know what I'm saying. I mean, it's something I don't want to go into. So anyway, he went to this country. He went for interview. And he's been denied many times. And now they did the work on the shirts that he wore to the interview. And they just asked him a few questions and then they gave him his visa. Do you believe that?
Well, no, he passed the interview process.
You are right. Mama, you are right.
Mama, let me give you one example.
Do you remember when sorry, Ola. Do you remember when Suleiman told us that
I remember that
somebody he went into the toilet in Lagos.
He came out in France.
He came out in Germany.
I'm telling you that
that's what Nigerians do, man.
And that guy has not been shot. They've not shot that guy yet. You know,
and his followers grew.
And you are telling me how two people are not guy men.
No, see, one man. That's
how many of you are going to select here? How many of you are going to select?
Yes. Rational mind. Let me tell one story. This thing happened in early 2000. So this guy was looking for a job for a very long time. He didn't get. So he met one guy. And the guy said, okay, he was going to do Oshole for him. He said, okay, what will he use? He said he will use Ejaro or Gigi. And he did that. He did that as a gift for that guy. And when the guy did say, he said, go and mark today down that after 21 days on normal Alaafin'S. You know what happened after 21 days? He got a call for job interview. And he went for that job interview. It was not really a serious interview. It was just some kind of discussions, right? And he got that job. So now, can we say that 21 days?
Before the 21 days, did he put in an application?
He didn't put an application. Huh? He didn't put an application. This is how it works.
He did not apply for the job.
I'm telling you a real life story.
No. Sorry, I'm not saying it's not a real life story, but did he apply for the job?
He didn't apply for the job. Look at how he says someone recommended him and gave the number that, oh, I have someone that is looking for a job.
You see, as soon as I call outy people guy men, I knew Dan would come, and just as I, look at this guy.
Oh, not down with that.
You know, say one man. Hello.
Oh, yeah, damn, man.
You know, say one man. You know, say I always say.
Let Ola land. I know you come wire me.
This guy, so they just collected his number, and the MD of that person just come that he will like to employ him in the startup. That he should not worry that all the training required that he will be trained. Because, look at how it works. Good. He knows the person that called him, but this guy never applied for that job. It's just from the word of mouth, well, I know this guy. But the question is this, what's the coincidence between someone make 21-day promise and it happened exactly on that 21 day?
That sounds perfect to me. That sounds like Suleiman's phone in the air.
So you know when I tell you something.
But one man, let me ask you this.
I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you.
Ola, let me ask this quick. Woman, do you believe that in life, like if you're trying to endeavor something, do you believe that there are forces that can be blocking you, right?
I believe that, yes.
Like someone can actually do something where they can be blocking that thing that you're trying to do.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Okay, so now what Ola is saying is that Ola, what he says that he did something where to remove that thing that's blocking that person, right? Maybe they found out there's something blocking that person, and they did something to remove that force, that energy that's blocking that person. So when that person now went this time,
there is that, but there is also the process of applying for a job and being asked to come.
Yeah, so the reason the person got the job is not magic.
He didn't apply for a job. I know, Mike. He didn't apply for a job. Is the word of mouth of the person that knows this guy that say, okay, I need someone. That say, oh, more than near your call, and he introduced.
Mike, you are right. Leave one man alone. You are right.
Hold on, Bob, please. Let's hear from Dan, who has come to insist that outy people are not guy men.
I wanted to greet Dan. I want to greet. Oh, God, Dan. Hey, from my side.
How far now? How about you?
Which side are you from?
Look at that.
I'm from Auchi. Usogu.
Which part?
Usogu.
Okay, I don't know that part. My sister married for Fuga.
Okay, Fuga. Okay, I know Fuga. Yeah,
you agree more. I know that. My sister.
No, my be our greeting.
I'm going to say na greeting.
Na greeting. Now our general language.
Okay. I know. Yeah. Okay, but what about Anegbete side and Aganibode?
Anegbete na close to Agbede, but always say some part they speak Ishan, some part they speak Auchi. But
yes. What about Aganibode?
Aganibode na Auchi now. All those area now. But Auchi, it got almost six local government. Then they see. They see this is Isako West, Isako Central. You understand?
But Dan, for all of those 6 local government, any profession they pass guy man.
One man, may I no lie for you. All of us, I that one where you talk now truth. All of us now guy man. You know people guy man.
Thank you.
Now guy man, all of us. You understand? Now the problem we always get with that one. When you say you too sharp, we'll let you know to be sharp at me. But I'm from Pastor Suleiman, just leave that one, That one, you don't do anything bad, though. Now, husband just did. He did inside.
Now, man must chop now. Man must work.
My brother. They say man no die, man no the roti.
My quickly tell one man something. One man, have you swum with the crocodiles before? Alligators.
Well, I don't want to be somebody's dinner, so no.
No. Have you?
No, I have not.
Have you ever heard of Ise River? It's on the book and everywhere.
No, I have not.
Try and go. Is it Nauchi?
Yes, Ise.
You swim with the
but that river,
and they are very fetish. So in the whole of Nigeria, nobody they do voodoo past the Auchi people.
No, one man. No, we learn her for Yoruba land. We learn her for Yoruba land. That one are true, sha. I know. We did one, but we learn her for Yoruba land.
No, be every house gets chi for every house gets chi now.
No, that one are Bini. That one are Bini.
No, for Auchi self, then get chi. When they always pour something.
No, it don't take. Look, Auchi self, most of our traditions, they don't demolish them because why? When Islam come, it changed the setup of Auchi. You understand? Even Uchi day, they do Uchi day. In fact, they see they do them, but most of Muslims now they know they attend to them because they say no be good something.
All the Muslims they still get them for corner. They no be every day they open up.
No, that's Yoruba people. Yoruba people.
No, but you know one thing where you need to understand: the deep people where there be tradition for Auchi, now people like maybe like the kings, all those ones, they still need to protect the tradition. But
the only thing where they don't stop for Auchi na blood ritual, but everything else they still do.
No. They don't do blood ritual for Auchi now.
Now Yoruba and Igbo, they be king.
They don't do blood ritual for Auchi. See, one man. I don't know the year where you want come Nigeria. I for say me, I just plan out with between you and me, so that I'm gonna go Nigeria. I'll carry you come out. You may see now one fine quiet area.
When you tell us say where they no happen again. When Najan Coco don't buy suit, me I don't buy suit. You say you they do wedding where we come. And then you can't tell me.
Yeah, but let's say
still guy man, you see.
Bros, no. That one where you talk, I never see my choice. I need to find woman where I want to marry.
And now you go marry now. People like they always marry now. Italian girl, you know.
No. Not be Italian. No, yes, I be date Italy, but now currently I date Germany.
Yeah, but no be your spec be that Italian babes.
You want me to deport her?
I don't want to sound racist, but it's just that I know to like anything for you. I don't know why. I know to the bad one. Not the fact be that one. I don't want to sound racist, but because I believe say na black to black na be the best my brother. I don't want me to talk all those kind of things now for you. You understand?
You know there was a time Dan and it's until recent, especially in Ghana and a lot in Nigeria, and especially from your region, they used to prize so much having mixed race children, especially all those Edo Benin babes. They do anything to get an Oyibo man, not because they like Oyibo, but because they want
one man. That is African mentality. That's African
mentality.
No,
that's African mentality.
That's African mentality.
Our
girls, it's usually some girl called a Lero. It's usually a Lero, isn't it?
One man, may I answer the question now? That one where you talk, not be only Edo people. Everywhere in Africa, but you know one way you need to understand. Maybe when you come here, situation, no paper, nothing. My brother, you need to hustle. Gaima do already get. Gaima no need to call the fine saying I hustle one day. I know this street again. You understand? If I which I did street, I no get choice. I must do it. Now normal thing. You understand what I mean? So, but now, man, no this street. Man, do already at least God, at least they see man through. So now, you need to marry with it your mind, with it your best choice. So that may not come be like say, as will come be like say domestic violence will come because you know marry and because of purpose, and you don't get the purpose now. You call the verse all the time. You understand? I know say we Muslim, Islam permit us to marry 4 wives, but me, I just prefer to marry one if I see the right one. That is it for me. You understand? Now, even fasting we did now. They talk to you like
they are not as young as you once were, you know.
And then Dan Juma. Muslim name.
Oh, Dan Juma. Okay.
So you have to find one, though. Yeah,
bro. Wait.
Not every time, mommy they call you. Wait. How many times, mommy they call you for every week?
In fact. Me and mom see at least not the way go past we will talk. At least if we don't have 1 minute, we must talk.
And at the same matter now that when you go bring her and come.
Yes, mom see they ask, but only say say man pikin no come out just because he want run come out for Nigeria. Now situation make man enter street. You understand? So we need to try more build that relation. At least maybe the family will come dey normal level. No be say me I know the price say I come out for rich home, but I know say the situation will be there that time things no balance. But that the reason I make me run come off us. I know come reach abroad now.
Let me tell you one thing, Dan. It's very rare that things are ever really fully balanced. If you don't reach one level small, just find one babe where they decent, where you know say na fit support each other and they go together, they carry and go build. But if you want to reach level before you reach, I don't think anybody.
Not true, but only say if you look the situation, I don't know about UK, but like Jamie, my brother, now our sister, I know one condemn our sister, but the way where our sister they live here, no be war. In fact, you marry good get way war self where you get good heart, where he love you because of who you are or who you anything where you represent. That one might be the best. But not be say you marry woman, something day back of your mind where be like say he put say after I don't get that thing, then everywhere goes scatter. You know about women for abroad now. Before you talk one, they don't talk five. And according to that, my brother now, he asked me, say, Muslim they bear down. My name is Danjuma. In Auchi, the meaning of Danjuma, not only Auchi, I think Yoruba City, some part of Yoruba City they bear down like that. And in person where they born on Friday, directly, instead of Friday where they will call you in English, now Danjuma be your name. So normally I was born.
Now what's that name? I was born.
I think it's Arabian, it's Islamic.
Now yeah, something like Arabian because
Yoruba they call am Jimon now. I mean Jimon.
Yeah, Jumon, but only say now the abbreviation. Everybody get the abbreviation. Even outside go call it Denjuma, which is Denjuma. Outside they call it. We they call it Danjuma. We they talk the way where Yoruba they call it. But all
Yoruba
of them.
Jimon. Now Jimon we they call them for Yoruba.
Jimon is not Yoruba language, Jimon is not Yoruba language.
It's
Islamic.
Friday is Yoruba.
Are you sure you're
No.
Hold on. Diet Coke Yoruba now. It's not full blood.
I'm just putting your leg. Go on. I'm listening.
Jumat.
No, that's
Friday.
That's
Friday. You are talking about. But Yoruba language is not Jimo. Jimo is not Yoruba language.
Jimo is not Yoruba language. It's Yoruba Muslim. Ojo Jimo. That's Ojo Jimo. Ojo Kirun.
So Monday is
Ojo Jumat. Ojo Jumati.
Jumat means prayer.
Yeah, which is Friday. Yeah. But it's not the Yoruba word. It's not Yoruba word. It's a Yoruba Muslim word.
It's not Yoruba. It's a borrowed
It's a borrowed, from Islam. Yeah.
Now all Nigeria now borrow language it be to all Nigeria because if you look at Jumat now Arab language now borrow language it be to it just that you will be Muslim like on Friday now they call it Juma Ren Juma. I would say Ren Juma which is on Friday.
You know all of them pray in Arabic or even the Yorubas all of them but they speak with different dialects. I don't know why they are all trying to speak Arabic but they speak the Arabic with different dialects. They don't speak Arabic, but you know how to pray in Arabic.
What is Monawa? What is Monawa? For example, Boboye, it also Saribi Monawa. What is Monawa, for example? Monawa is not the Yoruba gay, it's man of war. That's what Yoruba say to Monawa. Saribi Monawa, and it's man of war.
Ani Jimo, Iboni Jimo Tiwa.
Jimo is
Yoruba ṣe Jima to Jimo.
Oh no, ni mo sọ pé àwọn Yorùbá ló coin ẹ̀ sí Jimo. Jumati ló coin sí Jimo.
Okay, then I got that. That's what we call Afitiya in Yoruba. Afitiya.
Because
àwọn Yorùbá ló coin ẹ̀ is Yoruba people that coin it to Jimo.
We're not saying that, but it is not Yoruba language.
No, forget that is Yoruba own. That is Yoruba own. English, Arabic they call it Jumat. Yoruba now translate it and coin it in a better way for them, you know.
Just like mosque. Moshalashi.
Moshalashi.
Mosque. Now, so I would choose they call it Moshalashi.
Dan, I be want to ask you something. Which eye then they take Luka Suleiman for Auchi? I then they take Sian.
Well, I did that. Pastor Suleiman was a, It's a God gift to Auchi. Even
right.
though
Is that how you say him? God.
No, let me land now.
Right.
Yeah, but it's just that he was having, even he talk about himself now. Back, he do dubious thing. But now he say God call him when he want go keep person for inside church.
You know, say I'm Muslim. You know, say I'm Muslim.
Yes, now if I find myself now Muslim now, the family has no far from my house. Now this say Osoku all of us be now. The same community. But normally, if Papa fed the son and we be pastor, we
hold on. Sorry, go on that. Yeah.
If Papa fed the son and we be Christian now, but later we get motor we buy for him Papa. Papa now can be usher now.
When dollar done the flow,
my brother, you know everything now. Only the same money for grant, back for grant.
How do you know it's you? You see, if they say if you say how man, if you say how man, you know fair the rest now you go.
Nah lie, why they talk like this? Even say me and
people now. No worry, I go show you one out person where I know on later. Then you'll see what I mean.
But now you see the reason why Northerners they call you Satan Muslim, fake Muslims. When I don't serious about that Islam like them, man, because then they don't accept say somebody for their family convert to Christianity. They go kill them. But for South there,
Mike, but you know that even the Arabs from the North Africa, even from the Maghreb, that is Algeria and those areas, they don't even consider them too as real
yes,
real Muslim.
Yeah, they marry any people. Yeah.
They cannot even live there.
They cannot even guy where they gonna work here now. The Najama my marry. You know, it's just that Nigeria, they need to give not proper education. There are people not just they put them for bondage because why made them not just white, because if they're white, they go okay. One of Aero5's son, no be marry one Igbo girl for Imo State the other time. So then where they go school, where they wise, they know what they go all. But just to take and divide Nigeria, because Nigeria politician, one thing you need to understand, Nigeria politician invest for division for Nigeria. They invest every day for division for Nigeria. Because the day where Nigeria go unite, they know say this nonsense where they do, it don't end. So they go invest for this division. Maybe they will say you now not you. Even the Satan politicians, they still do us like that. They will tell you say Buhari might be your enemy, as they still do that for me.
Okay, Dan. I want to show you something. See if you recognize this, Dan.
Okay.
Honey, sweetheart.
Do you recognize it, Dan?
I don't know. How would they show me so?
No, it don't tell where you come out, Abby.
More than 10 years now.
That's your hometown now, you know.
No, but it don't find past.
Why the place can't hit Dusty now? All these noise don't make that. See your village.
I told you it's a hamlet. You keep arguing.
No, not Takamo. One man, forget even Jamie, even America, they get place where they will show you where if you go out, if you want to see fine place, you go fear. Forget that thing. They get even Lagos, Swam no they there. Why you they talk like this? They got the video where it be like say they for the doom. Now this will be this one on our side, mechanic side.
Now city center be this now.
80 no be here be city center. You know where be city center? I go city center. No, even I go carry you go out. Yeah, na this you. Yeah, na this you. Yeah, no be GRO. Go this Ibra camp. May you see the mansion where they go. Go GRO.
As if say Nigeria Paris. Why?
No, yeah, na this thing na yeah. Na the village where they out in the show. Where for the plant.
I just say Ibra na Kogi Ibra people dey.
Yeah, but they get place. You know, say like Awuchi now. Like Awuchi, now people like that place. Now Ibira, where they say yam. Now they stay there where there be bush. You understand?
Ibira people live there.
They can't name there as Igbo camp. Even for the main city for Auchi now, na Otairu Street that they call her, which is our monarch road that they call her. Now there my family has the monarch road that they call her Otairu Street, Otairu Road. But now because of Igbo whether they say production, they don't food that area now. If you can't say Otairu Road, nobody they understand. Except you say Igbo, and they go Igbo shade. People will just know say, okay, now this is a place they talk so. You understand? So now so it be like Benin as Benin people.
So Igbo people don't come take over your land. Now you they talk so.
Yes, so but if like compare Igbo family for Igbo, they do business. Igbo big pharmacies where they are with now Igbo people get now. All those ones they not be Igbo again because they were born. Even their great father, even before Nigeria get independent, most of them don't they there. They just only the BIK now those things. But
which religion? Sorry, which religion pass for Auchi? Which one? Which faith people they follow pass for Auchi?
Yeah, but let's say for our which be like now Muslim dominate.
Like how many percent?
Like Muslim go they like around 65, maybe 35, 35, 65. Yeah.
All right. Let me show you a clip of Tinubu having dinner with Buhari's wife. So this so
Tinubu go there.
You go now. They want
really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So this was one of the clips that I've lined up for the session, but we never got to, so we just ended up gisting instead. But yeah.
We are sorry, sir. We are sorry, sir. No, you can't.
Mr. Coming, Mr. President, incoming.
You can join, sir. You can join, sir.
Look at how happy he is.
My leader. That's my leader.
Baba ko ṣọ́ra jẹun o.
Yes.
Ko ṣọ́ra jẹun. Ká má lọ sí nǹkan tó jẹ.
But do you not think he will have Ajesara? Somebody like that will surely have Ajesara.
Ó lè má ní kankan, ó lè jẹ nù káàkiri.
But for me,
what was Atiku there?
I love Tinubu.
He would have been, I suspect. Yeah.
See, I like Tinubu even when the person where I ate past. For in those politicians, not be Atiku.
I know your fellow Muslim.
Forget that one. Look, now personal agenda.
Why you hate him now? Why you hate Atiku? What did he do for you? What did he do?
Let me tell you something. According to Pastor Suleiman, may I tell you now? He said some people go they talk truth. People will just diverse for you because you they talk truth. Let me tell you what make Atiku I hate.
Suleiman is full of nabi.
No matter. You know that. You know one man. Mike, may I tell you one thing? I they watch you since when they start this program. Just they watch and the program. This program can't get a door today, and I know say where you dey, you know the door, and I call just they say wait till they saw. Mike, you know my reaper deal. What did they happen?
What do you mean? The program is never dull.
It's dull today. Today now, you know, let's assume say learned people too full year today. So nothing like say that crowd, all those guys.
You wanted the argument and the shouting, Abi. So it's the argument and the shouting that you like.
You know. Very learned people are just here and everybody listening to each other. You know, nobody they shout for top of each other. You understand? This is what is good. This one is quiet, but sometimes we they have fun when people they shout for each other.
Enjoy. Look at this guy.
So meanwhile, sometimes the question when you ask me, say why I Atiku? Me, I be person way like me when I they look. If you they tell me, if you they take mad, they tell me something. When I know they sing from you, they participate. It vex me say you they take me for granted. In the sense, Atiku 2019, people use stage for you to be PDP president. Now it's time for SAT. Just use the door, let the SAT come get their own way. But no, because of your personal ambition, greed, you must rule Nigeria. You no let Igan come out for that power. They manipulate everybody for PDP so that May still contest, which is greed,
that means this man gets something we never tell us. Because if he be president, now so Buhari do.
Why
So
Tinubu
Buhari
no leave am for Southeast? Why Tinubu no leave am for Southeast? No be
we
time
will
of
discuss that one. No be say I dey support Tinubu. I know they support Tinubu, but always say I prefer and pass Atiku. Me, I no lie for you. I know.
As you hate Atiku, follow hate Tinubu now because they are doing the same thing. Both of them are desperate.
See,
Both of
me,
them
I
are
don't tell
the
you. Say,
same shoe.
one man way day here go tell you say the way where they tell Tinubu say. In fact, even though Tinubu was the right candidate, I don't want her because he don't too hold. Atiku, Tinubu no get anything to offer because he don't too hold. Forget it. Sometimes I go to watch him. Even the Lagos rally where they talk. Sometimes he go to talk after of point. I will just say people will see the clap for her. I say 1,000 just they work for you. You understand? He listen to Ram. You go see and say they talk out of point. Even for Lagos, when he organized youth this program for that stadium, he was sometimes he talk. I would just imagine say, this man, I want to go to Nigeria. You understand? Nobody say me, I but only say I just take the difference. Say I even still prefer Tinubu pass Atiku because why? Even Tinubu 2015, he wanted to be president, but he say he ambitious, he know if he get it, he just need to use stage for Buhari, and he leave stage for Buhari because he not too greed. But I think he was too greed and desperate. Even Tinubu still leave the stage. That means if they still talk to Tinubu, Tinubu will still stay may leave the stage for people where they want to. So
do you know that Dan? Do you know that Atiku has been pursuing this ambition since the mid-80s?
This is the problem. Because
so okay, it's very
look
difficult for him to give it up when he thinks that this is his best and last chance.
He must still run as a Nigeria president. See, let's assume say as they talk for Nigeria, say now turn by turn. If you reach your turn, now your national cake chop am. When you pass your turn, let us will. If you reach our turn, most chop am. Let's assume say we agree that Nigeria turn tune. But one thing you need to understand, bros, Atiku, you don't be vice president. As you don't fair be vice president, so wetin make you degrade? Now be wetin I see the bet for Osinbajo be that one.
Osinbajo no be vice president.
Dan, make I tell you something. You see, this politics as a day for politician. Now him be say it's a business. It's an investment. Whether they invest money, they put money, say one day that money go yield result. You dey hear me so?
Yes.
All of them will be practical politicians, way day for there. They're not there for fun, no be for fun, no be to just support anybody. They there for one particular reason. And Atiku, as one man don't tell you, he don't pursue this thing since 90s. When was the time that they are not 90? Is it not 93? They are not.
1993.
93. So it started since 1992. It contested against what do you call Abiola for primary, where you can step down for Abiola. So and since then, he get organization. He get in own political group. That's na Yaradua group. Yaradua we don't die. It get no be that junior one, no be the one with
the president. The one where they keep for military.
The one where they keep for prison. So after Yaradua don't die, now he can't take over the leadership of that group. Now that group then enter PDP. And as that group they now money that they keep that group together. No be small thing, now money. Every time to keep people together, you must be doing something to keep them together. So this man don't they invest money every time to they keep that group. And he be number one. Waiting else, he won't be. Not be president. That's why you see him, they come out all the time. Say he won't be president. He lose this time. He don't put money don't vanish. It go come another time, carry money come. say make them be the objective of every political group within a party is for them to win power. So if him as the arrowhead no day on top, all the one way surround him, they're going to fall apart. So in order to keep the machine going, that group, they go, I've seen be the arrowhead. That's why you see them, they come out all the time. So that everybody go have sense of belonging. Say, hey, this Oga don't come again. Maybe we rally around them. If the Oga reach there, all of us go, we better go come. So this thing, where you see all these politicians, now because of position, say, make them get to that position. That's why they default. Tinubu self, all the one way they do things. You know here where he talk. He say he be in lifetime ambition.
Yeah. Ambition, yeah.
So you know goes look article say because he don't they come out one time, second time, and now he be say you can't hate them. No, all of them be say more.
Okay. Dan, do you think 2023 is the Yoruba turn?
No.
Why not?
Well, for my own maybe observation, Obasanjo don't rule as 8 years as a Yoruba, isn't it? Then he come to Sasat. Let's assume say me I there among the Sasat. Because Awuchi, Edo, and the rest, all of us with this Sasa. Jonathan,
maybe just wrap that South as Biafra. So he came to Biafra space, yes, under Jonathan, yes.
No, I no get problem with them, but let's say we don't tell you say we no be Biafra.
Oh, no, but it's part of under the old system.
It's not under. Mama, you know one thing where I understand for you. One thing where I understand for you now. Even not be because of me now. Even now, forget about Biafra. Even Igbo person where they fight, where they agitate for Biafra. Okay, tell us say yes. What did they call it? Jonathan was Biafra. He will tell you say no. He was not talking about the Biafra in South. He was talking about Biafra in Southeast. That 5 states is 5 states. Now, so not be me talking. Even Igbo person go tell you like that.
Hold on now. We are only going by the Eastern narrative, which they told us that the whole space is Biafra. So Obasanjo came in for the Yoruba space. Goodluck Jonathan came in for the Biafra space. Buhari came in for the Fulani space. So now it comes back to the Yoruba to repeat again. So the Goodluck Jonathan don't cover Biafra now. So wait.
Wait, one man, you are. Can I tell you something? Let me tell you one man. Can I tell you something?
Damn, we have to go by hype-up narrative. Hype-up there's only Arewa, Oduduwa, and Biafra. So now the do a ton, I beg.
Yes, now.
So this thing where they talk now. Yeah, one man, this one way they talk. Yes, let me just agree with you today. Say yes, now true to talk. But even when 1963, wait, bros, wait, may I finish? May I land my point first? Bros, I bet no verse, bro. So 1963, they divide Nigeria into 3 regions. No be so. Which is northern region.
No, 1963 turned into 4 regions.
4 regions exactly now, because now 3 regions if come out. So that means Midwest region contain. If you say more follow that analysis, you can say even Goodluck Jonathan was. I know say they were part of Southeast then. We no be there. We be there now Eastern Southwest. Now for come out, we come be Midwest region. So we self will never even rule as president if we someone follow that one. And Ajale Koko make point now. He say because Nigeria politician they na business be politician and they take Nigeria do. Let's be sincere for each other. Politics is supposed to be business. It's not supposed to be business because if the time you don't use them for business, look at what APC said now: 100 million. For a ticket, not be 100 million, they say for the ticket, for presidential ticket, if you want buy. So if person like me now buy with 100 million naira, you could tell me say my papa na only pass. I been my papa be pastor, na be chief imam of Awuchi. You can't tell me, say, let me enter there. I know if I collect my 100 million, I will collect my 100 million keep, because then I'll come to look whether I want to get something for inside. Maybe if I get good at, I'll come say, okay, since I don't collect my money back, may I do what I'm supposed to do for people with their own money. You understand? But now, with they talk and say now business, you're not supposed to be business. For me, I know they support Tinubu, I know they support Atiku. Everybody except na new person day here, and I no person where they support, which is some more election worry. So I know
now the Ojoro, they always just they vex me small because for years and years and years now, anytime you go radio now so now they go to tell us say all of this area on Biafra. Okay now, so you don't present the argument now. See so far I no cut into Yoruba land now, and if they agree say them be part, then be part. So the area when they say na Biafra now, it covered the area where Goodluck Jonathan come now. So if they don't already get Biafra president under Goodluck Jonathan, and you know say Yoruba, you know so about yourself no be Yoruba choice, so now Fulani choice. So
of course, I know
Yoruba people have not really of their own choice had a president. We've not really had a Yoruba president.
Okay, so, yeah, Tinubu become na choice now. No, one give us.
Tinubu na Yoruba choice.
Now we tell the ass now. Now Tinubu come be our choice now.
If it before you mean now, but so long as a Yoruba name, you know, but it's the Yoruba's turn now. I allow it now.
Wait, Ogadan, you don't explain yourself. You are right, it's okay. But for me, I not agree. There's south, east, west, and north. Okay, fine. Do not rule. We say south. But as you say before,
no, maybe say Biafra. If you say south side, you go confuse people.
No, not Biafra. Before old, I said like Midwest, they go old Eastern region. Bayelsa, the old Eastern region, way back. Fine. But when they break into 4 places, they come into south. Yeah, okay, fine. Jonathan rule, fine. Obasanjo just start then hand over to Yaradua. Jonathan can't finish Yaradua's space. Now it come back to the north. When it come back to the north, most Yoruba was the vice president. Now Yoruba will come back again as I don't say not get right to, they get right to. We're just saying now it's coming back again as president. You saying this
vice president don't mean anything.
Who supposed come? Who supposed come for 2023?
We South supposed to bring somebody if they want to be fair.
After Jonathan, you want to come again?
No, Jonathan just got.
But Jonathan, let's assume one man. Jonathan never even ruled his own complete. Only 4 years he ruled.
He ruled for Yaradua space.
He ruled 6 years now. He ruled 6 years.
See, that was
no 6 years old. No, na Yaradua own. No be our own. Na Yaradua. If you know that.
So the 2 years. If you know the 2 years where you complete Yaradua time. Say, then they call him President Yaradua when they call him President Jonathan.
They only call him acting president. They never, it's acting president most of the time.
After Yaradua died, it was not. Who was he acting for? It was.
But he spent almost 16 months before they inaugurate and come tell us say, "Now he can be president." Minus that 16 months, he not even reach 6 years when they talk. Now only 1 year he had. No reach now. I'm not 6 years. Anyway, now only 5 years now. Even about the talker for Arise News now, he said now 5 years. Maybe they know they say 6 years. Even Arise News one day like that.
In no reach, small place like Bayelsa, you rule Nigeria for 6 years. In no reach, you're not supposed to rule at all.
How?
If nobody say now because now from here, now from there,
or the weight of the country.
Now because of that now, nothing else now. So
my brother, all of you now only person where I want more vote for now be on more election. If it be say we want good Nigeria, that one I want. Secondly, if we not vote for more election, if we want consider okay because the power should go to east. More look see whether Peter Obi go see take that Nigeria constitution. If he say he agree, we'll give a paper may sign.
Then we'll go you don't withdraw now. You don't withdraw now.
Peter, you never withdraw. I never yell.
Wait, Dan, Peter never change anything. Do you know when Jonathan did there?
Because
we know they hear in voice now. So if you know,
no, he's the worker of that man. If I not talk at one man, if you say you know the year his voice, now you know the year now because that man now be the real true. Now only be the true Southeast person where I see say he really focus on this ambition. He they really focus. If they try, if they go many places. The rest people say they just declare that for man, they go sit down for their back of their ass.
I never say I'm for Nepal, so.
No, the man they try. If they go many states, go the convert according to what they call it.
You know, rate Yoruba people. Why not go Nepal?
Ajale Coco. You did that, okay? Yeah, sorry for the great Hiroko that fell in the Oyo Empire. I cannot say, we cannot say
now one man he go greet. Say now one man from Oyo.
No, okay. Oyo, one man. Sorry for the
one man in our Oyo man now.
We did a lot about it earlier.
I didn't make the segment. No, say we cannot say that.
I'm from Afigio local government area, the heartland of Oyo. Local area.
Okay, we the Benin cannot say a great king has gone beyond. We say a great, like Benin said.
In fact, I'm almost tempted to go and I can sit on the stool in my community. I have the title beads. Yeah, I've showed it here before. Well, next day I'm going to bring my beads. If I use one of those beads, there's a secret bead amongst the beads that I have. If I use it to touch my head 3 times, you will crow like a cock where you are.
I don't understand now. One man don't talk. One man don't confess.
You don't believe in
you don't confess. Now you say how we na do now. You don't. God don't catch you.
One man.
You don't believe in original things,
You don't know nothing, eh?
Mike.
Why did they want to cook now?
Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
See your brother now, who they follows the fight and say what thing Orishi they do. Me, when you get one they touch 3 times or best will begin the
no, that's all your the Oyo is the
in be leader of choir for church.
Can you imagine?
Not choir, Sunday school.
Sunday
anyway, one man, sorry for the great Iroko. So we cannot say he went beyond. Sorry for the great Iroko that fell. I hope you guys have a good replacer. Like Adele said the other day, I think it's the son that will be the next. Right? Okay, one man.
No, not two families.
There are two families. So that family, their turn has passed. So the next family, yeah. Okay,
now in that place I have my fear. So I have my fear because Bola Tinubu can do anything to influence that space.
Definitely. Politician, say
a politician. Okay, thank you. You talk truth. They will influence that space.
Particularly the governor of the state.
They will influence that space, and which is not good.
So you are telling me that if the oracle pick somebody, the politician will tell them to pick somebody else.
Forget about one politician just oracle ni.
No be politician.
Oracle dey collect money now. You don't know. Oracle dey collect money now.
Oracle dey collect money.
They won't go. They'll come and tell you they went. Simple. You say they already went.
Everything depends on that. Who is that? Bashorun. If Bashorun,
yes,
and the Oyomesi doesn't want any influence from the government, it won't be possible.
Yes. What happens is whilst the Alaafin'S dead, the Bashorun of Oyo, he steps in. So it's the interim. I don't know what. So it steps in as because there cannot be a vacuum there.
It can be
of the libations
He's the temporary king now.
He's the temporary king now. But then the Oyomesi will then come together.
Yes.
But the ruling house that is next, we already know that. But who amongst the princes, we don't know.
What happened to the Bashorun committee suicide, like they used to say, when a king dies in Oyo? Those days.
I don't know about that.
There are things they have stopped now. There are things they have stopped in tradition. Now, even England, there are things they have stopped.
What did you say, rational mind? What did you say, rational mind?
There's one like that. I think there's one like that. They said the Bashorun will commit suicide. Something like that.
It's not Bashorun.
It's Bashorun that we ask the king to commit suicide. If the king is not, is not ruling well, Basharon can come to him and tell him to commit suicide. That
guys,
they don't want him anymore.
Let me take a moment to acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat, which speaks to the Nigerian politics, which is what we do here. But I don't think we've discussed politics at all. We were just discussing if the Auchi people are guy men or not. So this is what our Plenty Water has to say via super chat. It says, which of all these listed president is not Nigerian? Are we ever going to worry about the best man for the job or continue to whine about regional and zoning? So thank you for the super chat, but that is a well-worn phrase. Whoever's ethnicity is in the presidency, they always come up with that narrative that it should be, the Northerners now will tell us that it is the best man for the job and not the best Southerner. But then in 2015, they were telling us that even if it's the worst, we must be a Malam, nothing else. But now that it's their turn to give it back to the South. They are now talking about the best. We play we play ethnic politics in Nigeria, and that is still where we are. We've not evolved to the best man for the job. I don't think we have. Ajanle Koko, what would you say to that?
One man, best man for the job. We are not going to get best man for the job in any one of these two parties. Because these two parties are parties that
no, I don't. So sorry, Ajanle Koko. I don't think that's the point that Plenty Water was making. He was speaking more because we're having a conversation about it's the Yoruba's turn, it's the Igbo's turn, etc. So he wasn't necessarily talking about party. He was saying rather than this fixation with tribe and religion, why don't we, for a change, look for who is actually best for Nigeria outside of ethnicity and tribe? And what I was saying to him as a counter was that the way Nigerian politics is at the moment is entirely, almost exclusively about tribe and maybe religion as well, but really about tribe. So that we're still playing tribal politics. This is still where we are in Nigeria. So I think that was what he was hinting at. Yeah.
Yeah. No, for me, I don't think that is.
Hold on. The best way we can get the right man for the job is for the system to create a level playing field. A level playing field that will attract the best brain to come and contest for the job. And when we have best brains, they will come out and contest, and it's going to be we are going to have an issue-based contention, a performance-based contention, what again? Issue-based, performance-based, service-based contention. So we need to have an electoral process that will be very transparent, that will not be influenced by people in power. Government will not be able to influence our electoral process. That body that will conduct the election and the process of, electioneering process are going to be completely independent. And we are not going to have a money-based politics. It's not going to be based on money. So when we have all of this, then you will see the best of the best brain that will come out, contest for this position, and people will ask questions. We'll be able to line them up in front of us the way it is done in United States and UK there. People are not going to obtain form for nomination for a penny. there's going to be requirement for them. There's going to be they have to fulfill some requirement before they can obtain nomination form. Nomination form has to be free.
All right. I'm not sure that's where he was pointing it, but let's hear from Dan on the topic. So we hear from you, Dan, briefly. I'll acknowledge Plenty Water's other super chat, and then I'll start to round off. So Dan, you wanted to comment on what Plenty Water opened up. Dan, you were about to talk just then. All right, we don't have that.
Can I say something about that?
If it's going to be brief, but yeah.
No, when you say we should jettison regionalism and everything, I want to ask, don't you think that what Buhari has done already, it has already escalated that space? So until we can get the processes that cannot allow one ethnic group to dominate another one, then that is okay. Because if you go and pick someone, you say Fulani now, for example, there'll be suspicion. If you go to Igbo land, there'll be suspicion. Even Yoruba, there'll be suspicion. So until we get the process right, that's where I support Ajale Koko. Let us get that process right to make sure that no ethnic group can dominate another. That's what I was supposed to say.
All right, thank you. Let me acknowledge Plenty Water's other super chat, and then I'll start to round up from there. So he continues on the theme. He says, Buhari pitched himself to ACN, CPC. I don't think he pitched himself to CPC because he was already the owner of that party, ANPP and APGA, and pulled some PDPs in the mix to become president. That is a whole lot of shopping. Who is pitching today? So it wasn't essentially Buhari that pitched himself. That was a coming together, a convergence of political interest. So Buhari didn't. I think it was even Tinubu. They were even as far back as 2011 already talking about that, but they couldn't converge it together. But the doctrine of necessity was actually what brought them together. Not necessarily. I think Buhari would have been a very reluctant entrant into that space because he sees himself as a Puritan somewhat of a superior breeding, not wanting to mix with the dirties like Tinubu and Amechi. So I don't think.
Sorry, actually, Buhari had already given up. Before he had already given up after running 3 times, man.
Yes, I thought so.
I don't think he was
they
doing
forced him back in. Yes.
Yeah, as soon as they present that chance to him, like, hey, you have a chance here. That's when he came. Because if they would have presented that, maybe previous 2 elections, there's no way the guy would have joined them. You know, but because that time the guy already give, he already give up. They just called him and say, "Come on, you know what? We'll give you a chance here." He reluctantly came, man.
Yes,
so,
I thought so, because I thought he thought that he was already too old and his time has passed.
Yeah.
You know,
he was already
that was one of the reasons why he was so slow to move, and then he was so confused all the way through because it caught him off guard. But I'll start to round off here, and thank you everyone. I did actually want to round off a lot earlier, but the conversation was so interesting, especially around the Ifa divinity and all whatnot. You know, I love all those kind of stuff, so I really enjoy conversations around that. But I will start to round off here to land, of course, on Ajale Koko. We start with Engineer, who I'm certain is no longer with us, but to fulfill all righteousness, Engineer, to you. So yes, I didn't think he was here. So Engineer has left us. So from Engineer, we go on to Ete. So Ete, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Ete, you know the routine.
Yeah, today's session was a nice session. What I have to say about today is zoning should be constitutional because Nigeria is not like any other country. We are very diverse, and if it's not constitutional, there's going to be problem in this country, even in the future. The best people can also be gotten from different zones. There is nothing like the best person should be the president. We should zone it, and also we should put it in our constitution. We should not play the dirty politics we are playing now. When it's your turn, you say it's my turn. Then when it's another person's turn, you will say no, that person doesn't qualify to have that turn. So we see how it's playing now, and we see the divide we have as a country. So that's it for me today. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So it dipped in and it dipped back out. So that just tells you how long some of these sessions. I was determined to start to shorten the sessions, but they take on a life of their own. They take on a life of their own as we go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody, and those who are in the comment, the chat section. Well, thank you all. Yes, again, we've talked about so many things. We've been here and there. Yes, I think we just want to take something from what the clergyman said recently. Was it today? That Nigerians are hungry, and this hunger should be shown. That is, if ever 2023 will ever be that year for the election, because we can't continue with this madness. This is madness. I mean, if we can be wasting 8 years of our life with this idiot that is there, how much more are we going to waste again? I mean, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. I mean, our kids are coming. So, I mean, how long are we going to be doing this? These are the same people who went to Aso Rock today, called by, I mean, as First Lady. I don't even know what our role is in that country, calling presidential candidates. In a Senate society, that kind of a thing is not done. I mean, and then they all went there like, I don't know how to describe it. So it's up to Nigerians to decide where they want to go moving forward. For me, it's just madness that we have to continue this way. We have to continue talking about this same one problem in that country when other countries are moving forward. Well, that's all I have to say for today. Thank you all, and hope to see you tomorrow or in a few hours. Bye.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind, a real delight. So that was Rational Mind. Of course, it needs no introduction to anybody anymore. So from Rational Mind, we go to World Peace, our newly discovered Ifa priest, but not really. I don't know where they are teaching Ifa in schools and doing levels. This is it, though, the Wayo of the Auchi people. World Peace.
I greet everybody. Quickly, make I say, my out waiting it's a talk. They're supposed to the zone the presidency zone by region by region, so that peace supposed day. Just imagine when Buhari and Atiku they contest 2019, they say that northern region. So every other people back was only 2 northern a day the space. So imagine right now as the they come south, the northern at back off now, maybe not the south dig them out by themselves. You see, I say it go day balance. We'll get the best out of the south. Saying that they might quickly go to Oyo people. Sorry for the loss of the new king, and I hope say God will bring a better king. And I pray make all these politicians, especially Tinubu and co, may they not start that process because of their political relevance. At the time with this country go, so for me, a very crucial time. For politicians want that enter inside that space. But I pray make we get good king. And for now way the comment section, I beg one mind organ one man, and not be digital Ifa man. I get Ormila, I'm proud about it. I know they go church. People they go church, they carry their own for head. Me, I'm a proud traditionalist. I believe in my tradition, so I love that one. So I greet all of you now. We did that place, and I thank one man for bringing people. And I be worried. I not for some days. So now he come back saying not too well, but he does okay now. So I hope to see you now again tomorrow. Bye.
All right, thank you. So that is our Japanese correspondent, World Peace. Konnichiwa. So from Konnichiwa, we go to Viget, to Germany. Viget. Dan, Viget.
Super brother. No more than no question. So Alpha, what's up? Wait till see me I talk now. As closing remark or what?
No, now opening remarks now. After I don't do 6 hours, wait till you know be stranger for this place now.
No,
look at this guy. This is how to behavior. I say,
I don't blame you. You know,
closing remarks. Yes.
Okay, no wala. Well, really this evening was a very exciting program and really sweet. And moreover, with one thing where I just need to talk about Nigeria politics is that
2023, we need to be wise. Because one thing where I see say that plenty water say, he say whether more look for better leader or maybe we want zone the politics. As far Nigeria constitution they like this, everybody will always agitate now their turn reach. Because why? If this say like Nigeria they practice what is true federalism, I don't know whether they get any word where they call true federalism. Federalism is federalism. So like Jamie here now, like region even get power pass even federal. So if it be like that, so if they devote the power to region, even people will be proud to serve as local government. They will get, in fact, they will prefer even local government, even councillor, than to go represent for federal, because they know say power not even to do there, because you need to start. Nigeria politics should start from the ground, not from the up, because as they do from the up, now big problem. You understand? Everybody want me go that up so that me go chop that national cake. Even Nigeria, I believe that if they devolve power now, all those people where they clamoring for president, now they go stop, because money no go to the federal again. Now each region now money day. Because now what you they produce now, maybe now factory all this thing where they generate revenue for you, now you go determine how your economy won't be. Like Jamie, yeah, you in fact train everything, ticket where they collect money and the rest. It remain for year, they only pay like 15% or 20% to federal government, which is the money they will still use now for the economy for this region, for the state. Just imagine the underground train, Uber, where they go my ass now. Over 2 months now, they repair her. Because why? Not be say get photo, because they just look and say it don't expire. They just pull all the iron come off for ground. They change the iron again. So this is how government behave. But the one with Nigeria constitution, might be my problem. Maybe they just say that. So I'm not getting much to say since now closing remark. So I leave the topic here. Thank you very much, Wama. And anybody where they ask, Mona they watch the program and like and comment and promote the program so that may sweet everybody, so that even the person where they don't may get more energy to do more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dan. So that's Dan Juma, our correspondent from Deutschland. So thank you, Dan Juma. So let's acknowledge Plenty Water super chat before we carry on sweeping up with the closing remarks. So Plenty Water, so Plenty Water, he never gives up a point. He likes to hammer it. He's one of those people in life that always wants to be right, and this is it. Backing it up with this super chatting. It says, what if a zoning player does not have friends in the Senate? Would the zoning benefactor reign with executive order? All I am saying is democracy is a game of numbers. Be lovable and form alliances. So there it is right there. And that zoning, that ruling by executive order, it somewhat speaks to the Showore paradigm, who as a single candidate party vehicle wants to take the presidency, looking to make like a wholesale change in the way that the Nigerian state functions. But then if he becomes president and the Senate is packed with PDP, APC, and APGA, he will very quickly find out that democracy is not autocracy. And he will have to revert to Buhari-type tactics if he wants to get his way. So that is the real paradigm of it all. So as Plenty Water super chat, it says, what if a zoning player does not have friends in the Senate? Would the zoning player benefactor reign with the executive order? All I'm saying, democracy is a game of numbers. Be lovable and form alliances. So that is Plenty Water's super chat, and Jennifer, she I think maybe she applauds with a super sticker there. So from all of that to Ola, so Ola, the routine.
Yeah, what I would like to say is this: I think I'm in support of what Ete, Dan, and everyone before said about zoning. You see, not only that we should even zone alone, we should try to even find a more effective way for zoning to work. If we've not learned anything, we've learned something from Buhari. And we've learned some people that call themselves Fulani nationality movement or Fulani or whatever they call themselves. because these people, they have this tradition of story of over 200 years that they believe that Nigeria belongs to them. Now, you don't want a situation whereby you have someone like Buhari that will come tomorrow that will want to grab your land for his people from Mali and all those areas. So you want to make sure that you don't, let's not just jettison this idea of don't let us zone. With the present constitution, we should zone, please, because otherwise, someone will just come there and will manipulate the National Assembly before you wake up tomorrow, you no longer have your land because someone has allocated your land to someone that claimed that his grandfather owned Nigeria. So what am I saying? Even if I want to hard to read, we even had a situation whereby you should make sure that the representative at the National Assembly, the all 6 geopolitical parties, they should not have, no geopolitical party should have representative in the National Assembly more than others. Then, like what Pastor Bakari and maybe some other people recommended that even instead of having governor at our region, maybe we should make it them like the vice president across all the geopolitical party, and they should be the one to form the Senate. You balance it so that the president will no longer control the Inspector General of Police. They will not control me. They will have to vote. There will be vote among those people and there will be no veto vote in the sense that maybe the president will be able to vary so that you check and balance the like of Buhari that already was about to destroy Nigeria. So as it is today, zoning is very key to our this thing. We are not United States of America that see themselves as Caucasian as some other people. We are not other country. We are heavily ethnicized people that we only care about our people. If nobody has demonstrated it, Buhari has shown us the way. And we should use Buhari as a lesson learned. Otherwise, in a generation to come, we have to see someone that will be telling them that 400 years later that, this land belongs to our father. Just like some people, Fulani from Ali are claiming, like are claiming Ekitiland, all those things. So we don't want that. So that zoning is very critical, and we must build our constitution around it. Other than that, I want to thank everybody for giving their time to follow the program and for contributing. Please, we can do something to help the forum, and what it is, just thumb up, share, and let this thing spread. The more people we have, the more we transfer knowledge. The more knowledge we transfer, the more we wake our people up to their responsibility. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. Plenty Water continues. I did tell you that he likes to label a point, and here he continues to label via his wallet. The major danger of zoning, each zone will hold solutions to problems until it is their turn. If a zone has a cure to cancer, you think they will release it in the era of another zone? Smile. So I'm not sure if that logic hangs together. In fact, I'm pretty sure that it does not hang together. So even though we have a zoning formula, even under this very ethnic Buhari administration, we still have a representation of broadly all of the ethnicities within the Nigerian space. So all these ethnicities form a government, and I'm assuming that they want that government to succeed, because of course that falls under their banner. We see how hard Fashola is working. Even Rotimi Amechi, the dumbest of the most, a real nincompoop. The very definition of a nincompoop is Rotimi Amechi, but he still delivered a railway line. So I'm not quite sure if that logic hangs together. But that's the super chat from Plenty Water. So from Plenty Water, we go to Mike. So Mike, we're condensing it now because I want to wrap it.
Yeah, no problem.
Mike,
no
to you.
Yeah. I agree with Plenty Water. I also disagree. I agree with him that the zoning is not something that's really necessary, because you don't want to end up zoning a presidency to one criminal or incompetent person. To me, the most important thing is to find a competent person before we start considering zoning and which zone they come from and things like that. To me, ultimately, I think fundamentally we should focus on competent person. Now, where I disagree, where I disagree is him saying that a president, we need senator and all the Senate and all these idiots. The problem in Nigeria is really just having right ministers and right competent people in every facet of the economy, institutions and things like that. So the reason why I support someone like Showore is because he understands that. Because he's not someone that will come there and be doing party system where, this one am I, because all these idiots that are there right now, they're all connected to one another. You find out that some people they had appointment in Jonathan's administration, also got appointment in Buhari administration. It's like people, same old circle of people, they all know each other. But someone like Shurel Komi, I don't think he's a friend of anybody. If he knows the Nigerian living in the United States, there's a airport manager that's running first class airports. He's not going to say he has to appoint one idiot who's already in a circle of these people here to be the minister. The airport manager in Lagos, in Muritala Mohammed, or the airport in Abuja. He will bring that Nigerian from overseas. The guy has connection with Nigerians all over the world. If he knows this Nigerian as a tunnel engineer, this one that the work served in the U.S. military up to close to general ranking, you will bring him to Nigeria to come and sit down with the Nigerian army to discuss some ideas on how to fix the security problem. He will reach out to the diasporans. That's why people like us support him. It's not because I believe he's a super. To me, the competency Nigeria need is that someone that understands that he needs to bring the best of Nigerians to come and be part of his government and help move the country forward. It's not personality or whether the person is grammatic or all this rubbish. So what Nigeria needs is the person that understands that. And unfortunately, these people we have today, we all know once they go in, they'll do the same thing. They will appoint all the same old party people they've been partying with. Their children they all date each other. But when it's time to politics, they start talking ethnic politics. But in the back room, they are sharing money. They don't remember ethnicity. So that's what Nigeria needs. We need to find new brains, new people. Go for someone like Shore because he's not part of them. So that's what I have to say, one man. Thank you, Sha. But last thing, Allah, rational mind, stop coming here calling Babalawos the people doing money ritual. No, it's not Babalawos that's doing that. Babalawos are righteous people. They don't engage in evil, like killing human beings and those kind of evil charms. It's the only Shegun people that are doing that. So you people should go and learn about your tradition and stop calling yourself Yoruba, but you don't know things, and all this Hollywood. Stop watching Hollywood. So don't come here again calling Babalawos people doing money ritual. No, don't say that, man. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Mike. So that's Mike. Very similar to Plenty Water. He never knows when to give it up. So Plenty Water still not giving it up. He continues to labor the spot. It says Showore has already shown you. Sorry, let me read it from here. It says Showore has already shown you what he will do from how he ran AAC. What surprise should we wait for again? He couldn't manage AAC. It is a country we should it's a country we should use as guinea pig for him. And then he ends that with a question mark and a laughing emoji. So Showore has already shown you what he will do from how he runs AAC. What surprise should we wait for again? He couldn't manage AAC. Is it a country we should use as a guinea pig for him? So that is, of course, Showore's. Apparently, they went to school together. This is what he told us once upon a time. Plenty Water. So from Plenty Water, we go to the mighty Ajanle Koko to sum it off in a brief summary for us. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, woman. I want to thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. That your contribution was quite meaningful. And I believe that a lot of people listening to us around the world have benefited one thing or the other from the discussion of the day. I'm not going to round it up today with political issue, political talk, but rather I just want to use this time to tell Yorubas to all over the world to be faithful to God, our King, the foremost king in Yoruba land, Obalamidi Adeyemi, went to rest yesterday. And we believe that he is in the hand of God. Baba Adeyemi live an eventful life. He live a meaningful life. He live a fruitful life, and he live an enjoyable life. And on top of them all, he left a legacy behind. A legacy that is worthy to be emulated by kings all over Yoruba land that he left behind, and as well as us, as Yoruba people. That legacy is the strong promotion of Yoruba culture and tradition. Baba promoted the culture of Yoruba and the tradition of Yoruba. We saw it. We're in the month of Ramadan, and Baba was a Muslim. He was a king of all the religion in Yoruba land, whether Muslim, Christian, Isheshe, traditionalists. He accommodated everybody. He brought everybody together. He did not discriminate. He did not champion one religion over the other. So it demonstrated that, yes, he was a real king. And God bless him so much that he lived a long life. To live 85 years in this world is no joke. So Baba left us during the time of Ramadan. It shows that God has accepted him, accepted his prayer, accepted him at the right time. The month of Ramadan is the most important month to Almighty Allah. And this is the month that all sins are forgiven. If you are a Muslim and you pray to God and you beg for forgiveness, this particular month is a month of blessing to all Muslims. So for Baba to live this month of Ramadan, it shows that he is in the right hand of God. And I believe that God will grant Baba eternity. His name will never be forgotten. He was a king that played important and significant role in the life of Yoruba people, in the modern Yoruba, when we're talking about modern Yoruba land. So we give it to him. We pray to God to grant him eternity. And I hope that the next king that will be appointed by the Ayomese will be a person of a good character, a person that can continue the good job that Baba left behind. So at this junction, I would like to thank those of you behind the scene. You are the strength of the platform. Keep on doing a good job. I thank you all. One man, you are the driver. God will continue to bless you as well from your land. So thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Kokos. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko rounding it off as only he ever can. So that was Ajanle Koko, a real a moment in time for at least the Yoruba people, I will say that, and for people lovers of the culture, of course. One of the most the guy he ruled for 52 years. And throughout all of those years, of course, he would have had this moment, but really he was quite loved all the way through his reign. A very popular king, you know, which is not something, it's no mean feat to be a popular king, to have ruled for 52 years. But he's passed on to be replaced by whom? A very key stool within the Yoruba culture and race, of course. So hopefully the politicians will keep their beaky noses out of this and let tradition follow through in the manner that presented him, so that he was able to fit for the purpose that he was there to serve. So to the OYO'S, we await. So to the OYO'S, we await. And in the tradition of Ajanle Koko, I'll just acknowledge some of the names in the comment sections, only to bring everything together, and then we part as one happy family. So Jennifer is the first person to go to. Jennifer Ogi one. Jennifer Ogi one. She loves herself so much, she's named herself twice. So Jennifer, we see you. Plenty Water, of course. I don't know whose nemesis Plenty Water is. I was going to say Ajanle Koko's nemesis, but is it really Showore's nemesis? So that's Plenty Water right there, keeping it 100 in the comment section. Ola, of course, you heard on the screen. Mike, you heard on the screen too. So everybody just bringing the wholeness of everything together, interacting with the whole platform. Jay is there, a regular staple on the platform. So we all know Jay. Not the coin he calls himself in the comment section. We'll call him Rational Mind. He talks in just these parables, and he say, yeah, you know, this thing is, we just keep this, and then you say, what is this man talking about? But then, of course, that is Rational Mind. It talks in gobbledygook. So the gobbledygook speaking Rational Mind are to Oga, of course, and to our Marine. Not at all a toy soldier like our Mike, Reeds Ortiz. He is a proper soldier man. So from Reeds, we go to British victim who continues to feel victimized, I'm sure. Greg Bayero, another regular staple. Ayo, but not the one that used to come on the screens. Ask Google, but what is the question? And just these names now, I'm sure you are all already familiar with them. These are just people now that just gives the platform rather life and energy. Adelaja Ogun Viyi. So the Viyi part of Adelaja's name is what I still struggle with. Our Sapele Water man is on with the ism. So Sapele Water, this is the thing from the creeks with grammar. So truth hurts, but I don't feel your pain, because you know, you don't go around speaking the truth. It's just an unnecessary, intrusion on people. Nobody asked you for the truth, so just play to whatever narrative is in play. Wasiu, or this Wisu Taiwo? I suspect that was meant to be Wasiu, but was misspelled. So Wisu or Wasiu, or whatever way you funkified your name, I see you. David Tunde Abe. So there is a name right there to conjure with. Mrs. Hope Talk. I suspect this is a social media name. This is the name, certainly, of a platform. Actually, let me type that on Google, see if this is actually a Google name. So what was that again? Mrs. What did she call herself again? This character? Mrs. Hope Talk. Mrs. Hope Talk. So let's put that on on YouTube, Mrs. Hope Talk, and then let's see if that's as I suspected. Okay, if that's it looks as though this might well be a real. So this is Mrs. Hope Talk. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, it looks as though she is a YouTuber. So let me just Oh, okay. Okay, let me flash her up on the channel and invite you to go and subscribe to her if you're not already. I think she needs just a few more to tip over to the 1,000 threshold that YouTube already sets. So this is Mrs. Hope, whatever it is that she calls herself, Mrs. Hope Talk. So
just jump right into it.
So this is it. So my Jabota person.
Show you guys some of the things that
Look at
I
that.
purchased through Amazon, through couponing.
So you speak so well and you don't even come on the screens
Some
when we are
hacking
calling for women to
bags.
come on the
And
screens.
this thing, like, you could tell things are really we're in a bad place because since
Yes, there's a
COVID,
lot of Americanism
been-
with an undercurrent of Yorubaism. So that is Mrs. Hope. But it looks as though it's a food-based
10 years,
channel. So she goes by that same name, Mrs. Hope. Mrs. Hope Talk. So let me subscribe to her. Let me just find her. Yeah, so I'll subscribe to her and then I'll encourage you guys to go and do exactly same. So that is Mrs. Hope something or the other. And there she is right there. So let me just stop that because, yeah, so there it is. So there she is right there, Mrs. Hope something. So that is Mrs. Hope. And then from Mrs. Hope, we go on to, let's take maybe a couple more, if we can see a couple more. We have Abdul Mumuni, of course, Ajanle Koko's Paddyman from Saudi, now coming at us via Facebook. So that's how he now communicates with the platform. And as I often say, a lot of, you see, as I'm talking now, I'm scrolling, but all the names that are already mentioned, but they are in conversation with each other. So they essentially occupy a conversational grid. So this is Ajale Koko in the comment section asking that I should send the link. So this is Ishmael Bolaji. So we see you. Salam alaikum. I hope you are Ramadamin and all of that, whatever it is that. So I hope you are Ramadamin and you are being faithful to it as well. Because I know some of you elements, you sneak behind the shed to go and eat bread and akara, and then you come and be drinking water, pretending like you are with everybody else. If people don't see you, God sees you. All of you pretend fasting people that you go and be eating, agege bread under the mattress, and then you'll be pretending to everybody else. Gboluaga Laditi, of course, we know Gboluaga, of course, I mean, a regular staple on the platform. We take one more and then we round off after that. That is if we can come across one more. Pretty certain we should be able to. Let's just see who else pops up as I continue to talk. And there it is. Obi Ruben, of course, another regular on the platform. So there it is, and there it was. And we come back to round it off at this pause. This is Adize Chris. I love. It says, yes, the Adize Chris. It says, I love this mic of a guy. Don't be saying things like that. You only give him a big head as though the head was not big enough. But of course, we are all fond of Mike. This is why, I wouldn't even say we tolerate him, because we don't, we delight in his company. So that has been the session, and that's been how it has gone. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section over here. Sorry. Peace.